Hey folks, so I am in the process of doing testing for War Within 70 to 80 campaign leveling, and I figure while I'm at it, I'll also test out a bunch of different classes to try and find the best leveling build for every single class. And hopefully long term, I can make a video for that before the War Within launches. And today, thanks to a poll that I put on my Twitch channel, which I should note I am currently live streaming this at the time of recording. Obviously, now you're watching it on YouTube. This is well after the fact. But I put up a poll, and Spellslinger Arcane Mage won, so that is what we will be playing. I have done 3 different runs at this point, and whenever you hit level 80 on a character on your account, you get a 5% XP buff. It caps out at 25%, and I will actually be using that buff on this character. That being said, one of the 3 characters that I leveled was on one of my other accounts, so I will only have plus 10% experience on this mage, so we won't be getting like the full value, I guess, of that. And then the next few runs I do will still use the buff, but then I'll go up to 15, 20%, etc. I'm not going to start the timer the moment I log into the world, because this is a template character that I just created. But I'm just going to show you effectively what talents I pick. So we're going to set up bars and all of that fun stuff. And then once we're ready, we're going to talk to Quetzaltarin over there. And he's going to send us to Kazalgar. There's a lot of little things that you got to mess around with to get this working. Especially on a character like this where I just created it. Let's go ahead. Another thing is this quest here, the War Within. Despite the name, I actually don't want to do that because that is part of the pre-patch. So, for the purposes of these speedruns, I'm going to be assuming that you're doing the pre-patch questline before the expansion launches. That's how I handled things in Dragonflight. For post-expansion launch runs, I will probably include that when we're doing... what's it called? A full 10 to 80 runs, because I'll probably do at least one of those. And in that case, obviously that will be required to enter the expansion, but not only is that not required on the beta, but as I said, I don't really think it's an accurate measure considering the fact that most people will already have that done. I'm just doing this so that I can have all these things on my bars. I'm definitely not going to need a mana potion. Need that. I'll use a Verse Flask just because that is going to be more reliable for survivability. Use that. I'll keep the Glacial Fury just in case, though. I doubt I'll need it, but you never know. We'll chuck out all of this stuff. Hey, Zassaru. Good to see you. War Within questing absolutely floods your bags. You'll also notice that because this is a template character, I'm starting at 408 item level, which is gonna be pretty shit in the grand scheme of things. Most people are going to be starting the expansion off with way more gear than I am right now. So you can expect it to be a whole heck of a lot better. I think there's a talent that makes invisibility into a speed increase. So we'll see. Now that I got that sorted, I want to make sure that I turn on War Mode. Just fixing that real quick. I'm going to reset all my talents. I'll check PvP real quick. Reduces the cooldown of greater invisibility. I think I want that. Chrono Shift. Chrono Shift's a PvP talent now? Okay, well I definitely want that then. That used to be a regular talent. What else? I remember being thoroughly unimpressed by Ring of Fire. Each enemy you blink through. That could be nice. Though, I remember Arcanosphere being super duper fun to use. So, I'm gonna go ahead and run with that. And then, let's spend some talent points. So, most of this, yeah, invisibility increases movement speed, reduces magic damage taken, shifting power. Duh. Barriers heal you. So, yeah, we'll go alter time, diverted energy. Blast Wave could be good. Energized barriers, sure. Effectively, top priority is anything that gives us either direct survivability or damage. So mirror image can be nice. And more frequent uses, I already have a decent amount of things that give me trickle healing. Frost Nova, while inside Ice Block. I doubt I'm going to need to use Mass Polymorph that often. Definitely Shimmer. I think we just take that, right? Because nothing else... I'm not going to really need Spell Steal. Don't really need any of that. Supernova I do think is good, actually. Knocking enemies up. Relatively speaking, the damage isn't amazing, but I should definitely take that. I don't think most of the other stuff down here is going to be super impactful, so definitely cooldown on Blink. That's interesting. Displacement. I like accumulative shielding better. Temporal velocity, definitely. Greater invisibility. I think Master of Escape would apply to both. It's just, I assume the default talent tree probably already had greater invis, which is why it's doing that. What's the key difference between regular invisibility and greater invisibility? That's the main thing that I want to know. I don't need Ice Cold. I definitely shouldn't need that stuff. At any moment, you have a chance to gain Arcane Surge for 4 seconds, Clear Casting, or Time Warp for 6 seconds. I kind of like just Inspired Intellect. I normally would have taken Time Anomaly, because before, that was the only thing that you could really take here. One is instant. Oh, Greater Invis instant. Okay. Yeah, I like Inspired Intellect just because that's just more raw damage. I could end up getting a Time Warp right after I kill a mob, and then it's completely wasted. This will always be a beneficial thing. Greater Invis. I don't need that, because solo. I guess I'll take Supernova then. And now we can just take, like, quality of life stuff. I like the idea of displacement. Just in case I need to kite, that could be very good. And what else do I want to do? I'm tempted to just take Cryo Freeze as like a panic heal. Yeah. I think panic 50% heal, because I'm not going to be immuning anything with Ice Block. So realistically, if you use Ice Block while leveling, it's just wasted half the time. This would just be like, let's say all my CDs are down and I'm taking a shit ton of damage. I Ice Block, I heal back up, my CDs are back up, and then I kite. It's not something that will happen often, but I just can't see really anything else being super impactful. Especially because, like, Blast Wave, right? I don't want to knock enemies away. That would make it harder to kill them. They'd be all spread out. So this feels good. And I played Arcane enough to be, like, relatively confident in my picks with it. Definitely that. Yeah, Arcane Surge we still want to take. It's just a big, big AoE bomb, and then we get a buff after the fact that also guarantees clear casting. Arcane Cleave is now early in the talent tree. That's really good. Because I remember one of the things that disappointed me the most about Arcane in Dragonflight is that getting this functionality took a while. Arcane was still a really good leveling spec, but actually having Arcane Cleave, like, you could get this at level, because this is 11, this is 13, this is 15. Getting Arcane Cleave at level 15 is a massive damage increase while leveling up. Irrelevant for this run, but that's very nice to know. I definitely want to take that, and then Arcane Tempo is not that great. Minor stat buffs are not going to help us much for leveling. It's not terrible, but I'm not going to use Arcane Blast very often. Casting Arcane Intellect summons a familiar that attacks enemies and increases my maximum mana. And it lasts 1 hour. Okay. I'll probably end up still taking both of these talents, but that's definitely better. So for now, let's just roll with that. Obviously, cast while moving is really good utility. Arcane Surge increased per arcane charge. Does this consume all my charges? No. So I guess if it doesn't consume my arcane charges, then I want to build up to max before using it. Assuming I'm taking it, which I guess remains to be seen. Anything that buffs Arcane Orb, because, so one thing that I should note for the hero talents, which we can't see just yet, I have looked at it on Wowhead, I know what I will generally be taking. The hero talents for Spellslinger are, there's a lot of, like, random damage procs, which obviously are good, and the two core abilities for Spellslinger is Arcane Surge and Arcane Orb. So Arcane Orb gets a lot of percent damage buffs through Spellslinger, and one of the talents that we're going to be going for early gives you a chance to fire off free Arcane Orbs. So anything that buffs Arcane Orb, we love that. Also, the capstone makes it so when you use Arcane Surge, you get like a big chunk of extra damage that then causes enemies to like explode even further. So we definitely want Arcane Surge, but technically speaking, the talents that interact with it don't make it hit harder, it just makes it do additional things. So we don't need to take everything that buffs that. Presence of Mind is a big one, obviously. During Arcane Surge, Familiar fires extra bolts. That doesn't seem very good. That's interesting purely because getting an extra arcane charge while you're at maximum is really good, because there are a lot of times where you're just going to hit max arcane charges and overcap while doing Arcane Explosion into Barrage on AoE. So the one thing I'm unsure about, so Arcane Blast has a 10% chance to generate an additional charge. That's kind of worthless because we're not going to be using Arcane Blast that often. But if you were to gain an arcane charge while at maximum charges, does that apply to all sources of charges, such as Arcane Explosion, or is it just Arcane Blast? Because if that applies to Explosion too, then that's really good. But I'm not 100% sure. That's not that great. I don't think you're going to get enough of a stat bonus from that to really make a difference. Either way, we definitely want to take Resonant Orbs, so let's just take Impetus. That, I think, is just going to be better. Definitely Resonant Orbs. Increased chance to proc clear casting. What else? Spells empowered by Nether Precision. What's Nether Precision again? It's this thing. When you consume clear casting, your Arcane Blast do more damage, and your Arcane Barrages do more damage. And then you also, I think this causes clear casting to also affect Arcane Explosion. So your target will suffer an additional 8% of the damage dealt. Yeah, we definitely want Resonance, so I'll just take that. Stacking clear casting is good. Reverberate, we're going to trigger that a million times during the run. Dematerialize seems good. That seems really good. That's just extra pulsing damage. Yeah, so if I'm using a clear casting Arcane Explosion, it has a chance to echo for 40% damage, and then it has a chance to cause another Arcane Explosion to echo from target's hit. That seems really crazy. Ah, man, there's so many talents I want to take, and I don't have room for all of them. Like, that's really good, too? Oh my god. That I have to take that. Touch of the Magi I also need to take. Shit. So many things I want to run, and I can't. I'm gonna have to not run something. Maybe I even drop Reverberate. I'm gonna be swimming in charges anyway. Damage you can target with missiles increases the damage that they take from missiles, barrage, and arcane blast. That's actually not very good. But that is really good, and that's required. Ooh. Let me read everything. Obviously, Touch of the Magi is good. I didn't expect this to be so hard. They changed the arcane tree. It used to kind of be straightforward. Now there's actually so much good shit here. I think I don't want Reverberate. There's everything else is just better. I'm definitely not going to take Surging Urge. I'm pretty sure in most cases I'm just going to overkill with Arcane Surge anyway. Yeah, that's not going to be good. That's not going to be good. Evocation. Do I even care about Evocation? Like, my mana's just going to come back in between pulls anyways. So, like, why do I care that much? Anyone familiar with Arcane Mage in chat, can you tell me if I'd be trolling by not taking Evocation for leveling? I think I normally always had it because it used to just be free, but I kind of want to take the improvement to Touch the Magi so I can get Arcane Echo. And I just kind of prefer everything else here. For now, I'm going to go with that. I don't need that. Consuming Nether Precision. It splashes. Wow, that's really good. Okay. Well, there's one thing that I can say for certain, just by looking at these talents. Arcane is actually fucking cracked for leveling. Holy shit. Like, it was already really good, and this is, like, even better than it was before. Jesus, there's some good shit here. Arcane Bombardment is good. We have to take Orb Barrage. So, we are definitely taking these two talents 1000%. I don't really care that much about the Nether Precision damage bonus. I'm not going to take Lay Sight. I'm not really going to be doing too much single target. I don't think Concentration would be that good. That being said, like, Lay Drinker is very nuts. Let's read these other ones. Like, yeah, I want every single thing on here. That's Radiant Spark, right? Causes Spark, it takes the increased damage. The Spark explodes, dealing damage to all 3 enemies. Yeah, I actually don't really like. Okay, I'm not going to take either one of these for leveling. Having to use all 3 of those abilities just to get, like, an extra little explosion. That does a lot of damage, but in the grand scheme of things, that won't be that much. That would just overkill half the time. Damage increase after the detonation. The detonation should be killing things. I shouldn't need to damage it further. And Arcane Echo's good, so I'll just take that for sure. Arcane damage dealt while above 70% mana regen. That seems good, but Arcane Harmony. Each time it hits an enemy, the damage of your next Arcane Barrage is increased. On its own, that's not that great. The main thing is, so every 3 times I consume Clear Casting, it causes my Arcane Missiles to deal 100% increased damage and fire at 4 nearby enemies. So that turns Arcane Missiles into like an AoE bomb, which is kind of insane. But that's pretty much the only time on AoE when I really want to be using Arcane Missiles. That's interesting. That's not very good. Okay, I don't want High Voltage. I don't want Time Loop, though. It's an interesting talent, but I definitely don't want it. I really like the idea of that. And then if I'm gonna run that, then doing this, basically having the big Arcane Missiles bomb into Arcane Harmony seems really good. I need to take that, and then I have 2 more talent points that I can spend however I want. The other thing that I'm not sure is, instead of running this, instead of taking 6% damage and mana regen, I could just run... That gives me more Arcane Barrage damage, which is going to be one of my biggest sources of AoE damage. I don't love Lay Sight, but, you know, it's required to get to Lay Drinker, and Lay Drinker is very interesting. That would make my next barrage just kind of erase stuff. I feel like that's probably better. That it gives me the same stuff that I'm looking for. Yeah, I kind of like that. That's really tough, though. I would be happy with almost anything on here. There's very few talents here that I don't like. I would be curious to know if there's something that I can do to improve this, because I would not be surprised if, at least for leveling, for endgame content, I'm sure that there's going to be better things that I could be taking, especially because this is like a very AoE-focused build, but would not be surprised if there's something here that I can change, because this is actually an insane talent tree. Every single one of these talents is good. Arcane Mages are eating fucking good, man. Holy. Let's go with that, and then I'll fix my bars. Let's see. Okay, I'm not running Evocation. Counterspell. Let's go with that for it. H. Yeah, I'm trying to, like, muscle memory, where do I usually have it bound? I definitely have Blast, Barrage, Missiles, Explosion is what I usually do. I'm missing, I don't need Spell Seal, I don't need Remove Curse. Shift R, that's where I put Ice Block. Y. Touch the Magi, Arcane Surge should be there. Supernova should be there. I'm certainly missing some abilities. Slowfall, I like that there. My racials, I always put on Cheat. Mage, Shifting Power. I have no more room on my bars. Let me just put that there. Polymorph variants, that's funny. Portals. Oh, I don't have Arcane Orb on my bars. That I'll put on 5. That, Arcane Intellect on 0. Cone of Cold is Y. I don't need that. Displacement. Okay, I think that's everything that I want on my bars. So now I just need to sort it. So I'm just going to conjure refreshments, and this will be, this is going to be the best way to, if I need to get mana in between pulls, there'll be a lot of opportunities for me to do that. So I'll just get that up to the 80 there. Definitely Arcane Intellect there. I want... Where do I want displacement? Displacement on Shift F would actually be good. It's like, it's a self-heal. Arcanosphere, I'll put there. Doing another level grinds? Yes, we are. And I think that's where I normally put shifting powers. That feels good. Is that everything? I think that's everything. Just trying to see if muscle memory-wise, it would make more sense to put anything else on a different spot. Because it's been a little while since I played Arcane. Normally, I like to set up my bars like big cooldowns here, defensive cooldowns here, utility stuff here, and it's not always one-to-one, right? But by making sure that my buttons are roughly in the same general position across different specs, then, for instance, displacement heals me for a pretty good chunk, so I'm putting that on Shift F because this is where I put self-healing buttons on other specs that have, like, Flash of Light, etc. That way, let's say I'm doing a really big pull, I'm about to die, and I'm, like, panicked, and I'm not really thinking straight, I'm not familiar with the arcane buttons, my muscle memory I might hit Shift F, and if that displacement saves my life, then it's a good thing that I put it on Shift F. Because my muscle memory would immediately go to, what's the button that heals me? And I always put that stuff there. Or Q, Shift Q, defensives here. You know, obviously you want to be comfortable with your binds, but it's impossible to, the first time you played a spec in months, or if you've never played a spec, immediately be comfortable playing or using it. But this should hopefully make it easier for me. And then, yeah, let's just make more of that. I have teleport there. Obviously, can I learn the Dornagal teleport from the, I don't have my mounts on my bars. I don't have mount equipment, but that should be fine. Grand Expedition Yak there. Let's just put Dalaran Hearth on my bars in case I need it. I doubt I will, but can't hurt. Okay, thank you, Thrall. Assuming... I don't want that to flood my bars. I'm just grabbing all of these in case. Okay, let's just go through it. Clean it out after. And it doesn't look like I have the Dornagal teleport. So I assume that you have to unlock that within Dornagal itself. And that would be pretty good to pick up, because then I could just TP back there whenever. So I could get the teleport, and that way I can actively set my Hearthstone to, like, Gundergaz, or whatever the name of that town is, in Ringing Deeps, and that would save me time. Let's go with 6. 6 is easier. The reason I thought potentially moved it to 8 is because that's what roll is bound to, but I think we're fine. I use that enough. Yeah, it's always going to take like a little bit of time to adjust, especially on a spec that you haven't played very often, but we'll see. Generally speaking, I mean, Arcane is my favorite mage leveling spec, and I've done like more runs with Arcane than like 90% of other specs. So even though I haven't played it in a little while, I'm sure once we get going, it'll be smooth sailing and it'll click again. So I asked the Demon Hunters in my guild what they were thinking between Aldrachi Reaver and Felsguard for leveling, and they said that damage-wise, they're both relatively competitive with each other on AoE. Single-target Aldrachi Reaver is much better, but also single-target, or for leveling, Aldrachi Reaver requires you to like run around and pick up a lot of souls, and while that is kind of annoying to do in Raid, while leveling, that actually gives you like Fury and healing and stuff, and it's pretty nice, so they think it'll be Aldrachi Reaver, but we'll need to do more testing to say for sure. But I was just taking a look as they responded, because I asked in Guild Discord. But anyways, so we're going to get started. Actually, let me just make sure. Dragon riding stuff. I did fix my dragon riding bars, right? No, I did not. Good thing I checked. Alright. And then the moment that the cutscene and screen finishes, start the timer here. Am I playing Arcane because it's fun or because you think it's the fastest? Both. Arcane is one of my favorite leveling specs in general. It's definitely out of the 3 mage specs my favorite to level. But yeah, for I don't know if it's necessarily the fastest playstyle in the game for like all classes. Also, are my nameplates fucked? No, it's just there's so many targets that my nameplates. Yeah. There are definitely better options among other classes, but I do suspect that Arcane will be the best for Mage. Is this asshole really trying to fucking kill me? Brother, I'm trying to fucking do testing. It's actually going to make things really awkward. Yes. Especially on the beta, of all things. Like, we're just doing leveling testing. Fuck off. Sorry. Let me read chat in a second. For obvious reasons, I'm trying not to get ganked by this fucking dickwad on the beta right after I start my run. That's just really unfortunate. I got the emergency health stone.
Use this scroll. These relics must be destroyed before they overload. Thank you, champion. I got the wool pulled over my eyes. Let's go.
Yeah, let's launch Arcanosphere. Okay, yeah, it's gonna take me a second to really get comfortable with Arcane again. So, whiffing that. The fact that mob does knockbacks is really troll. But yeah, caster DPS in general, if you're new here and you're not familiar with generally like what's good for leveling, etc., caster DPS are one of the usually worst ways to level. They tend to be pretty slow. Arcane is fairly mobile and can like actually kite mobs and stay on the move while doing damage, which makes it very effective for leveling relative to the vast majority of other casters. Okay. No, yeah. Oh, come on. Pain. Just need... Oh, can I... Okay, I'm actually gonna polymorph. I rarely use poly, but, like... And a fucking NPC breaks it. Oh my god. I am in pain. This is painful. This is actually just a pretty miserable start. I think this is the slowest that I've ever started off this intro scenario. That's really frustrating. The NPC broke polymorph. Fuck off, game.
We need help. Follow me. Magni can't hold off Xerix much longer.
We'll hold the line. Champion, help Magni.
Are you kidding me? If Wirecasters bad for leveling Exhibit A, random silence effects. In a fucking questing mob. AoE zero cast time silence. That was actually... That was the single most painful run, or start of the run I've ever had. You know, fingers crossed that it's all up from here, but that was actually fucking awful. The shaman didn't help, but... Oy, oy, oy. I kill a few mobs, and then I'm still stuck on the flying thing for a bit. So then I'll be able to read chat. Yeah, okay. You always found Frost better because it's easier to group mobs. Frost is one of the worst leveling specs in the game. It's not bad, but relative to Arcane, Fire is actually better than Arcane is. The main issue with Frost is it's very turrety. It is significantly easier to group up in AoE mobs if you're running the right builds with both Arcane and Fire. And they can stay on the move, so... There's going to be a lot of pulls where Frost is forced to just stand still and face tank if it wants to get its damage off. Both Fire and Arcane can do most of its stuff while moving, which means that for particularly difficult pulls, if you're pulling like 10 to 15 targets, which if you're trying to speedrun, you should be. In that case, Frost just won't be able to live it, or they'll have to lose a shit ton of damage, which will slow them down. Arcane and Fire will just be able to kite, and obviously if the mobs can't hit you, then they can't deal damage to you.
Survivors from the beach? If they are truly allies, perhaps all is not lost. It was Odin. I knew him. His memory will be preserved.
I have to ask about professions. Then we do the tour of the main city. Can't zoom out on that. Come on. I'll set my in here. Yeah, that's a fucking stupid blink. I don't know why that counts as getting stuck. Speak to Auditor.
I have an extended supply. The Eternal Titan.
Then it seems long past time we stood united. We need to find this Edelgon, rebuild ye Corway. I'm willing to be a liaison.
Goose Comics said, glad to know that the Skyward Ascent up trick still works. So you mean like flapping upwards and flicking your camera to carry momentum? Yeah. I doubt they will change that. I'm gonna be honest. That would require them to like fundamentally rework how the dragon riding / sky riding or whatever you want to call it system works. So I really don't see them doing that anytime soon. That's, yeah, it wants me to go down there. Unfortunately, this is a really awkward angle. Is that the... No. Where's the wanted quest? So, one of the other things that I know is, at this point, I generally remember which quests are good. Like, which of the quests that I did, I know that these were the fast ones. The stuff that now I need to get memorized is, out of those quests that I like, where do I pick them up? Because a lot of times, what I would do is I would just go around, I would pick up every single available side quest, and we would just, like, kind of send it from there. All or nothing. Yeah, so now the real trick is remembering which side quests do I want to do and where do I pick them up. That way I go directly to the place where I grab it and I do that, because that can be a little bit tricky to do. All right. I could set up macros for specific times during the run. What do you mean, Troy?
Glad to see Adelgon finally sent us some help.
Let's rescue these folks and avoid these webs.
Oh my god, Bran, fuck off.
Drives you.
Actually, I don't think I'll need to use the hook shot too often,
Don't step in those webs.
because I should be able to blink right through. And no matter how you slice it, doing this with really low gear feels so awful. That's just the template character, though. But yeah, instead of using the hook shot, I can just blink through the webs. And that won't trigger the Nerubians. That's all of them. Oh, it forces you to grapple at some point. Okay, well that's fine. I can just grapple onto a random point. I believe at this point Nerubians attack you from behind.
Behind us. Watch out.
That's...
Let's get the rest of our people out of here.
Have one of your unused action bars... Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, for the waypoint. Well, yes, but obviously long-term, I would just want to have it memorized. I see what you're saying now. I'd rather actually not do that just for now, because that would kind of be a crutch, right? So I'd rather get to a point where I can just have it memorized. That way, mid-run, I can just do it. Easy peasy. But yeah, especially if somebody's learning the route for the first time. Like, for a new player, that's actually not a bad idea.
I need to rest after that one.
Okay, let's go. I think I should be able to do this breakout of invis. Shit. Touch the webs. Okay, that worked out. Then I need to talk to this guy. And then I can't go too far because they'll jump us midway through. Also, I never noticed that Reno Jackson and Sir Finley are over there. It's RNG whatever encounter you get on that corner. Oh, is it? Gotcha. Yeah, I'm not wasting my time doing that, because, like, we've already tested, and obviously delves are just not worth for leveling at all. You have to do this one for the campaign, but I'm not going to spend any time here more than I need to. Yeah, all the free arcane orbs are really good. If I look at my damage breakdown, Touch the Magi actually did a lot there. But then Arcane Barrage, Arcane Missiles, Arcane Orbs surprisingly less than I thought it was. I think it just so happened to explode the Touch the Magi at the same time. Arcane Orb is insane for generating charges for more barrages, though. And when the mobs don't just sit in the corner and fucking ignore me, it's nice for that, too. Reno is the worst since it doesn't give you kill XP? Ah, interesting. Here. I should be able to invis past these. I assume... Is Bran gonna pull, though? Bran does not pull. Can I blink and invis? No, that breaks it. Alright. Oh my god. Holy shit. What? That had to have been Touch of the Magi that just killed it. Because it's not even in the breakdown. I guess it just doesn't register. Yeah. I'm glad that I took all the Touch of the Magi points. Because what's the other one? If I use all my things, it echoes. If I was doing pure single target, Magi Spark would obviously be very good. Maybe that's worth using? I'm not sure, though. Magi Spark could be worth it. The problem is I don't want to have my entire damage rely just on the burst from Touch the Magi. It is a fairly low cooldown, so maybe. And we should be able to leave the delve, right? You think you just watched an ad with Shell gas station partnering with Fortnite? Strange times. Strange times indeed. That is, odd.
In this season, the unbounded
Keeper's beard. Quarry is overrun with Fungarians.
And whose fault is that? Your edict is to protect the Isle, not just the city, and not just the Oathsworn.
Okay. Let's grab this. This quest is pretty fast. And the last one... Oh, up here. That was a bad Arcanosphere. My god. Can I jump out the window? No. Alright, well, I had to test it once for science. Oh. This is definitely a run of all time. Not my favorite so far. That being said, it's not as if Fire or Frost would fare much better. And this isn't even, like, necessarily slow. It's just, when you've played Windwalker and stuff, playing anything else is just pain. Like, even Herald of the Sun Ret Paladin wasn't that bad, and I think you probably still play Templar. Let's grab our hero talents. So we're going Spellslinger. And then our first point is Splintering Orbs. We're going to go down the right side of the tree, take the capstone, and then go back up to the top. I need just ore at this point, so I can fly around and just loot anything that gives me ore. So this stuff should be enough. Okay, there we go. Injured earthen. Alright. The other problem is because I picked up like a bunch of different side quests, so now I have all these markers on my map. And I'm not sure which ones are the quests that I actually want. Okay, they're over here.
I need Findorn and Tregor brought to the pool.
Another thing is quests like this. So I know a lot of people are wondering how fast or how much speed would actually help if you have dragon riding now. And a few people asked me, like, should I even bother getting a speed set? Like, will ground speed really help? But there are still a lot of quests like that where it doesn't seem like much, but when you're just running around interacting with random shit, tiny bits of speed increase will actually add up a decent amount.
Greetings, Outlander. Take one of the rams, Baelgrim. It's no Stormrook, but it's faster than going on foot.
And then, is this the... I know there was a quest here that I was considering doing. I'm gonna mess around with potentially doing some of these. Opals collected. No, I think it's a different one. Unless this is a follow-up. Does this give good XP?
Need something to do?
That gives okay experience, but I don't think it's worth it. Out of vigor. I think it's this area where you pick up the wanted quest. Double check. Lost delivery. Yeah, that gives like no experience.
We are the Titan's bedrock and foundation.
Our forged paths intertwine.
There is some wanted quest somewhere that tells you to kill a mob right there. I don't remember where it is. I'm actually going to take a quick detour and find it, because it might be in the main city. And if you can pick it up right around now, which I suspect you can, then it is worth doing. That is like an endgame renown quest. I'll What the fuck, game? Hello? Okay, the Delve NPCs just aren't loading in for some reason. Must be a phasing issue. Wait, am I DCing? No. Half of Dornegal, the NPCs just aren't here, like, at all. This guy's here. I have no idea what's going on. It must just be a campaign phasing thing. Okay, that is so strange. I guess I will just check back later. There's absolutely supposed to be NPCs here that just aren't. August 26th. Well, technically, the 22nd is the real release. I don't necessarily... That's probably not a bug. At least I don't want to say it's a bug just yet. So, I am pretty sure that is just a case of, like, because of whatever phase of the quest that I'm on, it's, giving me issues. Obviously, it is a little bit annoying that that's happening, right? But...
Where is she? Where is Zalatan? She must suffer for what she has done.
To close these nests.
Find cover, quickly!
This is a good little AoE spot. If I could not get dazed and actually get up top here. Something that also kind of bugs me sometimes about Mage is Blink. A lot of times I just tap it too fast. And then it double consumes it like you just saw there. Okay, my Arcanosphere clipped through the floor. Okay. 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 I'm trying to be very calm. My tone of voice probably does not convey how actually insanely tilted internally I feel right now. Admittedly, a decent amount of this is just because it is really late at night, and I've been kind of busting my ass all day since I woke up to gear my Blood Decay and Cataclysm, and I'm still a good bit exhausted from that. But
Are you here to chat or
They're retreating. Your cinder brew makes for quite the weapon, Wenbrand.
meet us at the Foundation Hall, champion? The fight against the Nerubians.
let me think real quick. Okay, let's go back into the city and just continue the campaign. Late night for you, early morning for me. It's 1:10 a.m. for me right now. Yeah. Alright, now the NPCs are back, so it must have just been a temporary phasing issue. Yeah, that one we're just going to turn in because you get that by doing the campaign. The last thing I did want to check is wanted quests. So yeah, now we can see that there's some quest givers. That's Trial of Style, actually. I saw a quest over there.
The core must be protected.
That's a breadcrumb. That's the one I was doing earlier. There's a quest here. Where the fuck is that wanted quest? See, this is the problem that I mentioned earlier, where I remember the quests that are efficient, but I have no idea where I picked it up. This is,
What task can I perform for you?
yeah, that's a PvP quest. Let me just check to see if this breadcrumb is required to unlock the wanted quests.
Work cycle interrupted.
There it is. It wasn't showing on my map. That actually might be a prereq then.
Follow all edicts.
There, yep, that's the quest I was looking for. The Burrow Breaker. That thing, because, yeah, that's 15k XP, and it's, like, an insanely quick quest. So, I guess you need to pick up the breadcrumb from there first, then go here. The one thing I'll need to double-check on my next run is whether you can grab the breadcrumb earlier. And then the Earth Wounds... the Earth Wound technically... Yeah, you can do here. Another thing that I'm still unsure about is when in the run you'll do this. Now, these mobs are really easy to find, right? So, there's a very good chance that you'll just do this on your first leveling run as you go. Just knock it out. Especially because this is... We just did the campaign quest there, right? So you could do that. Like, in theory, let's say I had grabbed that breadcrumb quest earlier. Instead of going straight here, I could have swung by here, picked up those two, then headed over there, killed the Burrow Breaker, went down there to go to, like, the quest that we did over there. Then when it sends me up here, I take a small detour, kill that, finish these quests, head over here, turn in these two wanted quests, and then we go back and turn in that quest there.
Tending cycle interrupted.
That's, like, fairly minimal detours. So that's kind of why I was wondering about this stuff, because for two wanted quests that take extremely little time to complete, right? Like, the best thing about this is, obviously it's going to take me a little bit of time. Yeah, I don't know why that happens. It's going to take me a little bit of time to kill these on a mage, sure. But think about this from the perspective of Windwalker Monk, which is obviously what I'll be playing. And then... Where's the turn-in for this one? Okay, so the Burrow Breaker you actually turn in at the main city. So that works out perfectly. You just get it back later on. On a Windwalker Monk, you don't actually really kill much around the same time. So you just walk up to it, you touch of death it, and then you just fuck off, right? Go to the next area. And then when it's time to kill that other big mob over there, walk up, touch of death, bam, you're done. And that's, I actually got better bracers. Let's see if I got anything better. No. Got a few very minor upgrades.
I am glad you're back, Adelgard. The Count
Then...
needed here in Dornagol more than ever. It is time we stand as one and strike back against the Nerubians.
Yep. That makes sense to me as, like, a good route, because that is... Although it is Isle of Dorn, and I know I've said before that we want to minimize the amount that we're doing in Isle of Dorn, because it's going to be very crowded. That stuff, I think, because it's so quick, it's, like, basically a non-existent time loss. The time that you save by including it into, like, the efficient routing early on outweighs the extremely minimal time loss that you might get by falling ever so slightly behind in the campaign. So those two wanted quests I think you do. The only stuff that you would leave until later is the side quest hubs. So like this, the kobold area, the fungal frenzy stuff, like all of these are actually pretty good. And Rambleshire. They're pretty solid. However, taking a detour to go do that, we could do at the very end of the run after we unlocked adventure mode. Now, obviously, in the case of... what's it called? In the case of this run, we're doing it on my main account where I've already completed the quests a few times. So it won't be accurate to like a day one leveling thing. Let me just make sure that I'm... Forgot to use Touch the Magi. That actually felt pretty good. I actually think we killed that faster than on the Rep Paladin run. Arcane definitely does do really good AoE. Hmm. And then I'm just waiting because we just want to grab Curios as quickly as possible. Just grab some of these.
I left Gorin, my second, in charge of the Stormford when I left to investigate your Dalaran's crash. What has that traitor allowed to happen in my absence?
I actually, you know, it's funny. I've never really paid attention to the dialogue. But he just said that the reason why this guy was allowed to corrupt this entire area is because when he went to investigate Dalaran, he put the other dude in charge. So investigating the fall of Dalaran was somehow such a time-consuming process that this entire area was able to be corrupted in that period of time. Also, are you kidding me? The NPC tank died. God, I hate... Like, anybody who thinks that follower dungeons are even remotely ready to be a normal feature, Exhibit A. The NPC tank just pulled extra shit that I didn't attack. Like, yeah, I'm on the mode, for the record. There's two modes that you can enable in follower dungeons, where you lead the way regardless of tank or not. Or you can have an NPC take the lead. I am leading the way, and yet the tank pulled extra shit, and somehow the way that it's tuned is that he can't keep himself alive in that. Like, if you're going to have your AI just randomly pull random bullshit, at least make the AI unkillable. Because in this situation, what the fuck am I supposed to do about that? What do I do? Oh my god. I've got to say, I absolutely fucking despise the fact that you are forced to do both a follower dungeon and a delve as part of the campaign. I get that they want you to test out their, like, new features, but that feels so bad. That feels so fucking bad. Especially when the follower dungeon AI is still absolutely fucking atrocious. I didn't really notice it before because I wasn't playing a tank in my previous runs per se, but I'm playing very tanky melee DPS specs where I was still holding threat and able to do all of this stuff. But here we can very clearly see the problem. Sounds like your average pug tank. You're not wrong, but like... Oh, it's still so annoying. It's just, I hate when people compare follower dungeons to, like, Final Fantasy XIV trusts. Because a Final Fantasy XIV trust would never do that. The AI is actually really good about not fucking you over. And, like, actually doing the dungeon roughly as intended. And unless you do really, really, really insane pulls, it's actually relatively competent at keeping people alive. But I don't think I've ever seen the Final Fantasy XIV AI pull extra shit and then get itself killed. So. It's not an AI and it's a Blizzard intern playing as a tank. I wouldn't be surprised. Ooh, that actually hurts. Okay, okay, mirror images, please, please. Oh, I missed, Matafeng said, WoW lore is ... Yeah. They didn't like that you pulled too little. Yeah, evidently. I can just jump down, right? I think so. It'll stop to me. I'm gonna be honest, though, I am very surprised that I didn't die there. It goes to show just how strong Arcane is. Because I was taking a shit ton of damage, but my barriers actually kept me alive for a decent amount of time. And more importantly, I was still able to kill the mobs while kiting them. So... Look, I've been complaining a little bit about how this run maybe isn't necessarily quite as smooth as some of the others. But there are definitely a shit ton of specs that would have gotten smoked by that pull. Also, that Arcane Orb is gonna pull extra shit. That's just my fault. I didn't aim that properly. Admittedly, it was a random proc Arcane Orb, so I just wasn't thinking about it, but I should keep that in mind and not face in the direction of extra mobs when I'm using Arcane Barrage. Let's use the proc effect. Now, these mobs, I remember from the Paladin run, I died doing a triple pull here. I survived it on my super geared, oh, that's the wrong thing. Survived it on my monk, pulling all three of these packs, but my Paladin got fucking destroyed. And Paladin's definitely tankier than this. So we're gonna just sit back, drag it all in. And... Oh, that resets them? They weren't in combat with everything else? Okay, we're fine. We're fine. Okay, they just kept running. As a main tank, you always die while playing extra shit, so it sounds about right. Well, I mean, dungeons of this difficulty, you can literally solo on a tank. I know you're half joking, right? But this is actually, like, extremely easy to solo if you are playing a tank. Okay. A yucky follower dungeon, but at the very least, we only have to do one of those during the entire questing route, so... Now that's over and done with. Sure. It'd be nice to get a slightly better weapon. So Rambleshire breadcrumb. I'll want that eventually.
I've tracked the Nerubians to a burrow near the meadery. They must be after the Cinder Brew.
May the Eden without the Stormriders. And we will prepare a welcome for our guests.
Right, we fly over that way. Now, I will note that technically, where this is located within the questing route, like, this would be a really good opportunity to knock out these side quests, and obviously, later on, you know, when we're not doing launch day leveling, you would probably just do those side quests around this point. At the very least, up until you complete the bonus objective.
They're packed with healing properties. Let's stock up while they're occupied.
I don't think these breadcrumbs are good. I'm trying to remember if these are worth doing. It's not that bad. But it's only one quest at a time, so compared to other objectives, it's not going to be that good. I'm not going to do the rest of that. I just wanted to see which quest chain it was.
The edicts are my guide.
Are you sure this will work, Baelgrim?
It will. It has to.
Then let's get started.
This quest is really annoying, so just bear with me for a moment. I'll read chat in a second. I saw there was another message. I believe this is probably faster than taking the ladders and then going up there. Oh, I shot past that. Unless if you can just jump straight to it. Almost went too far, broke the rope. Just go around here.
We protect the people of
Druid's static flight form would be really good for that quest. I do feel like there's got to be a few different quests like that, where if you're playing a druid, it is actually faster to take the 5 seconds, or technically take the 10 seconds, to switch your flight from static and dynamic, and then switch it back, just because of how much time you save by being in flight form for it. Also, what the fuck? I was definitely super close to regenerating a full vigor before I swapped off my mount. And then when I remounted, the vigor was back at 0. I wonder, is it possible that your current vigor's restoration rate or whatever is reset when you dismount? If so,
place our defenses in their path. We are out of time. Come, let us get you on a storm rook.
Prepare yourselves.
for a new retail player, the best course of action would be to follow the campaign. Yeah, well, yes, but to elaborate on that, you need to follow the campaign. I'm going to get unerring proficiency for now. So you don't really have a choice. The first time that you level a character, you need to reach the end of the campaign to unlock like all of the important stuff. Which is why all of my launch day leveling routes assume that you're doing the entire campaign. Because like, technically speaking, and this is why like, it's always annoying to me how around launch, people will post these like, these runs where they just like grind XP and they get like really fast times, but they completely ignore the campaign. And it's like, well, that's all well and good. Like, I can do that after launch. I always do that after launch. But then people will say like, oh, but your route takes like 5 hours and this other route takes 3 hours. And it's like, well, yeah, that's because the campaign tends to be a bit long and not very efficient. Like a quest like that was what? 16,000 XP for all of that roleplay shit. That is obviously not efficient in terms of experience, but it's part of the campaign. We can't just skip it. So you're going to see a lot of routes that completely ignore the campaign and they get like these super fast times and you're like, okay, but like that doesn't help people on launch, right? And obviously, if you're comparing like with like, and you're comparing non-campaign times to non-campaign times, you're just saying, oh, I got a really fast non-campaign time, that's fine. The problem is a lot of people don't know better, so I have to deal with people who are directly one-to-one comparing campaign times with other stuff, and that just gets annoying. Yeah, you're locked into it on your first character. Even if you hit level 80, you're still going to be forced to finish it. That's the problem.
The edict must be followed.
Outlander, I will accompany you to the ringing deeps. It is my...
You've been farming a heroic wrist on your hunter, and now that you bought stuff in the AH, you just realized you had won a heroic piece weeks ago and it was in the mail. Damn. Well, at least he got it in the end, right?
Speaker Bryn.
This is unacceptable. If us Jacks won't aid the injured, then we will.
They're not going to force raids into the campaign. I'm not sure. You don't need to do raids as part of the campaign, if that's what you're wondering. Well, that being said, the end game campaign will always include raids, but this expansion, there's like a story mode raid, and even before this expansion, you could always do them in LFR. So there's always been ways around stuff like that. Oh, this one's evade bugged. But yeah, the end game campaign, which is a separate thing, I should note. The way Blizzard describes it is always a little bit weird. Like, for instance, Final Fantasy XIV, like the main story quest, there's like a lot of max level main story quests, and you have to do all of them in order and stuff like that. WoW has never really worked like that. Blizzard's been trying to do like campaigns for a while, that they're basically trying to copy the games that are better than WoW. And there's like a leveling campaign, and then at max level, there are usually things flagged as campaigns. As for the things at max level that are flagged as campaigns, it is very hit or miss whether or not they are like required for progression or not. Usually on launch, it isn't, though it's probably required for things like unlocking the Earthen. I don't know if you're going to need to go so far. I have to talk to you.
That is not your concern.
Oh, I can't move. Oh, right, this quest teleports you. But like, I'll give you an example. At the end of patch campaigns, it's usually worth doing them and entering the raid because it gives like some good reward. They tend to not do that for launch stuff. Usually it doesn't really give anything special. There's usually a quest for the raid, so there's probably going to be a quest or two for Narubar Palace. They might flag it as a campaign quest or whatever. But what is Bran? That's the Delves quest, yeah. And then that one, I remember we tested and it wasn't worth doing.
Have you met your quota?
Ringing Death, that's the quest that I want.
Raise the machine, it's Bryn. Are you here to deal with the kobold raids? The High Speaker won't lift a finger to help.
So this awakening.
Moira, please continue speaking to the citizens here.
Vendors reassured. Right, I remember these.
Kobold problem.
Let me make sure that I'm getting this correct. Okay, it's a little bit down. Definitely never apologize for asking questions, Defying Heavens. Nothing to apologize for. You're asking good questions. Definitely no reason to apologize. If it takes me a while to answer it, it's not because I'm, like, bothered by the questions. It's just, I'm trying to, like, focus on the run, but, like, the main reason I'm streaming this run and not doing it on my own is because I do like answering questions, but usually for speedruns like this, I'm just trying to strike, like, a good balance, you know? Oh, did I instantly cancel that shifting power? Let me see. I've been, like, guzzling vigor.
Look at this mess. Beaten back and battered with nothing to show for it.
Begin speaking.
As expected,
You know, I think there's enough areas in the campaign, like here, where I have been guzzling through vigor. You know what would be really nice here? Cracked Radnax's control gem. For some of those, like, short bursts of movement, where I don't necessarily need a dragon riding mount. And if I'm completely out of vigor. That said, gun shoes would kind of do the same, but it's been happening a lot.
face a common foe.
Let's just check an arcane orb here. How good are my expectations for this expansion? Oh, it's going to be terrible. I hate to be the one who bursts your bubble. If they don't delay the expansion, it's going to be a... there's a very, 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 very high chance that it flops very hard on launch. I don't know if it's guaranteed to be shit. But, yeah, I fully expect this expansion to be received extremely poorly on launch, and then Blizzard's going to try really hard to make up for it. Unfortunately, I think by that point, the damage will have already been done. I think you could still potentially have fun with it. Like, especially if you like raiding. If you enjoy raiding, then this expansion may still have some good stuff for you, because it is, it does so far seem like it has pretty good raids. I'm relatively excited for Narubar Palace. But basically, everything else is just extremely mediocre. So, yeah. For casual players, it has very little of substance to offer you that other games don't have. Like, honestly, at that point, I would even say Classic is probably just more fun. But, obviously, everybody has their own preferences. Some people may disagree with me. But the general sentiment that I see is exactly what I just said. I do not think that that is an extremely hot take, at least at this moment in time. I've been saying that for a while. But over the last few weeks, I've seen more like mainstream people who are usually like very positive about the game echo my thoughts of it's not ready and it's gonna be a bit of a shit show. But frankly, that's kind of what happens when your beta is virtually untestable for almost a month, right? That kind of starts to send up warning signs to even the most casual observers. You know, kind of makes you wonder, why is everything in the beta broken nonstop? You know, it doesn't take an extremely cynical person like me to start asking questions at that point of like, is this actually ready?
All the ways hygiene affects quality of earwax. Don't you be. You take key from culture.
And
Did I... I got better stuff.
could spell disaster for Gundergaz.
Oh, it's all the same. This will be like Diablo 4? Pretty much, yeah. Correction, this will be like every single major Blizzard release for the last 5 years. That... I missed a quest, right? I think I missed a quest. Let me just double check, because obviously if I did miss it, it's not showing on my map, but it could very well be that it's just not displaying properly. But I am 99% sure I'm supposed... Yep, I missed the quest. Okay.
I speak for the machine.
I need to target the big guy with Touch the Magi. Then Arcane Surge. Yeah, unfortunately, this is one of those cases where the template character starting off with low item level is gonna really fuck me. Because a pull like that, I'm just getting shredded. And that's because look at my gear. The current zone is tuned around 460 item level, and because they start you off with 420 or 408 pieces, until I get replacements for most of the gear, the item level scaling is just going to fucking destroy me. So... Unrelated question, okay, hold on. Yeah, I can't, it's so hard to do anything. Unrelated question, what's better, Enhancement or Ellie for Pandaria Remix? For Pandaria Remix, it does not matter. Probably Enhancement, just because there's more powers that synergize off melee for Pandaria Remix than ranged, so Enhancement. But like, genuinely, it doesn't matter, because Mop Remix is just so dumb, and balance in it is just non-existent. I got the 2 things I needed. Okay, nice. I'm not in combat with that mob. This is another great example, by the way. In War Within, you go into so many caves like this, where you can't mount up. Movement speed here is king. So high mobility, like ground classes like Monk, are super good, and having anything that boosts movement speed that can be used indoors would be really, really nice. Like, hell, even swiftness potions will be good for a situation like that. Monk probably won't need it, but other classes, it would be useful.
We'll meet you on the inside.
Opportunity to refresh food buff, because I have to sit through this roleplay anyway. I know they release LFR a bit later, and you read the story thing will be released even later than LFR. That's actually not the case, Defying Heavens. The story mode is released earlier than LFR. The story mode is available very, very, very early on, so people can do the campaign initially. The end wing of LFR that previously you needed to do for the story in like other expansions, that is released towards the end, but that has always been the case.
The machines must be preserved.
Vengeful Fire. Is that a trinket? That is a trinket. Huh. Oh, right, this quest. This one's fun.
Kobold built great city, big towers, lots of room. Many jobs too. Candle making, wax harvest, scrap salvage. Many. Used to be happy place. Now bullies and fear everywhere.
Looks like there's treasure nearby. And that means treasure hunters. Watch your back.
You mostly like WoW because you like PvE? Yeah. I mean, if you like, it depends on what PvE you like, right? Mythic Plus, hit or miss depending on who you ask. Raids, if you like Mythic raiding, I think you'll enjoy it. But obviously there's many, many different levels to raiding. The raid itself looks good, whether you're doing Mythic or not, I should note. But I will admit I probably am not the best gauge of whether or not heroic raiding would be fun, because in that sense, my approach to the game is just very different. Hey, come on. Okay, nice. That felt pretty good. Now I can grab this. So DKs are screwed? Well, that's actually one of the reasons why I think Rider of the Apocalypse might be good, assuming it's not, assuming it's not, like, significantly undertuned relative to Deathbringer. Because I know Sand Lane is, like, really, really, really strong. And obviously, for Blood, you're going Sand Lane. So I'm not entirely sure what it'll look like for the DPS. Okay, that was well timed. I don't know how I lived that. Yeah, survivability is definitely starting to be an issue, especially because so many of these mobs, they just fucking chuck shit at you. It's just like the most annoying type of mob that you can fight. And as a caster, obviously that kind of hinders Arcane's biggest strength, which is its ability to kite. But again, other specs wouldn't fare much better. So if anything, that just bodes poorly for caster specs in general.
And Reed swapped his beard polish for cinder brew. Lit up like a contemplating mayhem. Mixing the cinder brew with candle wax.
But yeah, man, imagine going into this expansion as an undergeared player is going to be so fucking awful with the way they've designed this. I have absolutely no fucking idea what they are thinking. I think I'm just dead, right? Yeah, I got to invis. This fucking sucks. This really sucks. And this, again, this is not arcane. This is the item level scaling. It's casters plus the fact that I'm effectively 30 overall item levels below what I should be because of how terribly the item level scaling is implemented in this expansion. It's really bad. I fat-fingered the opposite one too many times. I'm just switching it around. Yeah, like, look at that. I'm kiting and I'm getting, like, little fireballs chucked at me. There's literally nothing I can do to avoid that. That's just unavoidable. You just get fucked over damage. So... fuck you, basically. Fuck you, non-self-heal, non-tanky classes. I'm glad that I tried a caster run early on, because I don't think I would have realized until now, like, just how toxic some of this quest design is. Like, if you try to do a mass pull here and you aren't a self-heal class, you're just fucked. That is so brutal. Oh my god. I need to do this before they respawn. I'm just gonna quickly heal up. And yeah, I don't know what Resto Shaman is bugged on Remix means. I saw that earlier, forgot to respond. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. Is that's just an unavoidable stun. Actually, fuck right off. Okay, oh my god! Yeah, this sucks. This really sucks for casters. I mean, that is also not the first time in the questing process that, like, a mechanic has just knocked me into the air and interrupted whatever I'm doing. Again, really, 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 really toxic quest design. Because whenever they add stuff like that to random quest mobs, casters are already not that fast for leveling. Right, I forgot. I need to put on the stupid disguise. Yeah, there's also, like... there has been a surprising amount of quests or areas like this where there is incredibly dense mob packs of, like, 10 or more tiny mobs. And because Arcane Barrage, like, the bulk of Arcane's ability to kite, right, is you use Chrono Shift, which, amazing that this is now a PvP talent. That's... while I still have access to it, if you don't have War Mode, that actually really sucks, because that is one of the biggest things that made Arcane really nice. Because in traditional questing, you're not fighting that many mobs at once. You're fighting like a handful, up to like 5 to 8 big mobs within a small hub. And you can reliably keep them all slowed as you kite barely out of range with Chrono Shift and just, you know, Arcane Explosion, Arcane Barrage. But there have been so many little hubs so far this expansion that are just a million tiny guys that all do like little annoying things on you. Like here, look at how many little fucking mobs there are swarming around. It's just, that just makes Arcane's entire game plan much harder to pull off. Here, by the way, another great example of movement speed. This is literally just hold W, walk through this area. It happens a lot in the War Within questing route, which again is why I'm annoyed that if I don't have access to my speed set, that will really hinder me. Because here, speed set is like literally just raw time saved. It is not just quality of life. I also think it's interesting that relative to Dragonflight, like, don't get me wrong, the Dragonflight campaign is not fast by any means. There's multiple slow sections within it. But Dragonflight's campaign had some decently fast parts in it. Through and through, the War Within campaign is filled with extremely slow roleplay segments like this, to the point where I actually am not sure what the fastest leveling method will be at, like, for adventure mode. What the hell is this guy doing?
I am sorry for what has happened to your people. I understand what it feels like to watch your home slip away.
Yeah, so I'm not really sure what you'll do to level, because it's certainly not going to be the campaign. Because stuff like that is just almost a non-starter. It's so slow that it is just impossible for it to ever be efficient.
Let's see what bubbles up. We help new friends. Mama.
There's obviously some side quest chains that I think are good and will definitely be included in the final, like, adventure mode 70 to 80 route. But right now, I genuinely, like, couldn't even tell you. I don't know where I would begin on what the fastest way I'd level would be. I gotta do this stupid thing. Yeah, I kind of don't know where I would even start to put together a really good, like, end game 70 to 80 route. There's just nothing this expansion so far feels fast, like, at all.
Please proceed. Another interruption.
I'll speak with the council in Dornegal. They need to hear about this.
In the meantime, I want to investigate Tayloch. Something about those missing
Okay, there we go. So the initial roleplay from this quest can be a little bit slow, but it also looks like extra charcoal builds up as you go. Yeah. So that's pretty good. Okay, that's definitely worth doing then. That last quest I wasn't sure about because of the potential roleplay that it takes. But considering you can start it and then go back and do something else, that seems like... And it builds up, right? So you just run around, click a bunch of stuff. That's pretty good.
Someone didn't get the message. These are earthen resources.
So, yeah, Spellfrost Teachings. That's the really good one. That fires an arcane orb.
Well, out with it. While pictures here. What happened? This isn't one of your books.
What would I do?
Watch your step.
I guess out of everything I've seen, the one nice thing is that in War Within, at the very least, we do have the 25% bonus. So if I had to, without the 25% bonus, piece together a route that would cleanly get you from 70 to 80, that would just be miserable, because you just wouldn't. There isn't really a great way to do that. So
This looks like the
with 25% additional experience, there are maybe some things that you can do for leveling that would be not super bad. Nice, I finally got a staff upgrade. Let's, progress. In combat with random bullshit, I'm just gonna invis that off.
happened to everybody. We should see if anyone's in there.
get closer.
Hello? Someone there? I doubt it. The entrance is boarded up. Fewer workers, it would seem. Is it because the earthen are shutting down?
Okay.
Shutting down? Or disappearing?
What was I saying? Yeah, I think it would honestly just be a lot of side quest chains. That's the only thing that I can think now. So you do a shit ton of stuff in Isle of Dorn. Definitely a lot of stuff in Hollowfall. You probably ignore the vast majority of Ringing Deeps because it's still bugged and it doesn't scale. There's also, honestly, a good chance that, like, dungeon spamming just ends up being good just because of how bad all of the other methods are. But I'd have to see. I think once I get the 25% experience buff, I'll try to do a run that's just, like, only side quests. And we'll see how fast it is.
If anyone's in there. Did you hear something, Granda?
That's changing. It's changing.
Enough knocking, champion.
Delve spamming? Definitely not. So this is annoying. The, I'm locked into the... I guess I can still interact with, like, one or two things while I'm in here. Which, yeah, that's actually 6% per click on these little crystals. That's not too bad. Come on. Yep, I'm just trying to stand still. Almost gets me killed. Still. All of these mobs are casters. Why is every single one of these mobs a caster that spams Void Bolt? Are you fuck... Oh my god, this is... These are quests designed by somebody who did not fucking test it properly. Like, admittedly, be completely honest, until this run, I couldn't have even told you that it was this bad. But I also am not a quest designer. I'm just a tester, and I usually test with the stuff that I know is efficient. But this also makes me really wonder what the fuck they were thinking, making the item level scaling start at 408. That is kind of the biggest offender here. Because if you're a caster and you have it, like, gear from the next expansion, if you have, like, pre-patch event gear, this isn't going to feel that bad. But that feels really, really, really fucking bad. If you're starting off with what they intend for you to start off with. This is a template character. Like, Blizzard should be testing all of their leveling with these characters in mind. Because if this is what you are intentionally going to start players off with, then you better goddamn make sure that it works to a point where it's, like, reasonable. Because right now, this is not reasonable.
I see some valuable resources in the area. Get ready to grab them.
Frankly, I don't even know how I haven't died yet. Mythic difficulty questing. Honestly, tuning-wise, please fuck off. Please fuck off. I don't know if he was actually going to kill me or not, but it looked like he was about to. That would have really pissed me off. Unfortunately, he is directly behind me.
Change is coming, workers. Hordes of Skarden stir within the Hall of Awakening. Taylock could be next. Barricade your doors, but be not afraid. We will press on.
Yeah, I'm very scared. All it takes is one dude to be an asshole, and I'm rude. Also, there's so many Alliance players doing questing right now, it's actually wild. I don't think I've run into a single Horde player, and I've seen multiple Alliance. Shit.
I can taste the sounds. Revelation awaits.
Come on. They're like zigzagging past me.
The ringing. The ringing. We'll lock away. Deepest cavern. For
Alliance over Horde.
memory.
That's another thing. War mode on launch day is gonna be fucking annoying. I need to make sure, at the very least, it'll be server dependent, so... On Zul'jin, as long as I'm Horde, I should be fine. But every now and then, it's a pain. Like, I remember on Shadowlands launch, I got ganked, in Maldraxxus. It was really annoying.
Come on, we can't let that thing out of this cave. We were too late. How many times have I been too late?
God.
Puzzled? Wait, Grandad. Look in the water. I think that's a memory gem.
Okay, 506 item level. Yeah, now we're finally catching up, and that's like the weirdest part about this leveling process. It's the same thing on my Paladin, where when I was doing this in the Rep Paladin, the, yeah, try eating some buns, yeah, good idea, I should top up at this point.
It will perfect the your struggle, your suffering will be at an end.
What was I saying?
All will awaken because of
Yeah, like, towards the end of the questing process, once your item level balances out, because it skips from 400 item level to 500 item level in the course of, like, the first 4 levels. And then it only goes up by, like, 10 to 15 every single level. It's so bad. I have no idea why they did that. I forgot to put alter time on my bars, but I don't really have anywhere good. I'll throw it there. I can take Splinter Storm. Splinter Storm's pretty good. Then we're gonna take... Augury Abounds. And then we're gonna take Controlled Instincts. And I guess I should be using Displacement more often, I think. But... Jesus Christ. Okay, so... I need to remember this for later. Right here, Hearth to Gundergaz, that is like a massive time save. In fact, it would actually be faster for me to Hearth back to Dornegal and then go to Gundergaz. But just, that is something, these are the optimizations that I haven't gotten done with yet. But that is a very, very, very obvious time save right there. Or I forget. Obviously losing like 30 seconds because I started going in the wrong direction. But Portal NPC, Portal NPC, Portal Trainer, Portal Trainer. Surely there's a Portal Trainer somewhere. I mean, it could just be the case of... Are you fucking joking with me right now? Hello? The portal to Stormwind isn't... Can't actually click on it? Like... I'm a hard character. Alright. That's just... I'm actually just being a little bit stupid right now. In my defense, it's 2 in the morning. Okay. We're fine. Where's the portal to Dornegal? Does it not teach you the Dornegal portal? Like, at all? Hello? I guess not. That's very strange. Yes, thank you, Chori, for reminding me that I'm horrid. Yeah, I have no idea where the portal trainer is supposed to be. Let me wowhead that. But it's definitely not in the obvious spots. I really hope that it just doesn't exist, because if there is a portal trainer, well, I should correct that. I would rather it exists, but at this point, I hope it doesn't exist. Because if it does exist and Blizzard stuffed it in some, like, fuck-off corner of the city, then that's really annoying. Portal to Dornegal. Okay, it exists, but loading. Jesus, wowhead's slow.
Enough talking. The High Speaker will answer for his crimes. To the Earthen Works.
Okay, wowhead doesn't tell me where to learn it. Alright, I have no idea. Maybe if you ask one of the guards? I don't know. This is the innkeeper.
Keep busy.
Wait, really?
Do you need something?
There's actually a mage-specific quest for that. That's actually kind of cool. Okay, well, mages definitely just get free 6k XP, because you can just pre-conjure that. It's on the room with the Orgrimmar and Stormwind portal. Where?
The work continues.
That's where I assumed it would be, because that's where it should be. Also, what quest is this? Is this just a... Yeah, that's just a renown thing. Because I looked earlier, when I was there, obviously, that's the main room that I checked. Because that's where it normally is. So if it actually is there, maybe I'm just blind, or I just somehow looked in the only spots it isn't.
We require reform. Moira informed us of the situation. We're ready to help.
Why? Fucking... Okay. This time I deliberately waited around, and the quest took forever to actually pop up. It literally wasn't until I flew away that the quest was available.
Speaker detected. The High Speaker warned us about you.
Alright, how much you want to bet every single one of these mobs is going to have a spammable cast? Yep, throw gear. I mean... I do realize that that just directly fucks over casters, right? Like, that just completely fuck... Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, look at my damage procs. Dude, my fucking mirror images just randomly killed that Death Knight. Oh my god, I didn't mean to do it.
Sorry that happened.
Wait, oh. Oh, never mind. I'm pretty sure that level 80 Warlock killed him. Dude, I was so confused. I was like, how did I just erase that random fucking Death Knight? I didn't even target him. What the fuck? I feel bad for him. I'm worried, like, I hope that he knows that that wasn't me. Like, even I thought it was me at first. Shit. A YouTube video says it's by the entrance to the left. I could have sworn I checked there, but I guess I'll look again. Bro probably just logged. I mean, that's definitely unfortunate. And I just... Okay, that's like, yeah, free completion. Can I do these? Oh, I can click on them while mounted. That's... Oh, that's a really fast way to do this. I don't want to fight him. Yeah, I think my arcane splinters are just fucking firing off at anything standing nearby. Also, it definitely seems like interacting with friendly earthen is better for completing this objective. Especially because you could do it while mounted. How am I liking War Within so far? I'm not. I think it's a pretty mediocre expansion.
Bryn, I don't know what to believe anymore. My efficiency is impaired. Take my access key.
Don't kill me, please. Okay. I do think it's wild that your arcane splinters and shit just will automatically lock on to random players and just effectively frame you for murder.
The will of the High Speaker. Suffer for your hubris.
Because if I was that Death Knight, I wouldn't know any better. I would just see like a version of me attacking and shooting things. Meanwhile, it's my fucking mirror images framing me.
The High Speaker will hear of this.
And just quickly get rid of all this shit so it's easier to sort through my bags later. That is an upgrade. Nice. You love the warband feature? I mean, the warband feature is definitely nice, right? Don't get me wrong. But the warband feature alone cannot carry an expansion. I think it's just okay. I do not put much weight into it. Because I'm, like, I should also note that there's a lot of stuff about warbands that I just think are poorly implemented. I think the general idea of it and the quality of life stuff with it is cool. But visually speaking, it's a total fucking mess. So I actually find the entire thing a little bit annoying. In my opinion, basically, it's not a universal positive. So I think when one of the only major features of your expansion is kind of just like half-assed, and you can tell that very little effort was put into making it actually look good, that's not a good sign. Jesus, what is this hitbox? Look at this shit. I hate this quest so much. Okay. Yeah. Another thing is, like, well, obviously, as somebody who levels a shit ton of characters, you know, I'm sure that, you know, I would agree with you that it is nice having all of that stuff shared. That is cool. But think about it this way, right? As an overall expansion, warbands effectively do very little for one of the biggest audiences in WoW, namely new players. Because a new player is going to get absolutely fuck all out of the warband feature. Hope the dungeons and raids will be good. Dungeons I can't speak too much to. I've heard mixed opinions, mostly good. Raids I think are good, which is the only reason I'm, like, somewhat excited for the expansion, right? Because I know every single time I say that, I know for a fact that, you know, that I think War Within isn't very good. People are going to be like, then why do you play it? And it's like, obviously I played the game for Mythic rating. If the entire expansion looked complete shit, and even Raid looked complete shit, I would be like really, 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 really worried. But at the very least, the Raid looks pretty good. So there's that.
Those bombs have enough firepower to destroy the turrets.
Okay, there we go. Warbands are for old players. Tabs are crazy expensive. Yeah, that's another, like... I absolutely despise Blizzard putting gold sinks behind, like, quality of life stuff. That is just insane to me. Keep gold sinks to mounts and pets and stuff like that. The fact that heirlooms, bank tabs, etc. are meant to be gold sinks is just... what the fuck? That is just so bad. So... I didn't even think of that, but you are absolutely correct. That is a really bad part about it. Liz just being lazy? Yeah. It's the Pocket Hunter all over again, true. Hello, Boominer. Good to see you.
We're near a stone vault. That's where the dormant earth are stored.
And if those earthen away from the scabbard.
Get those doors open, lad. And fast.
I think I want to swap one talent now, right? Yes, now I want to run Volatile Magic, because now I will actually trigger Splinter Storm and manually remove it. So that's one thing that I actually think is worth switching. I also think at this point, it's no longer worth running Supernova. Oh, while Supernova's on cooldown.
Proper alignment of the runes should open the way.
For the other mobs, I see. It's going to be one of those situations where they get stuck up top. What are they doing up here? It's because fucking Bran is stuck up there. Or Magni, I mean. There we go.
I've got it. We can proceed.
How little effort they put... Oh, look at the pre-patch event, how little effort they put into it and then completely changed it after bad feedback. The problem, even worse, Full Piano, they changed it to be better after feedback, and then once they got all of, like, the good PR from it, of people praising them for listening, they just, like, stealth nerfed it and made it really slow again. It's still better than it was before the changes, but they got so much praise, and then the moment that, like, 24 hours had passed after all the praise, they're just like, okay, now we can nerf it to be, like, fucking miserable. So, it's just depressing the way that they do things. Yeah, I don't know if you've tried it within the past few days, but all of the elite mobs just have way too much health. The event takes a really fucking long time to complete. It sucks, basically. Okay, it looks like they have fixed this quest. This time I intentionally tried to burn it down quickly just to see if it was addressed. Nice. Okay, yeah, it is fixed. That's why you went from spamming Ragnaros in 3 to 4 minutes to 12 to 20 minutes? Yep. Exactly. It got massively nerfed. You face hop for the boss kills? Well, if you're leveling, the boss kills are actually the worst part. If you're trying to farm endgame gear, then yeah, face hopping is good for that. But because of how much health the bosses have, the fastest way to do it now is just to spam the little generic events. And to ignore Northrend. Just whenever Northrend is the active one, just don't even waste your time with it.
You would have us all live as Spartans.
Better to live as a Spartan than die as an Earthling.
Or just, well, yeah, exactly. Level in Panda Remix. That's the big one. Too many elites in Northrend? Well, for starters, so all zones have the same amount of elites. It's not that Northrend has more.
The High Speaker has ruled for as long
It's that the elites in Northrend tend to take longer, and more importantly, the other like generic events that you do because they're efficient, those ones are pretty slow in Northrend. Nice. Buy that. Now at least I'm 480. I think I've replaced almost every single piece of gear that I started off with. That's good. Just such a painful leveling process.
I am the High Speaker.
Well, I'm listening.
I will always try.
But we had no access to the core way. And helping another culture.
Thorum in Dragonblight would be like 1 minute, now it's 10. Yeah. You can do those in a raid group, makes it fast. It still isn't fast, though. It's faster than if you did it outside of a raid group. But it isn't fast. It's still slow relative to other stuff. Because even if the boss takes 2 minutes, it's still slow. Let's see if we can do this. Oh, the tech! Oh, the fucking tech! Oh, let's go. Altar time. Easiest fucking 12k experience in my life. Yeah, okay, so if you can do it with Altar Time, you could definitely do it with Transcendence then. That is so fucking good. Let's fucking go. And to think, last stream somebody said to me in chat, that is the single worst quest in the entire zone. Clearly, they do not know the tech. That quest is definitely good. I mean, honestly, though, even doing it the super slow way, it's not even that bad. But the fact that you can just, like, blast that quest super quickly makes it really good. Do it again, I blinked. Yeah, what was our damage breakdown there? That was just Arcane Barrage? Jeez. It's interesting how, like, I think compared to some of the other talents, Spellslinger takes a little bit longer to come online. But once you have, like, this kit, and it gets even better with Augury Abounds, because that guarantees you get a Splinter Storm every single time you use Arcane Surge. And then this causes Arcane Orb to, like, deal massive splash damage. Once you get all of these, Spellslinger really, really, really comes online. But at this point, it's already, I think, pretty good, but it's definitely the strongest out of all of them. Like, I looked at Sun Fury, Sun Fury, and it just looks extremely underwhelming. You get, like, some flat stat effects, which just traditionally, that's not very useful for leveling, just a few random fuck-off stat bonuses. And you summon, like, a pet that does, like, a little Convoke the Spirits. It casts an exceptional spell. But there's just no way that that is better than this. Higariako said I wasn't looking to it again. Yeah. Dull Gemstone. Where did I get that quest for the Dull Gemstones? Okay. Okay, game. Okay. Fucking random ass gas sample just knocks me into the air. That's all for... We only do these two, we don't do the other one. But yeah, those quests are worth... That's, oh, that's a world quest, the Dull Gems thing. Okay. If you do it in a raid group, it's more likely that people follow tag, increase boss HP, and AFK. Yeah, exactly. That's why I was, you know, I didn't elaborate, but Chori is correct. Those are the reasons why I agree it would not be faster in a raid group. It doesn't really matter. And, like, the thing is, if you're in a raid group, and even if you don't have people in your raid who are tagging it and going AFK, that doesn't stop random low-level players from tagging it and going AFK. And I'll be completely honest, I usually tag it and go AFK because as a low-level character, you can't do any realistic damage to it. So what else are you supposed to do? Okay, that's the Delve quest. Just skip boss then, hop from raid group to raid group doing the events. Yeah, the problem is it's too difficult to find raids. And like, the other biggest issue, Volpiano, is if you're trying to level with it, you actually aren't allowed to use the pre-made groups feature until level 50. So if you want to try to hop raid groups, you would need to join the raid group on a higher level character, either have a friend do it or get a second account, and then you would have to join the raid group first and then invite yourself. It's just a massive pain in the ass. Now, that being said, it's still worth joining a raid group in the first place, for sure, but it's already a bit of a slog to, like, have to get somebody to invite you to the raid, so it would just lose you time doing it. Usually, when I was doing it, I just kind of AFK'd the events, right? And then, whenever the boss was up, I just tagged it and then made coffee or something. Or, when I streamed it for a little bit before I got extremely bored, I played the Blingtron Circuit tutorial, and I got to, like, level 10 or something in the time that it took the people to kill Onyxia. So. Yeah, that AoE Arcane Missiles is definitely good. I'm not 100% sure about everything in my builds, but I can say with absolute certainty, AoE Arcane Missiles is super good. Oh, Kagari clipped something? What's that clip? Was that when, like, the random steam vent shot me into the air? Because, yeah, that was a little bit troll. Yeah, okay, that is what it is. Yeah. I wasn't sure, but based on the name of the clip, I figured. Can I mount up? No, it immediately puts me in combat. My best bet then... I think instead of fighting the guys up in the walls, while there is good clusters of mobs, I'm effectively forced to kill these guys anyway. What the fuck? That was just Arcane Surge? Jesus. I feel like Details has to be wrong. I don't think Arcane Surge did all that damage. Because a bunch of, like... I'm pretty sure those were Arcane Splinters that fired off. And that seemed to just shred the health of those mobs. Maybe I'm wrong. But I feel like my Spellslinger procs are what did all the damage there. I don't know, though. Bosses now take too damn long? Yeah. Yeah, like, oh my god, look at that! I didn't even press, like, buttons half the time and shit just died. Yeah, that was like, look at... It's hard to see in the damage breakdown because it's split up across so many different things. But there was the regular Arcane Splinters, then the embedded Arcane Splinters is when it exploded. Because after it hits 8, I get a Splinter Storm. It detonates all my Splinters. And then also, whenever I use, or whenever, like, I send Splinters, it has a chance to fire off an Arcane Orb, and I got a free Arcane Orb after I Arcane Orbed and Arcane Barrage, so I think I had, like, 3 Arcane Orbs firing off at once. This quest I know people were saying is really buggy. Fucking more people here. Okay, let's check. Is this quest still bugged? Yes. So, the last time I did this, I had to abandon, fly out here. Also, I'm gonna have to abandon all the delve quests. Just bear with me as I abandon all this stuff, because it's clogging my, stuff. Also, one little neat thing in War Within, see this little stream? When you're in here, it counts as you flying really fast on your mount. So if you stay within this little stream, you get the super fast mount boost without having to spend any vigor. Neat little little thing there.
Are we Arathi are consecrated in the sacred flame? Do not leave my people on the field.
Okay, it's still not working. Maybe I need to just fly out without abandoning the quest. Man. Yeah. This quest gave us issues the other day. Is this guy gonna try and kill me? Why are we doing this, buddy? What? I don't know if he's gonna try and kill me or not, so like I don't know what to do. Oh, maybe he's asking me. Oh, I think I know what's happening. I think he's wondering why the quest isn't working. Yeah. He's wondering what's going on here. He's having the same exact issue I am. Yeah, somebody told me the other day that they ran into this issue again. And I suggested that they do what I recommended and fly out and back in, because that fixed it the last time I did this run. And they told me it didn't work, and I assumed they just did it wrong, because a lot of times that's what happens. But it looks like it's even more broken today than it was before, because nothing is working. So, I guess we just... I'm gonna kill the Nerubians, and what I'm hoping is somehow killing all of them will fix it. I don't know how, but maybe it will. Nope. Yeah, obviously, if the campaign is bricked again, then I don't know. I guess we just can't continue. This launches in, like, a few weeks, by the way. Just in case you forgot. This is not ready for release. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. This expansion is actually... Like, if you wonder why I always say this is going to flop colossally hard if they don't delay it, this is one of many reasons. This expansion desperately needs a delay, and as always, Blizzard is not going to give it one. Let's try again. Flying out. Flying back in. Does that fix it? Now that I've killed all the mobs. No, it is broken. Let's try turning off war mode. It's a long shot, but I mean at this point, either the campaign is bricked. I'm also going to pause the timer, because obviously this is, like, fucked. Release ready. Actually, let's double check. Maybe I just need to fly out of the subzone, but stay within. Again, I forget what it was that fixed it.
We Arathi are consecrated in the sacred flame. Do not leave my people on the field.
Maybe if I turn in this quest, does that fix it? Nope. Alright, let's try leaving, abandoning the quest here, doing that, and then flying back.
Arathi are consecrated in the sacred flame.
Nope, that doesn't work either. Alright, let's try turning off war mode. Maybe that fixes it. But that is obviously the only other solution I can think of. It has nothing to do with add-ons. It has absolutely nothing to do with add-ons. Do you want to know how I also know that? Because all those other people are running into the same issue, and because I even said earlier this week, somebody told me that they experienced the same exact problem. So, if it was just a me thing, then sure. But do you know the odds of me and 2 other random people having the exact same add-ons that are causing that problem? Also, add-ons would not cause that issue.
The orphans of Merodar have been asking to play with you again. I think they'd appreciate it if you visited them.
This is not a rest area. It's literally a fucking inn.
Get the zoomies and misbehave. Take one for a run before
Christ,
they-
Blizzard. Jesus fucking Christ, Blizzard. How hard is it to flag inns as rest areas?
They have a story to tell.
Fucking incompetent bozos. I'm just so fucking tired of this shit. Half the inns in Dragonflight also weren't flagged as rest areas, because this is not the first time I've had that issue. Release candidate, baby, yeah. Fucking Christ, dude. We might have to play Elder Scrolls Online for the next 2 years.
The
Yep.
orphans of Merodar have been asking to play with you again. I think they'd appreciate it if you visited them.
Let me just scroll up real quick, because I missed a few messages. You haven't looked if it's the case, but marksmanship should get an arcane archer talent that lets you summon a bow with temporary arcane abilities. That sounds cool. There's a bunch of Hearthstone cards themed around that. You'll give them this, the zones look beautiful? Yeah, that's true. People still think it's good because they see the changes to boss HP as a good change since they can now reach the objectives before they finish. Well, yeah. The problem is a lot of people were probably already leveling really slowly before, no matter what. So now, fundamentally, it doesn't change anything for them. Man. Art team always carries the game. True that. I will say, the art team, you know, obviously Hollowfall is good, but up until now, I was starting to get a little bit unimpressed by their performance. Dragonflight left me feeling a little bit underwhelmed. It looks like it's still broken. I'll obviously try the same thing again on non-war mode, see if that fixes it. And I'm also going to check the beta forums and just see if anybody has discovered a solution. Still broken. Jesus. Yeah, give me a second. I'm gonna check. Yeah, okay, there's a post about it. The main quest Rekindled Memories cannot complete because the NPCs are not clickable. Edit, I was able to complete the quest War Mode on. This was 4 days ago. Now keep in mind, a few days ago I was also able to finish. According to people, it's still bugs in war mode on off, so apparently it has nothing to do with... It's something to do with the phasing, but... Somebody said, try disabling all add-ons, logging out and back in. People are having success progressing this in war mode. War mode somewhat works. The quest still bugs out in war mode. Someone was able to get 3 out of 6 in war mode. Somebody else tried getting invited to a different shard, doesn't work. Somebody tried in war mode on and off, doesn't work either. Bugged for me, bugged for me, bugged for me. Yep. Lots of other people saying it's bugged for them. Art team carries most MMOs, TBH, yeah. One interesting comment. So it looks like the overwhelming response on this forum thread is that it's just bugged for everybody. However, there was a single comment that said individual NPCs were interactable for them, like some specific ones worked while others didn't. So I'm going to check every single one just to see. For the record, by the way, it is absolutely unacceptable that every single patch a different campaign quest has been bugged. That's not okay. They need to get their fucking shit together. I'm really fucking tired of this. This is not okay. Leveling has just been, like, and I've had so many people, the amount of, like, just look at my Discord. Obviously, you don't get notifications when people leave a random YouTube comment on my videos. Fucking spider again. Every other day I get a YouTube comment on, like, some video asking if I have a guide for 70 to 80 leveling or whatever. Now, I will say, I am kind of surprised because, like, even if it was working, I wouldn't have a guide out this early. I normally post my guides closer to expansion launch. But a lot of people are wondering why I haven't been doing testing. Or I get, like, you know, people joining my Discord asking if there's been anything put together yet. And it's like, no. And pretty much everybody else who does leveling testing hasn't been able to as well. Because every other week, some new shit on the beta is broken that prevents you from doing testing. Holden's IRL title, Friend of Spiders. Well, I just murdered him, so I don't really think he considers me a friend. Let's try turning war mode back on and coming here again and seeing if that fixes it. If not, then I give up. I guess. Then I give up. That's really annoying, man. No matter what, I'm gonna have to do editing on this run now. Debating what I want to do. So my Hearthstone's still on fucking cooldown. Are there any Nerubian tunnels that lead us down to Hollowfall quickly? The problem is, at this point, like, we're how many weeks away from the expansion launching? I can't afford to just not do 70 to 80 test runs for yet another week and wait for Blizzard to get their shit together. I need to get testing done. I need to finish my guides. It's insane. Galdino02, subscribe with Prime. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Fingers crossed this works, but I'm not expecting it to. Nope. Man, and this is... Bricked quest. I don't particularly want to just, like, run around and experiment with, like, different side quests just on this character. Can do that on a different run and, like, try to find the fastest non-campaign, but at this point, I wouldn't even get any real valuable testing data out of that. Fuck me. Man. Yeah, like if I do another run where I just don't do the campaign, which I'll probably do after I get to the 20% experience buff run. At that point...
The orphans of Merodar have been asking to play with you again. I think they'd appreciate it if you visited them.
Yeah, obviously I'm just kind of in a tough spot here. I guess we hope that this gets fixed in, like, Tuesday or Wednesday's build, and this is testable again. If I had known this was broken, I obviously wouldn't have started this run. Because somehow I managed to progress it on my Paladin. I don't remember exactly what I did to fix it. I could go back and check, but I'm pretty sure I've already tried whatever it is that I tested, and it's just broken here. Which, yeah, just puts me in a relatively tough spot at the moment. Let me think. Right now, I guess I'm just kind of debating whether I really want to start another speedrun. After all this, hello, Stevie baby. Good to see you. Yeah, so I'm obviously not going to start another 70 to 80 run, so it's basically 70 to bug speedrun. No. That's not what I meant. I more so mean, like, I could do a... Yeah, I'm debating it. I mean, I was planning on... The problem is, it's like, I was still planning on streaming for multiple additional hours, at least, like, 2 to 3 hours, to finish this run. But I probably wasn't going to stream for another 5 hours, and I don't know exactly how long it would take me to level 10 to 70. Like, effectively, I guess, how do I put this? The debate is, do I level the Enhancement Shaman, the run that I promised before, from 10 to 70, do that now? Do I do something else that isn't 70 to 80 testing, or do I don't know. What was that thing that you wanted me to test that one time, Chori? of like professions, I think. Some can you get professions at low levels? I don't know if you ever managed to test that on your own. And the problem is tomorrow I have Kata raid, so I'm not going to be able to do the 10 to 70 test run. It was more for profession values. Gotcha. That's that. I probably should have just done the 10 to 70 fucking enhancement shaman run today. Since they give 2 levels at 60 to 70, gotcha. Yeah, there's a quest that's broken. Rekindled Memories, the one that I have over here. It's just bricked and you can't continue the campaign. So I'm kind of debating what I want to do. I think the problem is overall right now, the only thing that I could realistically do would be a 10 to 70 the enhancement shaman speedrun. But do I still have that character in the beta? Campaign quests are still broken, that's sad. Yeah. I hate so much that this is not a rested area despite being an inn. Fucking Christ. It's just so unpolished. Let's just swap over to the mage. And I'm not gonna get the timer set up from the previous run. I think we were at like 3 hours or something. I just saw Cam1862 just asked, have I done much mage testing in the War Within? You're in luck. You are in luck. You joined the stream at the right time, my friend. I have done a little bit up to 75, and we're about to do the other 5 levels. So, there you go. You seem quite negative about WoW at the moment, which given you play it so much seems odd unless you're burnt out. Well, I did just get done saying earlier, outside of the things that I do, like for mandatory things for videos, like the leveling guides, or the things that I do actually play for fun, I am 100% planning on scaling back the extra stuff that I do within WoW within this next expansion. So I'm not necessarily getting burnt out so much as I'm just kind of frustrated by Blizzard's decisions, and I don't want to spend time doing stuff in this game that I don't like 100% enjoy. That being said, there are things in this game that I do enjoy. Mainly raiding. So I play this game for mythic raiding. I play this game for raiding in general. Like I play Cataclysm Classic and I raid in Cataclysm Classic and retail. And I really enjoy Cataclysm raiding too. I just leveled up a brand new fucking Blood DK. Please don't kill me. I hope he's not dismounting so he can kill me. He's dismounting so he can kill me. Why are you like this? Why are you like this, dude? Why would you do this to yourself? Look what you've done. Now you're gonna die to the guards. You can't even... Why? Why? What did this accomplish? Oh, Jesus Christ. Alright. Do you want to attack me again? Do you want to try again? Round 2, maybe apologize? He slash laughs at me. Okay. Alright, sure, buddy. Sure, dude. Fucking hell. Like, whatever. And so, Cam, to answer your question, the spec that I recommend for mage leveling is this spec. Arcane Spellslinger. I've asked, basically what I've been doing is I've been asking a lot of people who are knowledgeable about given specs to like test various combinations for me that they think have potential to be good. And for mage, every single mage that I've talked to that has tested leveling has told me Arcane Spellslinger, without a doubt, the best one. And based on my testing so far, they are correct. It is definitely the best of the mage specs for leveling. It's pretty good. The warband stuff benefits players like you, like yourself immensely. Yes, that's a huge buff to you. I mean, yeah, I guess. I don't know if I would say buff is the right way to describe it. It's like, you know, it's just shared stuff across my account. It's good quality of life for sure. But that's about it. I'm also not like a very big collector though, so it's not quite as big for me as you may think. Because I don't really care too much about that stuff. Let me poly this guy and then just get at the burrow. What am I in combat with? Okay, come on. I think I can interact with this before they hit me. Oh, come on. What am I taking damage from? Just gonna invis. But yeah, I guess, yeah, Edo TV, just to finish answering your question. The trick to, like, not getting burnt out with WoW, or at least to enjoying WoW even when you are burnt out, is to play the stuff that you want to play, and not play the stuff that you don't want to play. Now, admittedly, WoW has definitely been in a better position overall. Like, frankly, I actually think Cataclysm is a much more overall enjoyable experience than modern WoW is. Whenever I am playing Cataclysm Classic, I'm genuinely, like, having more fun moment to moment than I usually do in retail. That doesn't mean that I hate every single second that I play in retail, but I do know that WoW has had the potential over the years to be even better. And obviously, Cataclysm isn't even when WoW peaked, right? There have been times when WoW is even better than it is in Cata. So, it can be so much better than this, which is why I complain, because I have seen WoW when it's at its best, and I want it to be back there again. But for now, you know, I play the stuff that I enjoy, I ignore the stuff I don't. Arcane is best. If you don't know, you can go Frost. I mean, I'm not an Arcane expert by any means, and it's not very hard to figure out Arcane. And I would not recommend Frost, I'm going to be completely honest. Frost is traditionally not an amazing leveling spec. It's not bad, but it is far more turrety, and the main thing that Frost has going for it is that it can kite. The thing is, Arcane can do that, but Arcane kites while moving. Frost has to kite while, like, stopping, slowing, then moving, then stopping, slowing. And the biggest issue by far with War Within leveling, especially for casters, and especially for under-geared casters, is that the mobs in, like, 99% of quest hubs have shit tons of unavoidable, spammable ranged attacks, like web bolts and shit, that they'll just chuck at you. And it is such a massive pain in the ass. It is so annoying, because I can't really kite as Arcane. I can do this, right? But there's so many areas where no matter how much I kite, I'm still just going to get my health whittled down by random unavoidable ranged hits. So self-healing classes or melee that have, like, really strong defensive abilities end up being so much better. Nothing better than Mass Pull, Frozen Orb, or Blizzard Comet Storm. I mean, I'm not, like, again, I'm not saying Frost is bad, but there are, like, a million things better than what you just described. I'm sorry. Frost just is not as good as you think it is. I'd encourage you to try other stuff. Arcane can literally do the exact same thing while moving. And Arcane has significantly better single target within the exact same build. And again, these are just within Mage, right? There are multiple other specs outside of Mage that do infinitely better large target AoE pulls. You know, if you want to play Frost, but if you're asking me what the best spec is, I'm telling you what the best spec is, and it sure as shit is not Frost. Sorry, Frost enjoyers. For leveling. Doesn't mean it's bad. Also doesn't mean that historically it wasn't sometimes the best spec for leveling. It has, at times, been the best spec. Right now, it is not. Comet or Blizz Cone Comet again, no pack survives that, and then yeah, what about the next pack, right? And also, what if you need to move? What if a mob knocks you back in the middle of all that? Like, at the very least, Arcane can stay moving for most of its stuff. It does have Arcane Surge, which again, stuff like this makes it a little bit more annoying. But being able to kite with, say, channelable Arcane Missiles while moving is infinitely better than anything else. And I'm not the only one saying this. I know a lot of mages who agree that Arcane is, without a doubt, the best mage leveling spec. You already said Arcane is better. Okay, yeah. I mean, I'm just looking at chat. I don't remember exactly who said what in different discussions.
Look, those Nerubians are fleeing.
Not fleeing, advancing. They destroy our air dogs.
You've done Fire until 75-ish, and it was okay. Fire is fine. The problem with Fire is that Spellslinger is without a doubt the best hero talent tree, especially for leveling. I can't speak to endgame content, but Sun Fury is just really underwhelming for leveling. And I haven't tried Frostfire, but I've heard it's like not the best for leveling. But getting like free damage procs is just exactly what you want for a leveling setup. So I would argue that like behind Spellslinger Arcane, Frost Spellslinger is probably the next best, just because Spellslinger is very good. But that's kind of Fire's biggest issue. It's not bad, and it's still going to be better than a lot of other classes for leveling. But it struggles a little bit. The other thing is, Fire's survivability has always been one of its weakest points. And I just got done saying how survivability on pulls in this expansion can be a little bit tricky as a caster. I completely whiffed that Arcane Orb. And now another thing is, of course, if you are super duper geared, like if you're, I hate that this overlaps with, the world quest, so it's hard to tell what I need to grab. If you are really, really, really good at, or really geared, I mean, from the current season, then survivability probably won't be a major issue for you no matter what. But this is going to be disproportionately affecting lower item level players. You are just going to get demolished on certain pulls as a caster. 0 to 50 boars killed, be Blood DK, for example, pull 50 boars done. Well, yes, at the same time, Blood DK is generally not the best leveling spec, because Blood DK will kill all 50 of those boars in one pull. That is true. However, Blood DK will take ages to do it. Blood DK is getting a lot better in leveling in War Within, though, with a lot of its changes, especially thanks to Sand Lane, which is a very, very, very powerful hero talent tree. Honestly, Deathbringer's not bad either. But Sand Lane is really, really nice. I need... Shit, I didn't get a drop from that. I need one more keg of black powder. And just round up these mobs. I can ban the view bot. You're currently 528 item level in retail. Any idea what item level you'll start, or what level you'll start replacing gear? Ballpark like 77. The thing about it is, if you have optimized retail gear, where is this last powder keg? Oh my god. Must be like all the way over here. If you have really optimized gear in retail, you're not going to replace a lot of it for a while, because keep in mind that like your tier bonus is going to be worth a lot of item level. At no point during the leveling process will you replace your tier bonus if you have like Mythic Awakened Raid tier bonus. Because that's what? 528 item level? And the highest item level you're going to get by the end of the process is like 540. And even if you manage to get full 540 gear in all 4 tier slots, most tier bonuses, there are some exceptions where like it's worthless and you probably will replace it, but most tier bonuses you're probably not going to replace until you reach max level. Some tier bonuses you won't even replace until like well into max level. It's going to last you through like the early gearing process. So those are 4 slots you won't replace. It's highly unlikely that you're going to replace any of your trinkets while leveling, because if you're farming bullion and you're getting your best in slot trinkets, like, at least so far, I have yet to encounter a trinket during questing where it looks so good that I would want to use it over Manic Grief Torch or something like that. So that is never going to be replaced. There's a lot of other items, like, for instance, Aeronog Ring. You're probably not going to replace Aeronog Ring, because if you have something that can trigger it, unless you get something that's like 20 item levels right at the very end, you're not going to replace it. You wouldn't drop Aeronog Ring for 5-10 item levels, basically. When killing 1 to 2 mobs, don't Arcane Barrage. The reason I'm Arcane Barraging a lot of times is because I'm rounding them up. Arcane Barrage is instant cast, Arcane Blast is not. So I'm not like trying to kill them by using Arcane Barrage. I'm just tagging them with Arcane Barrage. Then once I get a bunch of them together, then I do like Arcane Orb, then like an AoE Arcane Barrage, which is definitely faster than single targeting them down one by one with Arcane Blast. Hello, Werewolf44. Good to see you. I need to get this guy. Where can I find my video about leveling in the pre-patch events? Good question. Let me just kill these mobs, and then I will link it. Thanks for the info, no problem. That applies to most slots. So the only slots that you'll sometimes replace, Edo TV, is like anything that has literally no bonus effect. Like, I mean, even Cloak, you have Sark Cloak, right, from Bullion. What's something that, like, you literally have nothing for? If you don't have an embellishment on, like, your belt, bracers, or boots, basically, and you get a slightly higher item level piece, you may replace it at, like, level 77 or 78. I did not get past Ghost of a Company Town. It's still bugged. I started this character last week, and then I hit the quest over here, the Tinderboxes quest. That was broken, so I had to stop this character last week. And with this reset, they fixed that quest, and then they broke the one in the Ringing Deeps. So I was already past it. That's the one nice thing about it. And let me get you the link to that video. It's on my main channel, the pre-patch one. It's actually doing pretty well. Damn. All right. Lots of comments, actually. Let me just quickly read this stuff. Not sure about the tagging. You think you're getting XP while just being there on your mount. You still get XP from the event itself, but you only get the bonus mob kill XP if you tag. You stay OP in Remix until blah, 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 blah. While, yes, you absolutely can solo level yourself in Remix without a level 20 Twink, you will never remotely reach their power level on your own while leveling up. Level 20 Twinks can one-shot dungeon bosses and clear most heroics in 30 to 45 seconds. That's what enables 1 to 2 hour 10 to 70 runs, but Mop Remix is still fast even without that. Great detailed info. Okay, nice comment, just saying he liked the video. How to not die on Hakar, kill its ads, then stand in the green zone. Yeah, that guy doesn't understand the problem. Just making sure I read all of this. The warband map. Man, one person's like trying to argue in the comments that Mop Remix is still faster even if you don't have a level 20 Twink, which, like, Mop Remix is still fast if you don't have a level 20 Twink. But, like, he's kind of missing the point because I'm saying that you can level up in 1 to 2 hours in Mop Remix with a 20 Twink, which is true, you can. And it's like, yeah, sure, you don't need to use your 20 Twink, but at that point you may as well use the pre-patch event because it's the exact same time and it's just easier. My entire reason for advocating for Mop Remix for certain people is, like, if you plan on leveling a shit ton of characters, the speed with level 20 Twinks saves you time in the long run, but otherwise, there's no point. Anyways, let me link the video. Sorry that, I don't know why you weren't able to find it. Was it not shown on the main YouTube channel? Let me double check that real quick. I guess it's technically, you know what I'm going to do? Just to make it easier for people to find, I'm going to make a new playlist for War Within pre-patch, and then I'm specifically going to add all of, like, the really relevant videos from Mop Remix and stuff to that playlist. So that playlist will basically be the #1 thing on the front page of my channel right now. And it'll be like a centralized playlist of information for all of the relevant guides at this exact moment in time. Okay. Yeah, let's put some, like, Dragonflight catch-up stuff in there. That video should go there. Season 4 raid guide, I think that goes there. That's a good one. And where's that? There we go. And then all the Mop Remix videos, of course. And yeah, that should be good. And then customization, ads section, single playlist, War Within pre-patch, and then I'll drag that to the top of my front channel page. And then let's go to... Did I link the video? I linked the video. Yeah. Oh, sorry, I missed that. Gritty78 subscribed with Prime. Thank you so much. Sorry, I was tabbed over to my YouTube channel page when you subscribed. I missed that. And then I'm going to playlists, War Within pre-patch, edit on YouTube. And then let's drag and drop this stuff into an order that displays well on the main page. How do we want to do this? Let's go, obviously, the leveling comparison video first. Then let's do catch-up guide. And then the Mop Remix leveling guide. Then I'll do the super fast Mop Remix leveling run. Then the Awakened raid guides. Then the 2 Chromie time runs. Then what to spend your bullion on. And I'll put the ban video in there at the bottom so people see it if they click on the playlist. And let's just check my channel. How does that look? Yep, there we go. So now if you go to my main channel page, the first subsection on the front page there is War Within pre-patch, and the first video on there should be what's the fastest way to level in pre-patch, along with a few other miscellaneous helpful topics for Season 4 Dragonflight or War Within pre-patch. Hopefully that makes it easier to find. Did I do any raid guides for War Within raid? Not yet. A lot of people... I am planning on it, yes. Every single raid since Vault of the Incarnates I've been making... Actually, every single raid since Sepulchre, the first ones. Though my Sepulchre guides were a lot more niche. I think I made like just tank guides back then. But I've been making raid guides since then, and since Aberrus, I've been doing all heroic raid bosses in one video. So it's like an hour-long video with detailed breakdowns and like timestamps and stuff on every single boss in the heroic raid. And people really like that format back in Aberrus, so I'm going to be doing it again for Narubar. Well, people liked it. I did it again for Amir Drasol. I did it again for Season 4. That one actually didn't do super well. But I will be doing it again for Narubar Palace. So I've already done all of the raid testing when it was available for heroic raids. And basically, like about half a week before heroic Narubar Palace releases, my raid guide will be posted. A lot of people post like super early raid guides, like during beta when everything's subject to change. And I'm going to be honest, I just think that's really stupid. Because what ends up happening is not only are your raid guides going to be outdated then, but it actually ends up spreading a lot of misinformation. Because a lot of times, fights will get completely reworked like 1 or 2 weeks before the raid's release. And at that point, if you have an existing raid guide out there from like the very first test on beta, if people click on it, they're going to be getting completely misinformed. So I already have like rough drafts of my raid guides scripted out. And I'll, you know, do more editing and stuff when I'm ready to actually make the videos. But I do not post those until much closer to the raid's release. And I probably won't be making any mythic raid guides. Just my one big normal and heroic all bosses in one video guide. How is arcane leveling going so far? Is it smooth? It's good, but ranged in general are kind of struggling for leveling in War Within quests, just because of how much like unavoidable chip damage there is. So arcane is definitely the best mage leveling spec for sure. Spellslinger is the best hero talent for it, but mage in general struggles a little bit compared to some melee. You're still going to be one of the better specs overall, but like compare this to the Windwalker run that I just finished, where I could basically just shut my brain off and everything dies. It's like, it is night and day. Melee DPS are just so much stronger. That one you found, you thought I had one where I actually did it all? What do you mean, Malernus? Like, did all of what? Like, actual playthroughs of the pre-patch event? Because I have streams that I did on Twitch earlier in this week where I did actually play through the Radiant Echoes event and, like, showcase some stuff for it. Those are all on the archive channel, though. But if you want the links to that, I can find it. They're not too hard to find. Oh, that is what you were looking for? Okay, yeah. Just give me a moment and I can find you those links. Yeah, there's a few of them. Only one of those streams is like after the most recent set of changes, because obviously it's changed a lot. And a lot of the footage that I used in that video itself, that was actually done off screen. So the 3-hour and 2.5-hour run, those I actually did not post on my third channel. So if that is what you were trying to find, then that might explain the confusion. Just because for stuff like that, I can only stream extremely repetitive content like that for so long without like my brain just shutting off. So I had to do a lot of that stuff on my own, just like early in the morning while watching stuff on Netflix. Oh my god, yeah, these evasion bugs are... Well, not evasion bugs, but evasion buffs that the mobs get. There we go, we got the Dying Fish quest. And yeah, no problem, Werewolf, if you're still here. Sorry, I only saw the second message just now. There we go. Let me see what I missed earlier, because I know I missed a handful of messages. Elysian said earlier, "Greetings, Mr. Waterfall. As a collector, you love the recent changes and you don't really care about endgame stuff. That's totally fair. Yeah, to each their own. Obviously, like, if you really like specific things that Blizzard has done and all of the stuff that I complain about doesn't matter to you, that's totally fine. We're not all going to share the same, like, strong opinions on every subject of the game. And a lot of the stuff that I may be really critical about, you may feel really strongly about. And maybe you think it's really good, and yeah. WoW's downfall began around BFA. What we see in Classic now is the next expansions, the Golden Era. WoD issues that it had on retail won't be a thing in Classic. Yeah, for the most part. I mean, WoD still has problems inherently that even if we get WoD Classic, we're still going to have to deal with those problems, but I would personally argue that the game felt more fun to play back in WoD. We just didn't have enough stuff to play through. That was always the biggest issue with WoD compared to any other element in it. Okay, we need to get the Deepwater Cobus. Where's some other humans I can free? There's a human I can free. And there's one up there. Okay. I hope this doesn't kill me. No, we're good. I'll just barrier to avoid that damage. Should be all I need for that. Alright. Now, I finished the campaign quests, but there's still other quests in this area that we want to do. For raiding as well, Frost needs to die. It has us doing Iceland spam and single target. Oh, really? Damn. Yeah, I know a lot of Frost players really hate that. I think I can barely free that mob. Gonna invis and try to get this guy here. And if I poly you, I can probably open that cage before I get into combat.
I'm out of range.
Then cancel gun shoes. Come on, open the cage. Yes! Alright. That worked. Oh shit. I forget that it's not levitate. I'm so used to levitate working over water. Slow fall is a different ability. Okay, let's do that. And then to round up a bunch of mobs. Yeah, like, random Arcane Orb procs on top of how many you already get, like, it's insane how good Arcane is. Please, please, please. Oh, fucking shit. Oh, that was so tragic right at the end of the cast. Frostfire is bad because they nerfed Living Bomb to the ground. Also, fire has always been the worst spec for leveling as a mage. I would disagree with that. I honestly think, like, on my Dragonflight tier list for 10 to 70, I actually put fire as one of the better specs. Definitely further than frost. Now, the thing about leveling at low levels is it's a lot different than leveling in current expansions with, like, really good gear. Because fire has so many insane damage modifiers at low levels that it can just do, like, massive AoE pulls and just... It's crazy. But it is really, really, really squishy. And in low-level, like, Cataclysm revamp content, when most mobs don't have, like, generic spammable AoEs that they just chip you down with, fire can still kite for a very, very, very long time. And that still makes it really good. Let's just do this. Okay. Jesus Christ, the Sunless Slitherer has so much fucking health. Ugh. Any reason my YouTube channels are not connected so that people can jump from one to the other directly? I'm sorry, I don't understand what that means. Could you elaborate on that, Malarnus? I have, like, if you go into, if you go into the channel page, I have links to each other, like, on the link page. Unless there's something else specifically that you're referring to. I need to eat here. Mirror image is OP for leveling? Yeah. Well, the thing is, I'm trying to save all of my cooldowns for this pull here. Because this pull fucking sucks. Beguiling lore. Where the fuck? It didn't give me the quest item? Oh. There we go. Alright. With Classic, Blitz can control when they make new things available, so it's not that big of a deal? Yeah. Okay. This pull is going to be really tricky. All right. Jesus. Okay, yeah, I can't do that. There's absolutely no way. I just don't have the ability to kite for that long. That's another big issue. One of your big, like... Yeah, this quest just does not work unless you can do that entire pull. And, like, Windwalker can literally face tank it with, like, fucking Touch of Karma. Yeah. I think I'm not going to recommend this quest chain, or this quest at the very least, in my guide, but it is good, because you pop over there, like as a Windwalker, you do a big AoE pull, you Touch of Karma the big guy, and just fucking pop cooldowns and shred. But, I mean, I was full kiting, and I just couldn't really fucking chip away at them. I'm sure that there's maybe ways that I could have handled that a little bit better. Like, I also could have lusted, I could have used Potion, I could have used Supernova a little bit more aggressively, tried to Frost Nova a little bit better, maybe make more use of Displacement. Am I running? I think... Yeah, I am running Displacement. I could have tried to use that a little bit better, but obviously I'm not. But still, that is very much a quest where, like... Are you kidding me? That bug happens way too often. Yeah, and it's always with this shit. Or whenever the game crashes, it just, like, kicks you back and you have to relaunch it. Little bugs like that are actually probably one of the most annoying ones, because that just disrupts your gameplay. Imagine if that happens on launch day, and you get kicked back to the BattleNet page and have to completely reopen. This has happened so many times to me. Is the stream lagging only for you? Looks like it, yeah. Some YouTubers have other channels on their front page just to click on. I don't know, the YouTuber used as an example. Let me see. I think I know what you're talking about. Not sure. I can do that. I believe there's, like... I think I know what you're talking about. Suggested channels or something. Yeah, what do you think about Rogue leveling in War Within Beta? I haven't tried it yet, but Rogue is the worst leveling class in the game. Just in general. And every Rogue that I've talked to doesn't seem to indicate like that's changing a whole lot. Because Rogue just fundamentally, its kit does not work for leveling, like at all. So it is like the single worst class for leveling. It's squishy, it has no reliable self-healing, so it can't like really face tank mobs. It doesn't really have amazing burst damage, like cooldowns. At least not like on AoE, not like Fury Warrior, Windwalker, etc. Because like Windwalker and Fury Warrior, they face tank a shit ton of damage, but they have really good defensive cooldowns, and they have insane AoE burst. So they do like these gigantic pulls and then just erase them in one fell swoop. Havoc Demon Hunter too, but Havoc Demon Hunter has even better survivability. Rogue has none of that, and Rogue can't kite, so it doesn't have like the Arcane Mage advantage. Like that's one of the few pulls where Arcane Mage obviously can't kite. One of the other issues is like, that is not a good situation for Arcane Mage. It's also all elite mobs, so, you know, eventually my cooldowns, I just ran out. Normally you can kite and kill them in time, but in that case, they had way too much health for me to chip down through. Rogue is basically forced to face tank, but it doesn't have the tools to face tank. If you can't face tank within an entire evasion, you're usually just dead. Its complete lack of any reliable self-healing is one of its biggest issues, and Rogue doesn't have super great ranged pulling tools. So, like, Havoc Demon Hunter is Throw Glaive, Fury Warrior is Heroic Throw, Windwalker Monk actually now has a fantastic pulling tool in the form of Crackling Jade Lightning, which was always something that you could use, but now, with Power of the Thunder King causes Crackling Jade Lightning to splash to 4 targets, and that works even without like the really big buff, so you can just splash Crackling Jade Lightning really quick on multiple packs from a distance and round them all up. So a lot of specs have fantastic ways to round up mobs. Rogue doesn't have that. Rogue basically has literally nothing in its kit aside from stealth that helps it for leveling. And in modern leveling methods, stealth is just not useful whatsoever. Nothing about it is good for leveling because, you know, back in vanilla, a lot of times when mob kill XP wasn't necessarily great, yeah, it would help if you could just bypass the mobs with stealth, grab the item, and then stealth out of there. But these days, you can do the exact same thing, but round up all the mobs on top of the item you need, kill them, get free mob kill experience, it takes like 20 seconds, and then you move on. So, rogues can do that, but it's much slower. Whereas like druids, in many cases, can do that exact same thing, bypass the mobs, except they do it in flight form. So they fly, grab the item in midair, and then fly off. So it's not even something that rogue really has an advantage for. Rogues are just, without a doubt, the worst leveling class in the game. They are really bad. There are certain specs that are like about as bad as rogues usually are, but it's that's the thing. It's specs of other classes, and usually the worst spec of some other classes is like on par with rogue's best spec. It's rough. It's hard to describe in writing. Malernus, if you have like an example and you want to screenshot it and like post it in Discord, that way I get like a visual demonstration of what it is you're talking about. I think I do know what you're talking about. And I'm glancing at YouTube settings. I don't know how I can do that. Yeah, I think I know what you're referring to. It's definitely not a setting that I can... that's really obvious, otherwise I would have already done it. Yo. Let me quickly look. Channel, advanced settings. No, no. No. Like, I would imagine it would be under... There's, like, a panel on YouTube called Customization for, like, your channel page. I would figure it's here. I think I found it. I think I found it. Let me see if this works. Yeah, I think I found it. Oh shit, how do I edit section content? Harlden stream archive. Let's see if this works. Okay, Malernus, if you can check my main YouTube channel and let me know if that's what you're talking about. I think I figured out how to do it. And actually, I just realized I never subscribed to my own stream archive channel. Whoops. All right, there we go. I think that's good. Yeah, I think that's good. The only thing I'm not sure is, do I want the members, the little splash panel that says thank you channel members, to be above or below that? Let me see how that looks. I kind of like it at the top. I like having the channel members little bar right at the top. It flows better. Okay. And actually, let me do that for Lonarra too. Before I forget. So, okay, switch accounts. Customization, add section, featured channels, my other channels, Harlden, and Harlden Stream Archive. Then bring that up to the top. And let's see how this looks. Yeah, perfect. Okay, I think that's it. Much easier to get around. Awesome. Okay. I'm glad that I managed to figure it out. And I'm glad that it helps. Yeah. I never knew how to do that. It was... I don't know. Like, I definitely know what you meant about... I've seen it on other channels before. But, like... I never really thought about adding it to my channel, but it definitely makes sense. You're right. It looks a lot better. I never really knew the setting was there, but, like, when you brought it up, I'm like... Actually, yeah, I should be able to do that. Where the fuck is that setting? It's a little bit confusing because I always figured it was something that I had to, like, enable manually, but it's just, it's a drop-down menu that I can add to, like, my channel page customization, so it's a little bit hidden. That's pretty cool. Actually, I'll have to look later. There might be another setting there that I could add. Because now I'm like, what else is actually just a drop-down setting on the channel customization that I've just never known existed? Maybe there's something pretty cool. Yes. Let's grab Bristle Spine over here. I forgot to refresh Arcane Ints. We'll do that. And... shit. What the fuck did most of my damage there? It feels like a random proc just suddenly erased the remaining health in those mobs. Huh. Still have 15%. And then this one, we hold Alt and we run around and talk to them. Ah, shit. To you. I think I caught up on every single message. I think I was talking about something much earlier that I completely forgot about, but oh well. If it comes to me, it comes to me. If it doesn't, is what it is. I remember I was like mid-rant, and then I got distracted, and oh well. Let's just round up a bunch of mobs here. It is kind of weird how when rounding up mobs with Arcane Barrage, it does kind of make it a little bit difficult with Chrono Shift, because they get slowed. What the fuck? Random critters are attacking me? Stupid fucking chickens. There's a spear over there. Oh, I should note Skype 55, by the way. If you do end up trying rogue leveling on your own at all, I don't know if you have beta, if you're playing around with it, or if you're just asking me. The one thing that I'm unsure about is what the fastest way to play rogue in War Within would be, for leveling at least. Because it's kind of one of those weird situations where there's just nothing that is really good. So when everything seems bad, it's hard to say what the best is. I'm hoping that I get some additional testing data. In fact, that reminds me, you mainly play Rogue? Well, if you do happen to test it at all, I would love any input that you can add. Because I am still hoping to make a video explaining the best build for every single class. And obviously I don't want, interesting. There's an Icy Veins article. Yeah, I don't want rogues to just be left out in the cold. Just responding in Discord, and I'm posting in Discord again, just to say, by the way, I still need any information anyone has about Shaman, Priest, Rogue, and Rogue Evoker, and Warlock leveling. Haven't seen quite enough concrete info to say what might be best. But yeah, so basically, I've tested a bunch of specs, because as I mentioned before, the main reason why I tried Spellslinger Arcane is I asked a bunch of people in Discord, a bunch of people said Spellslinger Arcane, I asked some of my mage friends, the ones that had done testing said Spellslinger Arcane, so yeah. Definitely seemed like it was a clear-cut case of this is the best one. Oh! I should use better healing potions now. I have some prepped. I pulled Bristle Spine again. That definitely didn't help. Where are my better healing potions? Did I forget to mail them? Oh, fuck. I think they're still on my monk. Ah, I was gonna mail them back after. There we go. No idea about hero talents after Warlock. So Warlock, out of the ones that I mentioned, so I posted in my Discord, right? I need more info about Shaman, Priest, Rogue, Evoker, and Warlock. Out of those, I am, like, the most confident about Warlock. I think I agree with you, Boominer, that it is AF. I'm pretty sure that it is, forget the name. It's whatever the one that turns Corruption into Wither. I was looking at a build for that, and that looks like it would be the strongest. Because, like, the way that you usually play AF, right, is you just run around, you tag a bunch of shit with Corruption, you build up your dots, kind of like what I'm doing with Arcane Barrage, except instead of kind of wasting a GCD, like ramping up, or like tagging mobs with something that's not doing much damage, you're ramping up your dots, you're building all of these dots on multiple targets, then you press C to Corruption, and, like, all the mobs explode. AF also has, like, ridiculous self-healing, so it's one of the better casters for leveling. So I am pretty sure that that is going to be the best leveling spec. Especially because, hold on. Oh, did you say something about Hellcaller hero talent comment for Rogue, your comment on top? Oh yeah, I was gonna read that in a second. I was just responding. I saw your what you said about Warlock first, so I was just reading that before I moved on to Rogue. But yeah, if that is Hellcaller, then that's the one I'm thinking of. And that seems like it would be the best. Seed plus Vile Taint is Bis for AF. Yeah, I don't remember the exact names, but that sounds about right. The way that I think I played it when I leveled one back in the day. And what seems like it would be the best leveling spec in War Within. And Hellcaller kind of looks like it just plays into that style pretty much perfectly, so I suspect that would be the best way to play for Warlocks. That being said, I haven't seen, like, enough evidence to say for sure. Like, Mage, pretty much every single person was saying Spellslinger Arcane. That one was pretty clear-cut, and then I looked at it, and I've played enough Arcane to look at how Spellslinger works and go, oh yeah, that looks like just absolutely nuts for what Arcane wants to do while leveling. That's just exactly how Arcane leveling plays. And, what was the other one? So, like, for Warrior, for instance, I am 100% sure that Fury is going to be the fastest. The only thing I'm unsure of is whether Slayer or Mountain Thane is the best. I've heard mixed opinions on that. Largely because they're both very good hero talent trees. Some of the better ones. So it's hard to say out of the two which will end up performing better. And you said for Rogue, Assassination with Carnage and Sudden Demise talented could be a thing. You dislike Outlaw, so that would be your preferred spec. It would almost certainly not be Outlaw, yeah. Outlaw is without a doubt the worst Rogue leveling spec. It's just so bad. And I'm pretty sure that's not changing a whole lot. If I recall, out of the ones that I tested previously, Subtlety felt the strongest for, like, low levels, but Assassination wasn't that far behind, and it's a little bit hard to evaluate stuff at max level, so it could just be that, like, Assassination gets the much better hero talent trees. And, like, for hero talents, I haven't really looked at Rogue hero talents, but which one feels the best overall, at least that you've played around with for leveling? Because that would definitely be good to know. Oh, you said no idea about hero talents. Gotcha. I missed that follow-up message. All right. Yeah, I'm not sure then. go pick up where we left off in the campaign. Do level 80 rares still show up when leveling? Yes, they do. And unfortunately, they still scale to level 80, so... Here's a level 80 rare, and I'm 76. It's really bad design. Not only do they still show up, but they are still flagged as rares and show up on the map. So it tricks you into thinking that you should attack them, and then when it's too late, you notice that they're level 80, and by that point, you're already dead. Like, let's see, what level is this rare? That's a lust. Oh, that's interesting. There's a treasure chest, and then there is a sea monster rare, using the treasure chest as a lure to bait players. That's cool. If I need talent recommendations, you can give a setup for DK, Lock, and Mage. I'm not up to date with the rest besides Monk, which you don't need help with. Lock, yeah, if you know, like, good talents for DK, I assume you mean Frost, because obviously Frost is going to be what you play. And that's another thing. I'm 100% certain that Frost will be the better playstyle for leveling. The one thing that I'm not sure about is whether you're going to run Deathbringer or Rider of the Apocalypse. Because Rider of the Apocalypse, the mobility seems really nice, but Deathbringer seems like it has more flexible burst damage, which is usually pretty good for leveling. So, a little bit tough to say. But yeah, if you know, like, good Frost builds, any recommendations would help. I'll probably try to do a Frost run at some point. And for Mage, I think I've got it mostly figured out. I spent a lot of time when I started this run sitting there looking over talents and whatnot. And Lock, yeah, Lock would be cool. Oh, interesting. I double dipped on the I double dipped on the completion credit there. What do I still need? I need to kill the rare mobs over here. Yeah. But definitely, like, Evoker is one of those where I'm kind of surprised nobody's really given me any info on that. I expected that to be more popular, but it doesn't really seem like that many people are leveling up Evoker. And it's one of those where, again, we obviously know for a fact Devastation is, like, the Evoker leveling spec. But I don't know anything about Devastation's hero talent trees. So that's the main thing that I'm looking for info on. Since you can't fly with your mounted fighting isn't that important. Well, so I'm not sure exactly how it works. The Rider of the Apocalypse, but can't you, like... How do I put this? Any additional mobility on foot for Death Knight is actually very, 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 very good. Because remember, there are multiple spots within the War Within questing experience where you're, like, inside of a cave. And you can't, like, mount up and fly. You can't use gun shoes or anything like that. So having on-foot mobility is really, really, really nice there. Now, obviously, if Deathbringer is just a massive damage increase relative to, what's it called, Rider of the Apocalypse, then yeah, you're just going to play Deathbringer instead. But if it is at all comparable, then there's a good chance that you will end up using... Are you fucking shitting me? Alright. Yeah, my Arcane Splinters just put me in combat, but then the very least damage procs there help me out.
You are a light in the darkness.
That...
Into the unknown. A wave of shadow. What just happened?
Did I pick up the campaign quest? Or no, I have to wait.
A lamplighter brings hope. If you are lost in darkness. Those shadows came from the Dawn Tower. The tower. In my heart, there is fire. No! The sacred flame! What has Alric and his cults done?
Am I waiting here?
I don't know. But they claim allegiance to Xalatath.
Also, while I wait on this roleplay shit, let's take a look at this article that Supa messaged me in Discord when I asked about the world soul memory thing from earlier.
The flame is corrupted. Can we restore it?
Let's see. In the War Within pre-patch... Wait. What? What the hell? I'm pretty sure that this Wowhead post is out, or Icy Veins post is outdated.
What can I do? Lost so many.
Where do I... Okay, the interact button was not showing on certain angles.
It's too much.
Anduin, help her. Call upon the light once more.
What the fuck?
No, I can't. There must be another way.
That is so... Okay, so... The article from Icy Veins that Supa linked me in Discord about how that, like, Azeroth's Echo thing works, there's all these, like, screenshots that looks completely different than the version that we tested earlier. It looks like it has way more functionality, and that seems to have been written 2 months ago. So... why, when I did it, is it completely changed and seemingly missing, like, multiple features? That is so odd. Maybe I just overlooked it, but I don't think I did. It's so confusing. Where's the thing I interact with? There we go. Yeah, this is... These mobs are, like, spread out in the worst possible position. An Arcanosphere, hopefully snipe... Oh my god, my Arcanosphere didn't hit. Yeah, that was a little bit awkward. Then back to the lighthouse for this one. At the very least, I'm able to practice this part of the campaign, so it's not all bad.
A cave. Could they still be nearby, continuing to corrupt the flame? My faith kindles my hope.
Look out!
I also wonder... I feel like I really want to make more coffee, because I've been streaming for like 4.5 hours, and... I didn't make new coffee before I started. I had, like, still only a little bit left over from before. I just have to ice block here. It's getting increasingly more challenging to fight these mobs. And this is kind of the main issue with Arcane, right? I'm kiting these mobs perfectly fine, but they all have fucking spammable casting abilities. It's like, what am I supposed to do to survive that? Let's just invis past these. Sorry if you said anything to comment you didn't hear. You had to take a work call. No problem. I think... I guess I'll just repeat everything that I said in response to what you asked, Moomitter. So... Mage, I think I've gotten figured out, for the most part. At the very least, the build that I'm using is serviceable. right? And lock, yeah, if you know like a really good affliction lock build, then sure, that would give me definitely a good starting point. Because sometimes I like to tweak things depending on the way that I usually level, which may be a little bit different than the standard build, but knowing like a good starting point always really helps. And if by Death Knight you mean Frost, because Frost is normally the best spec for leveling as a DK, then yeah, a good Frost build for either like Deathbringer or Rider of the Apocalypse could be good. Can you show me your talents? Speaking of which, I need to... Hold on. Yeah, that would definitely be helpful. Let's do that. Yeah, here are my talents. There's definitely a lot of stuff that, like, you have to really pick and choose what you run.
The light shines through you.
Overall,
What if it goes out?
I think it's good enough.
Failed your people.
You think I've never failed? I've never made mistakes? I was never even supposed to be in Halifax. I stowed away to escape a family that only ever saw me as a failure. Was it a mistake? I lost an eye and an arm for it. Does that make me unworthy of the light?
What else did I say? Oh yeah, the other thing that I commented, Boomer, is that
I regret
mounted riding, I don't know exactly how the Rider of the Apocalypse thing works. All I know is that you can like mount your Death Charger in combat or something like that. I've heard people talk about it. I haven't played around with it myself. But if it lets you get like... Basically, if it works like Divine Steed for Paladin, then it actually could be really good, because there's a lot of stuff in the War Within leveling process where, like this quest, you're in a cave and you need to move around within the cave. Now, this quest in particular obviously is like really long, tons of roleplay, but there's a ton of times where you need to go all the way down into a cave, grab something, and then go all the way back up. And in those situations, having any sort of on-foot mobility is really good. So if you're able to control when you can hop onto your Acaris Death Charger, then that could be really good, especially since Death Knight is one of the slowest leveling specs, or leveling classes normally. So like monks can just Chi Torpedo, Flying Serpent Kick, Tiger's Lust, and just run their way out of the cave. Death Knights have to walk. They have, what, like Death's Advance? So... any bit of additional mobility can really help.
Belador's light has returned. Thank you, Illyria. We owe our service to those in need. A beacon in the dark. We need to return.
Have I gotten any upgrades? I've gotten very few upgrades, honestly. And, like, I have an offhand here, but I can't use it because I don't have a main hand, so... the fuck does that help me? God. You haven't tested it intensively, but it's worded well outdoors, so you'll assume it doesn't work like Divine Steed. Interesting. It's usable where you can mount. Let me... you know what? Let's read it. Wowhead... so I've never actually read it word for word, because I mostly looked at Blood DK stuff. What the fuck is happening to my camera? Oh. I was wondering when my camera was getting pushed in. It's because the fucking Zeppelin is landing. Okay, Frost, Rider of the Apocalypse. Okay, so spending runes is a chance to call forth a Rider of the Horsemen. And cast Death and Decay, cast a dot. Slows your target and increases their damage taken by 5%. Increases your strength by 3%. Alright, that's fine, I guess. Your damage is increased by 5%, and you gain the benefits of Death and Decay while inside Morgraine's Death and Decay. That seems nice. I don't know how good it'll be for leveling, but it's okay. The Horsemen will occasionally cast Anti-Magic Shell on you and themselves. That seems really good for raiding. That's pretty terrible for leveling. That's really do a whole lot. While outdoors, you're able to mount your Acarus Death Charger in combat. Death Charge. Call upon your Death Charger to break free of movement impairing effects. For 10 seconds while upon your Death Charger, your movement speed is increased by 100%. You cannot be slowed below 100% of normal speed, and you're immune to forced movement speed and knockback. So actually, the way that it looks, you can use it anywhere it replaces Death's Advance, does it? It doesn't say it replaces Death's Advance. Maybe the wording's just not clear. If it does replace Death's Advance, then that's like kind of because then... But yeah, so in that case, for leveling, you would definitely take, in this case, Death Charge, because that basically gives you a Giga Divine Steed, and while that would suck if it replaces Death's Advance, that's still good, because that's still 100% additional movement speed. That's a lot. That's pretty fast. For 10 seconds, that is Giga Divine Steed. And that's better than outdoors while in combat. I will say it looks like the rest of the tree is kind of mediocre. Okay, so how good is Deathbringer? Yeah, because I feel like having another, like, Reaper's Mark, a 45-second cooldown that, like, explodes. That seems like it would just do a lot more damage, so... The other problem is, like, okay, so stacking damage increases, generally speaking, aren't very good for leveling, because a lot of times you end up just bursting mobs and just one-shot them, and, like, any prolonged ramping strength buff, etc., doesn't really do a whole lot, all things considered. It's good. Sorry, what is good? Because I was talking about both.
Do you have a lynx?
Imperial. Oh, no. No. I am not a cat person.
Deathbringer. Okay, yeah. Yeah, it definitely seems strong. Oh, what the hell? Yeah, I'm not sure. That's a tough one. That's definitely a tough one. The other nice thing is you get it early, so theoretically you should be able to get that Death Charger talent by level 72. And pretty much all of the indoor areas are like by 72 onwards. So if you got it anywhere later, then I would say it's a pretty clear-cut case of Rider of the Apocalypse not being that worth it. But you're gonna have it for most stuff in Ringing Deeps. I don't know.
My faith kindles my hope.
I guess I'll have to just test both. Because I feel like... Where do I go for Steel Strike in the barracks? Is this the... Yeah.
I'm also Aralia. Send a runner to Farron's new elf friend. We need to talk. void. Always be. I'm either going to regret meeting her or thank the flame.
All right. Yeah, because I feel like, okay, so at this stage, I don't really know if anybody is going to be able to sway me one way or the other as to Deathbringer or Rider of the Apocalypse, because I could 100% see the pros and cons in both of them. So I really think this is just one of those things where I kind of need to test it on my own to get like a strong feel for it. And then one will probably really jump out to me as like, yeah, this feels really good. Or maybe it's like the rare case of they're actually equally good and you could just do whatever you feel like. Which, if it is the one perfectly balanced hero talent tree, then that could be good. But in most other cases, it's been a pretty clear case of like, this seems like the best option. Nice, we got all 8.
The Harbinger is from the Black Empire? Flames. Baron's at the orphanage. She was the...
No. Something else. A survivor from the depths of time.
We are far from the Empire.
We are the seekers of light. Step into the light.
Yeah, unfortunately, I won't be able to instantly complete the quest over here this time. I'm gonna have to manually...
To assist Caleb at the infirmary.
Oh, yeah, am I actually going to be able to do anything for this one?
And I can see the price each conflict extracts.
No, I have to grab a bandage from the box
If you could assist Caleb,
and then use it. Yeah. So it's so much better to just have instant cast Vivify. Just slam that and then bam. It's full health.
their strategy vexes me.
Okay, the orphans. Let's actually take this opportunity to, if we find one that's slow. Oh, perfect. Yeah, you just click on that one and it gets 1 out of 3. So that one is definitely worth it. That one is not.
Are you from above?
This one I remember being pretty good.
I can't attack that.
You just chuck a stone. And then, yeah. Are there any indoor ones? Like the upstairs ones. Okay. I think those are the 3 fastest. That seems pretty good. One outside you just talk to, then you chuck a stone, run up here, pick a random option, and bam. That definitely seems fast. Where's the follow-up? Oh, here we go. You were only listening, not watching, no hide-and-seek bullshit? Yeah, exactly. Because that's the thing that I said in the last run that I meant to test. Because there's like all of those different orphans that you can click on, but you only need 3 of them. So I remember saying, like, we need to find the optimal orphans to interact with. And there's one kid just outside the door. You literally talk to him and... Or not that one. The kid outside the door is hide and seek. Then it's the kids playing tag, where you run up to them, you click the kids playing tag, you get credit. Then you click the rock chuckers, throw a rock at the target, then run upstairs. On the 2nd floor, there's a group of 3 orphans. Talk to one of them, then select Cobus. I'm pretty sure either one worked. I picked Cobus, and then it instantly gave me credit. I think you just click a dialogue option. So basically, 1 instant complete, 1 chuck a rock, and then another instant dialogue option. So that is definitely faster than having to play hide and seek. It feels weird talking about the optimal orphan strat, but you know, that's how speed leveling goes sometimes. Oh my god! What the fuck? Alright, yep, that's just... that's War Within questing for you. Sometimes you're just going to take, like, fucking 50% of your health out of nowhere if you stop to hard cast an ability. Like, fucking Christ, man. I thought I could at the very least get that shifting power off. I did not think it was just going to be like, yep, no, you're dead, go fuck yourself. But, that's exactly what happened. Yay, we love that! That's fun quest design. This is going to be so much fun for new players with low gear. Mage life? Yeah. I mean, realistically, I shouldn't have tried to kite that shit. But, at the same time, what the fuck? Am I missing a quest? No, I have it. It's just not showing up on the fucking tracker. Why? That's one,
Through their hunger, and the Arathi through their fear.
Oh, come... How did that knock it backwards? What? Oh my god. Alright, can I use shifting power now, or am I just gonna die? I don't trust that defiling breath. I feel like that's just going to kill me. Okay, we're alive.
Yes, yes, night falls. Renalas begins.
You're like, look at this. How do you live this? How are you supposed to live this as a mage? I'm just like, fucking spam ranged abilities. What the fuck? What the hell, man? Like, fucking... Kite this ability, you filthy fucking casual, is how this entire fucking questing process feels. Jesus.
Opportunity's knocking. If you've got the metal, there are valuables waiting to be won.
Oh my god, I'm alive. Oh.
Shadows, bring the harbinger joy.
Fucking whiff that orb. Oh my goodness. Nova and Kona Cold, a big part of kiting for mage. Well, that's the point. I can't kite. Like, none of those mobs were in range of me. But they're just sitting off in the distance, spamming fucking shadow bolts. Like, what do I do to counter that? Like, I just have no self-sustain. I don't, like, Cone of Cold doesn't interrupt. I can supernova, like, I guess, if they're all condensed, but they were all spread out. So I couldn't even, like, supernova to interrupt all of them at once. Like, at the very least, Monk rounds up all of them, just fucking leg sweep, bam. Warrior shockwaves, etc. Like, what do you just get fucked. There's nothing you can do. Oh, God. I, like, really don't think that any other specs for Mage would have a better time, though. Right? Like... I don't think anybody's wrong. I think it is still Spellslinger Arcane. And obviously, you're going to feel the impact of this a lot less if you're not a template character. But, like, that other run that we just did earlier in this stream, that was a template character Windwalker monk. And I'm pretty sure nobody fucking noticed, just because Windwalker still does giga damage, even with, like, absolutely no gear. Which is why it's one of the best leveling specs in the game, but... Like, I ranked Arcane as, I think, number 5 best leveling spec in the game on my Dragonflight tier list, and... To be honest, it's not that. It is absolutely not that, at least not right now. I think I never realized just how much Arcane struggles when it has to deal with mobs that it can't kite. Because if you can't kite things, like, what do you do to live? You just take damage. You're fucked. Don't get this wrong, you're not playing optimally as you are Windwalker. I mean, you're not wrong, of course. I am well aware that I am nowhere near as experienced with Arcane as I am with Windwalker, but, like, you can't tell me that there's some magic button that I'm going to press that's going to make Arcane magically perform significantly better against large groups of caster mobs. You know, what do you do there? Unless you can somehow round up all of the mobs as a caster without, like, face tanking them, right? Because the problem is, with caster mobs, if they just sit there and spam cast, you're not going to be able to get them clumped up. Whereas in melee, if you're within melee range of a caster mob, they'll sometimes auto-attack you, and you can kind of group them up, and then as a Windwalker monk, leg sweep them. Or as any melee, mass CC them. Or as, like, a caster that can face tank like Affliction, where you just take all the damage, just eat it to the face, and then bam. Like, that's one thing. But here, I don't have an AoE stun. Like, I guess, Boomitter, correct me if I'm wrong, what would you do there? How do you survive that? Other than just having better gear, which obviously, yeah, it's a template character, sure. But what could you fundamentally change with the character that I have? And the talents that I have? Like, yeah, okay, I don't use... for the record, I have used Frost Nova. That's just not true. But what would Frost Nova have done in that situation? Again, no mobs were near me. If I had pressed Frost Nova while kiting all those range mobs, what would that have changed? They are still shooting me from a distance. The risk of dying was not melee hits. Now, you know, that pull earlier, yeah, that one I absolutely could have pressed Frost Nova. That's not what I'm talking about. Like, that big pull where they all, like, did the hit on me, that I got greedy. I pressed Shifting Power. I thought Shifting Power would kill them before they reached me. It didn't. I should have Frost Nova. Right. But in the case of casters, which is the big issue, the main thing that is nearly killing me, how does Frost Nova help with caster mobs?
Sacred flame guide your way, friend.
And, like, I could run this stuff, but again, outside of, like, that one situation where I will fully admit I got greedy, melee mobs are not the problem. Getting to me in melee is really not something that I am struggling with at all, ever. It is purely mobs that, no matter how well I kite them, they fuck me over. Like, that, there's that one pull up there with the elites, where maybe if I had, like, perfectly timed Frost Nova and rounded them all up, I could have killed that. Potentially, I think the bigger issue here is with my low gear, I simply don't have the damage to do that. Not to mention, those mobs are honestly very difficult. I struggled with that pull on my Rep Paladin, and Rep Paladin felt infinitely smoother than this. Like, okay. I'm not using Frost Nova here. Okay, I hit a rock, which sucks. But, like, do I need to use Frost Nova here? Pulls like that, my health bar doesn't move. There's nothing spam casting me from range. So I'm just asking, does Mage have tools to deal with spam range casters that I am not using? That is the main question that I'm asking. Does it have better survivability options that I'm not running? Does it have more crowd control options that work on ranged mobs that I'm not running? Crowd control options, mind you, that let me still DPS, like a stun that would interrupt casts or something like that. How does the leveling feel? Depends on what you mean. From Mage or just in general? It's a playstyle difference and a few minor things combined. Besides Frost Nova, Alter Time usage, Cone of Cold usage... Cone of Cold, I mean, doesn't apply. Alter Time's a fair point, I suppose. Yeah, that one I'm probably not using as much as I can. Your biggest weapon is touch damage-wise? Touch the Magi? I'm using Touch the Magi. I'm so confused about that. I mean, I'm literally using that. Alter Time is absolutely a fair point. That, yeah, I probably should be using that more often. I'm not used to playing around it. But Touch of the Magi I absolutely have been using. But, like, for instance, I'm not going to use Touch of the Magi right now because it has a 45-second cooldown, and right after this quest I'm going to have to fight that mob. So, I'm not going to waste it on, like, this little guy here. So we can grab the staff. It's hard to explain all through chat. Yeah, I mean, like, obviously I could optimize my damage a little bit. That's not what I'm asking. I get that some slight kiting stuff, I could kite a little bit more efficiently, but frankly, that's not even an issue. The main thing that I am struggling with Arcane, more than anything else, and that is the main thing that I'm asking, is how do you deal with mobs that sit there and spam cast damage abilities? And the only thing that I have heard so far is Alter Time, which again, fair point on that. If I had, like, midway through the pull, Alter Timed, and then used it to, like, heal myself a little bit, yeah, that could have worked. I guess I could probably use Displacement a little bit. It's like a minor heal. But... Also, where's the next campaign quest? I guess I forgot to pick it up. You do use it, but the way touch works, you pull damage and you do AoE with Arcane Echo and then it explodes. That part is the big damage. I'm aware of that, but like... it's not... That's kind of not the point. I know how Touch the Magi works. The problem is, Arcane's single target is not amazing. With, like, the leveling thing, it requires more build-up, right? Touch of the Magi is a very easy way to erase single-target elites. So if I could kill mobs in 5 seconds with Touch of the Magi, or I could kill mobs in 8 to 10 seconds by using AoE abilities, and then have Touch of the Magi to kill a single-target mob in, like, 6 seconds versus 20 seconds, I'm saving more time by saving Touch of the Magi for the single-target mob. You completely agree with my point? Okay, yeah, maybe I don't understand then why it's a discussion. Yeah. I understand the whole pooling thing, and a lot of times Touch of the Magi, when it explodes, the mob's already dead. It's still good, but you're not able to set up the pulls in leveling to get full Touch of the Magi value. But you're able to very easily, especially on large AoE pulls, round up a bunch of mobs, Arcane Orb, full Arcane Charge, Arcane Barrage, and then it just deletes them. So, it's easy enough. You don't think my question is specific to Arcane? Would it be majorly different with Frost Fire? I don't really think so, no. That is my entire point as well. That I'm pretty sure it's still just as slow with the other specs. Or not just as slow, rather, just as difficult to survive with the other specs. Fire is even squishier. That much I know for a fact. Frost I've played around with a lot less, but I don't think Frost has considerably better, like, self-sustain options than Arcane. Yeah, Hollowfall absolutely does look like a very cool zone. You're not discussing, you just wanted to say to my point that I'm not as proficient as Monk. Well, yeah, it absolutely is a factor, but, I mean... At the same time, I've leveled every single spec in the game, and I have picked up specs that I've never played before and had a very easy time leveling them. And keep in mind, I think another very important thing to note, Boometer, is obviously I am very good with Windwalker. Yes. I am not going to be nearly as good with Windwalker, or with Arcane as I am with Windwalker, for sure. But I'm also not going to pretend that I'm like bad at the game, even with Arcane. I'm not an amazing Arcane player, but think about it this way. If Arcane is struggling in my hands, when I've played Arcane before, it's not my first time playing it. I've leveled it many times in the past, so I understand the general principle of playing Arcane, even if it's not something that I play on a day-to-day basis quite as much as other specs. Also, yeah, I forgot to refresh Dark Fair buff. So I don't play it quite as much, but I still play it enough. And I understand, generally speaking, like, how to level, how to kite in World of Warcraft with most specs in general. I level a shit ton. With tons of specs, general principle stays the same. So my point is, if Arcane, in my hands, where I literally do this for a living, I'm not saying I'm playing it perfectly, but I know for a fact I'm playing it well enough that I should not be struggling this much. If you need to be like an absolute expert at Arcane, to the point where you need to know every single little intricacy, like perfect alter time usage, in order to get it to work perfectly, it is not a good leveling spec. Wrong button. Like that, 100%, that was my bad. I hit the wrong thing. I ended up taking a lot of damage because I meant to Frost Nova. Hope that guy doesn't kill me. I meant to Frost Nova, and instead I alter timed in place. That's my bad. But other pulls like that, I don't really think there was anything major outside of alter time stuff. And keep in mind, that really tricky pull, I survived it, just barely. So it's doable. I did it. I'm just saying that was fucking hard. I had to really perfectly use my survivability, or close to perfectly use my survivability stuff, way more than I have to with the vast majority of other specs. And even then, I came out of it with like a sliver of health left. So how do you expect any remotely average player to handle that? Because I am definitely playing Arcane better than the vast majority of players will. Again, it's still not bad. It's not that it's an Arcane problem. Once again, this is a War Within quest design problem. Because there are going to be a lot of other specs that simply cannot deal with this, and most players are not going to be using alter time in their toolkit while leveling, at least not most beginners. So that's a problem. And especially when I'm ranking different specs, right? I'm not ranking Windwalker, for instance, by what Windwalker's like when I play it, or Guardian Druid. One of the best things about Guardian Druid, for instance, is that you can kind of just roll your face on the keyboard and go through leveling. Now, is it very good in the right hands? Absolutely. I can play Guardian Druid very well in a leveling context. But even somebody who can't play Guardian Druid very well is still going to fucking blitz through leveling. You agree that Monk has better survivability for leveling? Well, it's not just Monk. But yeah. It's more so the problem with Mage is that its survivability has always been contingent on being able to kite. That still hit me? Okay, that's actually really annoying. There you go, there's Frost Nova for you. Is that... Okay, Alter Time doesn't remove debuffs. Is there a talent that makes Alter Time remove debuffs? Because that seems like it would be nice. Master of Time seems like it could be good, absolutely. So I could totally see something, you wouldn't be able to drop that. I feel like reabsorption for a bit of additional healing would actually be important here. That could help. Yeah, there's like some stuff here. I just struggle to see a lot of it would be useful. Like Blast Wave could help a little bit, but again, that wouldn't really fix the ranged mob issue. Mass Polymorph, maybe? But they'll regenerate health, so no, that wouldn't help. You can't use that as like... Yeah. The only thing, I do think it is a fair point that if I were to basically get really good at using Alter Time and I were to run like the Master of Time talent, I could definitely see myself being able to mitigate damage like that a little bit more effectively than I have been. Where the fuck are all the mobs? Everything in this area is like super duper spread out. Yeah, and to your point, Boometer, when you say Mage is not, like, the best leveler, my entire argument is that it actually used to be. It literally used to be one of the best leveling specs in the game. It's just a shame because when Arcane... Like, look at what I can do here. I don't even need to use Frost Nova. I can. None of these mobs have, like, a shit ton of ranged attacks. That one has a Shadow Bolt. But I can just blink right through, do that. When Arcane can do this... Arcane is nuts. Most of these mobs are just holding W at me. And you can just round them all up like that. They walk at you, you kite them in a circle, you clump them up, Arcane Orb through them, shred them into pieces with Arcane Barrage. That's really good. It's just, what I'm saying is that normally, like in low-level content, in Chromie time leveling, when most mobs have very little mechanics, Arcane does that, and I have gotten a bunch of Arcane runs. Basically do something like what you just saw on every single pull, and everything gets absolutely shredded. So I think it's more just interesting to note that depending on the type of the mobs, like their behavior, you could get vastly different results. And that sometimes just because one spec is really good at one particular thing, namely kiting, means that when exposed to a different type of leveling format, it suddenly falls off really hard. Because I ranked Arcane Mage, I'm pretty sure it was number 5, right? On my Dragonflight tier list, and I definitely regret that ranking, but I think it's interesting because I ranked it under the assumption that, like, it felt really good in Chromie time, and I was pretty sure that that would persist across all stuff. But now I'm realizing that its main weakness, when exploited, is a considerable weakness. Whereas, like, what is... I know a lot of other specs that are even a little bit lower than that don't have one. Like, I ranked Shaman, I believe, below Arcane, because it's a little bit squishy. So you have to face tank a little bit more, and as a Shaman, you have to spam self-heal sometimes. But at least Shaman has that option. Shaman can get away with just spamming self-heals and living. Here, I don't even have that luxury. Pulls like that are really good. It's just a shame. Yeah, that pull felt like really, really, really good. I guess the other problem is just during campaign leveling, you're kind of forced into a lot of positions like that where you have to engage with this one particular quest hub because it's part of the campaign. So like it or not, you're going to have to do that. But it's entirely possible that if you were leveling up a mage, you may actually opt to skip one of those zones that is really bad for mages, like, type of damage, and level somewhere else. And if you exclusively pick subzones where mage is able to just dominate by rounding up a shit ton of stuff, it could be really good. About how long do you think it'll be to get from 70 to 80 on release? Any class really average? It's hard to say so far what the class difference will be. Because, again, you know, the entire topic that we are actually currently discussing is that different classes can have different results, but it also might depend on the person piloting it. Somebody who's really good at maybe a slightly weaker class will get better results. So I would say you can, generally speaking, expect to, at the absolute worst, take 6 to 7 hours to level from 70 to 80. And that is not accounting for potential traffic on launch day, because obviously potential traffic on launch day is how the fuck do you account for that? It's you never know what you're gonna run into. Is that is equal to what I have? Okay. And what else? So how do I put this? A good example is, oh, you got an ad? Okay. All good. I basically said 6 to 7 hours. Class doesn't really matter. Your mileage will vary. Just obviously, it's probably going to roughly even out as long as you're familiar with whatever class it is that you're playing. The thing about launch day leveling is you never know how long it's going to take. So, for instance, I was getting consistent 4.5 hour to 5 hour times in Dragonflight before the expansion launched. And then my actual leveling time in Dragonflight was about 10 to 11 hours because my server was offline for 4 hours. And then by the time that I was actually able to level, everything was a complete fucking shit show. And it was just miserable trying to slog through all the players and catch up. Especially because I spent so much time optimizing my routes so that I would have little competition. I would like zip ahead of the pack and then stay ahead of the pack. That is what all of my launch day routes are built upon. And then when I got like a 4 hour, like, false start behind everybody else, I was kind of fucked. I still actually ended up leveling, compared to a lot of my friends, faster, because all of them had similar delays. But you just never know what you're going to run into. So what do I think about early access? Is it good or bad? Oh, it's absolutely terrible. Early access is fucking awful. It's one of the dumbest decisions that Blizzard has ever made. I am forced to get it as part of my job, but I can still hate it and still say that Blizzard should never do this again. It is absolutely fucking toxic design. I mean, I really think that it is just frankly unethical for somebody to advocate in favor of early access, because as I've said many times already, I stand to gain more than almost anybody else in the entire world from early access, and I am against it. I think it's bad. I can't just I cannot torpedo my career and just not get early access, so you may think I'm a hypocrite. If so, oh well, is what it is. But yeah, it's bad. I really don't like it. Oh my god. Okay, that one was just fucking stupid-ass garbage. Blink. I double blinked into a fucking rock. I could probably still survive this, but there we go. Hey, there's altar time. Okay. Yeah. I mean, honestly, the main reason I almost died there is just the fucking stupid blink into a rock. I was doing great up until I lost half my health in a second because I just tanked 50 auto attacks. Ay. Okay, let's do this. Gonna invis here.
You carry your torch, you light the city.
I'll finish answering your question, Haru, after I focus on not dying. Shit. I had exactly 5 mobs, which I needed, and then one of them just ran away. I needed that mob. Can I... here it comes again! Okay, stupid fucking mob. There we go. But yeah, I would say right now, it's really hard to say for sure. Based on the rough testing that I've been able to do so far, it feels like we're gonna get a slower leveling process than Dragonblight. Fucking Dragonflight.
Where did they take him? Do you see Anduin? They dragged him down.
I hate this quest so much. This is such a terrible quest. Oh my god, I can't see shit. Why? I love that I literally, my point of view is just locked onto the fucking opposite side of the fucking screen. This is so good. This is so good. This is such a well-designed quest. Thank you. Thank you, Blizzard. Thank you, Blizzard. Thank you. Thank you. Alright, exit, re-enter. It's so bad. This quest so much.
We've beaten them back. Let's get Anduin.
Okay, yeah, what was I saying? So, yeah, I have a feeling that optimized campaign leveling could theoretically go, like, 4.5 to 5 hours. People have told me that they've managed to level up in around 3 hours, but they also were, like, really cagey when I asked them how, and I'm pretty sure that if they're telling me the truth, they probably didn't level through the campaign. They probably found some way to level up in adventure mode. What's wrong with my camera? What the fuck is happening with my camera? The last time I remember having this issue was in this exact same area that I ran into it. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that if somebody actually managed to do that, and they're not just lying to me, the way they did it is just by finding some really fast leveling method with plus 25% XP in adventure mode. I really don't think that the current campaign leveling can get, like, much faster than 5 hours, because I know a bunch of people who have tested it, and unfortunately, I say that, but, like, compared to Dragonflight, we have had significantly less testing done because of how broken and unplayable the campaign has been. But all the people that I know who have actually been trying to optimize it, they still have only managed to get times around, like, low 5 hours, or, like, just under 5 hours. And my fastest time is still 5 hours and 40 minutes, because that was my first ever run. I've only been able to do 2 complete campaign testing runs. It's just so fucked. Let's quickly do this quest. It's pretty quick. Um... You've done full campaign sprint in 1 hour, 46 minutes. Okay, well, I'm not saying just campaign completion. I'm saying leveling through the campaign. Because, yeah, you can blitz the entire campaign in around that time, but then you need to grind the remaining few levels. So, I don't know if I would say 3 hours is easily doable. Maybe people just haven't actually managed to do it. I've yet to see proof, though. If you have proof, if somebody's done a run, let me know. But I haven't actually seen it. Because the main issue is, yeah, you can blitz through the campaign. It gets you up to, like, 76-ish. And this is, of course, another problem is a lot of people are doing their runs with adventure mode, which, of course, kind of skews the results. But yeah, you can blitz it. But then those last 4 levels do kind of take a while because you have to scrounge for experience. Or you do it along the way, in which case it takes a little bit longer than that. But I forget exactly how long it took me on my Paladin to blitz through the campaign, but like on a template Paladin, I got to like 75, 76-ish in around like 2 hours something. So that sounds about right, 1 hour, 46 minutes. But then it's the rest of the process where there is no reliable XP farming method outside of, I guess, maybe dungeon spam? But maybe dungeon spam will just end up being the best because you're missing so much experience, and side quests are kind of a pain to get to. So... could be. But also, like, we're talking like regular campaign leveling. For the average player, 100% it's going to take 6 to 7 hours. Right? For speedruns, that's a different story. I'll have to see. Like, let me check on YouTube. Yeah. I'm checking around at some of the channels of people who normally do, like, test runs, who I, like, discuss with and compare my times and stuff. And I'm not seeing anything from them. And all the people who obviously I know have messaged me, their times are around what I've said. For campaign completion, first character, no 10% fucking spider. So no, like, XP buff, campaign completion with 70 to 80, around 5 hours is what I'm seeing. If somebody has done it in 3, and I did say, people have told me that they did it in 3, but then I'm like, hey, do you have a recording? And they're like, you know, I don't want to share my strats. Like, okay, brother. Then, like, you're telling the wrong person. And I don't really buy that, because it's like, those people are literally just trying to flex to me. And it's like, if you're messaging me about that, like, obviously you know that I like to share all my stuff, so it seems pointless to tell me, I found a really secret method, really broken method, but I'm not telling you. Okay, well then why are you telling me at all that you found a super secret broken method? Like, it's just annoying. But again, those people have yet to prove it to me. If you have proof, I will gladly accept it. I don't necessarily think it is... You leveled in 45 minutes but not sharing? Well... Are you just joking, Boomer, on what I said? Or did you actually find a method in 45 minutes? Because that, obviously, if you are not joking, that would have to be an exploit. Which, in that case, definitely don't share, because, yeah. Go to the Priory. Yeah, okay. You're joking? Okay. I wasn't sure. That's fair, that's fair, that's fair. Because,
But I did find tracks leading
I have a friend who back in
Something foul down there as well.
what was it, BFA or Legion, found like leveling methods where in under an hour he managed to get to max level, but it was using exploits, like blatant exploits. So in fact, on one of them I think he actually got banned while doing it, because yeah, you're not supposed to do that stuff. So it's not beyond reason. Also, I'm gonna just reopen my game because something is fucked with my camera. I have absolutely no idea what it is. But something is really messed up. I think it's something with whatever that cutscene is that takes you into Azj-Kahet. Because the last time that I did that quest, I remember the same exact thing being wrong with my camera, where it starts to like sway randomly and not follow my mouse inputs. And it is actually just the most annoying thing ever. I cannot stand it. You have no skin in the game whether you level in 1 day or 2 days, but if you have to stand and watch streams, YouTube videos while other people are playing, you tear your hair out. Exactly. Yeah. It's so I've ranted about early access and the problems of it a lot of times. It has nothing to do with like your point, Werewolf, of, you know, leveling 1 day or 2 days, right? That's not the issue. It's entirely, there is like the lesser issue, of course. There are potentially advantages that people can get. That's like kind of a separate potential problem, because it's a little bit hard to gauge that. People might get advantages, they may not. We have no way of knowing with any absolute certainty, so hard to say. That is definitely a concern, though. The biggest issue, and the issue that myself and most people have, is playing on launch with your friends is just a fun experience. That is like peak World of Warcraft for a massive, massive, massive chunk of players. Pricing people out of that because they don't want to spend extra for the first time ever is just a colossal dick move. It's like, so early access in general is a bad practice, and I hate that companies do it. But it's one thing to add it to like Diablo 4, which is technically a brand new game, right? Obviously, it's not the first game in the Diablo franchise, but out of the Diablo games, it is the first. Or no, what am I saying? For Diablo 4, it is like a brand new release. So in that case, you know, people may have been planning to level with their friends, but I think a lot of people are probably going to play solo their first time anyway. But World of Warcraft is inherently a multiplayer game. It is a game that has been going for a very, very, very long time, and there are traditions built up for a lot of people as for how they play the game. And in many cases, a lot of people just come back for the launch, like not necessarily launch day, but launch week, to experience playing with their friends, getting caught up, and then the moment they get caught up, they actually quit the game and don't come back, because the entire fun for them is those initial few weeks where they're having fun playing with their friends. And taking that away from people, putting a price on that experience, is just beyond scummy, because obviously Blizzard knows that that's what they're doing, right? The whole excuse of it's just for people to level, they're obviously going to say that for marketing purposes because it's a lot more palatable, but they absolutely know what they're doing. They're pricing people out of an experience that has been free, or rather comes with the original price tag of the expansion forever. That is what is so disgusting about the practice. Leveling this time around is definitely shit. You play in a high pop, so you need to get ahead of the pack, so you skip some really nice side quests in the first zone. Well, that's the nice thing, Drax. So I don't know if you've realized this yet, but Adventure Mode unlock doesn't require you to actually reach level 80. So if you blitz the campaign, you unlock Adventure Mode, you can go back to Isle of Dorn, and then you can do all of those really efficient side quests in your own phase with zero competition, theoretically. We're still unsure if that's exactly how it's going to work at launch, but that is how it currently works on the beta. So if that is the case, that would actually make Isle of Dorn really good, but then you do it at the end. But the other problem is it's very, very hard to test that, because in order to test that leveling strategy, you need to have effectively bricked your account for future tests, because now you've unlocked adventure mode and all future tests will be kind of scuffed. Which makes this entire testing process significantly harder. Unfortunately. Do I include professions in my leveling or just quests? Well, it depends on what you're asking, because if you're saying, like, do I do gathering professions for bonus experience from that stuff, then definitely no. Because generally speaking, gathering professions are not worth it. Do I level up crafted professions just for fun? Definitely no. I do that at max level. But obviously, Dragonflight had crafting experience. Now, I definitely don't think it's worth it to do that on your very first character, so I didn't do that back in Dragonflight because it's extremely expensive. But these days, Dragonflight crafting experience is super cheap to get, so yeah. That's why I'm giving, both sides of it, Boomer. If there is first craft bonus experience still for War Within professions, then obviously that would be good, assuming it works exactly the same. But I would not include that in my day one leveling, because that's just not realistic. You're not going to spend millions of golds on crafted materials within the first hour or two to level up. You would only ever do that if you're going for, like, literally world first. Otherwise, you would have to be just patently insane to save 5 to 10 minutes on your very first character just to by, like, spending that much gold. And, like, absolutely not. So I try to keep all my runs as realistic as possible. You can get first craft bonus from Dragonflight professions. Well, you are correct. And actually, on these characters, I did it because I'm not trying to get, like, an accurate test on these, because I'm not... well, this mage, I'm technically doing the campaign, but, it's already a scuffed run, because I had to stop, like, last week and then resume it today. I will be very surprised if that makes it to live. In fact, I actually am going to write a forum post at some point, because that should not make it to live. Because here's the other problem with that. That, prevents people from benefiting from it if they used it back in Dragonflight. So a huge chunk of the player base won't be able to benefit from that. It also makes absolutely no sense. There is no reason why Dragonflight first craft bonuses should be usable for War Within. But you are correct, yes. Unfortunately, it is a thing right now. What I'm not sure about is whether the same thing applies to War Within professions. I have not tested that. So I don't know. If somehow Blizzard completely overlooks it and keeps Dragonflight crafting experience a thing for War Within, then, like, yeah, obviously you're going to do that. Basically, every single craft that you get up to a certain point is, like, one free quest, so you basically get, like, roughly half a level for free. It's obviously pretty good, but again, it is very, very, very broken. So I don't expect that to be intended.
Watch and lurk, drudges. There will be no interruptions on Ascension Day.
You got like 55% at level 79? Yeah. It's definitely good, but it's kind of dumb. It should not work like that. I have a question. Since it's my first time leveling as Alliance, how much War Mode XP bonus is it for Alliance in a Horde-populated realm? Well, it has nothing to do with your realm, to be clear. So, it's based on... I believe it's based on, like, your battle group or something? I don't think it's entirely region-wide. But just playing, like, the opposite faction on, like, a populated server will change nothing. If that was the case, I would have been doing my Horde speedruns on, like, Storm Rage or something for the longest time, but it never used to work like that. The other thing is that a lot of times these days, actually, Boomer, Horde has gotten the the war mode bonus. Nowadays, I don't really see it much at all, but I have seen it pop up for Horde a few times. No, it's definitely not server bound. I'm not sure if it's based on your region or your battle group. That is, I'm not 100% sure on. Battle group being like a server cluster, in case you're unfamiliar with that term.
Our threads entwine. I am the widower. This harbinger has the entire. The ascended are the harbinger's gift to Ansurek. A fierce contingent.
Right, how do I do this again?
Killers made by the harbinger in the darkest depths of the city's transformatory. They are impossibly strong, and I have no army of my own. If I am to reach Ansurek and
Okay, those are the dungeon quests. I honestly do think there's a chance that dungeons with like a group of people are actually just the best supplementary way to level. And one of the nice things is if I manage to blitz the campaign, unlock adventure mode, the moment I have adventure mode, all of the lower level dungeons will scale up to me. So at that point, I can just like tell my friends to stop whatever they're doing and help me do dungeons. And well, I mean, I'm not going to demand it of them, but I'm pretty sure if I explain this to them in advance and I'm like, hey, this might be the fastest way to level, most of them would want to help me out with that. But that way, I don't need to like, I don't need to level along with them in the questing process, which is kind of the main downside to dungeon leveling. You normally need people to level with you. But if I can unlock adventure mode, I should theoretically be able to queue for the dungeons with my friends, and it would scale for me and it wouldn't scale for them. That's also very easy enough to test on the beta. And in that case, they could just level at their own pace, and even if I'm like level 78 and they're level 71, they could still hop into a group with me and we could do a dungeon. That might be actually the fastest way. Fuck, I need to test that. Just because, like, delves are dogshit XP. Most side quests are not very good. Honestly, the way that it goes, like, the vast majority of side quests in Ringing Deeps are horse shit. These things are so bad. There's a handful in Gundargaz that I do just because it's, like, easy enough to do alongside the campaign. And we do these ones up here, like, steal the brew, kill the elementals, that's easy. Sure. But, like, these quests, I think I came to the conclusion that they're just, like, not very good, not really worth doing. And a lot of the bonus objectives just give really low XP. So there's some okay quests out here, but it's also a pretty big detour off the campaign. And I feel like if you stick around in Ringing Deeps for too long, you're going to start to lag behind. Like, you can do a handful of side quests in Ringing Deeps, but just getting into the second zone ASAP isn't going to necessarily keep you ahead of the pack. You need to keep up your momentum. I think by the time you get to Hollowfall, the bottlenecks will start occurring throughout Isle of Dorn, Ringing Deeps, and it'll slowly thin out the player base. Hollowfall, you're probably far enough in the clear where you can start doing side quests, and there's a lot of good side quests here. So you're absolutely going to do this stuff up here. I don't know if you're going to do the island. I like this one, but it's like, it's marginal. I think for monks, it's probably really good. The fish side quest is really good, and it overlaps with the campaign. The two side quests over here are really good. All of those side quests that we did in Merildar are really good. I'll have to, like, and this is why I wish I could do more campaign test runs, but I don't know of time. I don't know if these side quests are worth and these side quests are worth. They're close enough to the campaign, but it's like they might be excessive. And then, like, Ashgahet, you do basically nothing. Ashgahet, the early side quests right after you enter to blow up the Nerubian mines and kill a bunch of Nerubians, that's just good because you're going to do that as you go along anyways. It just works out really well. But basically every single other side quest hub in this zone is just terrible. It's just really bad. So there, like, maybe I take it back. This one is okay, but it's so far off the beaten path, And even it's just okay, right? Like, why would you do this? And then if you rush the campaign and you finish, I think doing all of the efficient side quests throughout, like, Hollowfall, you would maybe be like 77.5 by the time you're done with the campaign. And then if you go back to Isle of Dorn in your own personal phase, and you do all of the good quests here, so definitely the wanted quests are really easy. That's like free XP. The wanted quests I'm actually probably going to do while I level in Isle of Dorn normally. One thing that I need to test is whether or not, if you pick up the wanted quest outside of adventure mode, will it then scale to adventure mode later on? Because it might just be better to save it for later and save the turn-ins for after you've already reached the end. But the wanted quests are literally just a quick touch of death for a monk, so that's easy. And, like, for instance, these kobold quests are pretty good. I like this little hub. Rambleshire is pretty good. I really like this hub. But the problem is, also, this one is not bad, but, like, there's so many prereqs to actually get there that I don't think it'll be worth it. But, like, kobolds, Rambleshire, wanted quests, etc., I think they're all pretty solid. But obviously, you can't do it early on. But I think if you come back here after the fact and do that once you've unlocked adventure mode, that could be really, really good. Also, sometimes you may just get a world quest at that point that overlaps directly with one of your questing hubs, and that could just be really good too. So I think that should get you probably up to like 79-ish, and then maybe instead of trying to like hunt for random side quest hubs in different zones, at that point you just slam dungeons for the last level. And there should be 1 or 2 dungeon quests that you can grab for the leveling dungeons, which are Rookery, Stone Vaults. Actually, oh, you can't... Interesting. So there's a quest to complete the Cinderbrew Meadery, but you can't actually queue up for that. But you can get Arakara City of Echoes. But what I'm not sure of is whether you can get that at low level before you've unlocked adventure mode. That's something that I'll need to check. I also need to practice the dungeons a little bit, because I've barely run, like, any of these dungeons. I barely touch them. Shit. You know, come to think of it, one of the funny things about, like, my main account being banned and having to potentially level in War Within on a brand new character is if I have... what's it called? If I have never done Dragonflight crafting on that brand new monk, then I could theoretically use it if they don't fix it for the first craft bonus at the very end. Which would be incredibly stupid, but
There's a cache of resources nearby.
that is what it is.
Find it before you have to fight over it.
You wonder how much of it is Dwarf Race? Yeah, a lot of people are playing Dwarf now. I would say one of the biggest reasons for the Alliance slant is how broken Dwarf Racial is. But I do think that cross-faction guilds also meant that a lot of people who specifically went Horde because their guild transferred Horde are now finally switching back to Alliance, which they just prefer to play. What do you think about the new zones in the War Within? Are they good or no? Do you like them? I like Hollowfall. Hollowfall is one of my favorite zones. Like, period. It's really good. It's nice. I like it. Ringing Deeps, I don't really like. I think Ringing Deeps is just like... I like some of it. It's... Okay, so... Ringing Deeps, I like the general vibe to an extent because it reminds me a lot of, like, Chaos Dwarves. And, like, the whole you're surrounded by industry type of thing. And I really like Chaos Dwarves from Warhammer. So, I think that part of it is cool. But I also think that that's only like one small section of Ringing Deeps. And it's the other thing is it's just such a cramped zone and it's really annoying to navigate, so I don't hate it for sure, but it's definitely not my favorite. Oh, come on, let me pick up this stupid quest. There we go. Okay, it did pick up. As for the other ones, I'm like fine with Isle of Dorn. Isle of Dorn is just a very like normal questing hub. Nothing about it is particularly interesting. It just kind of exists. Now that they've finally added music, I will say Isle of Dorn music is quite good. I actually do really like that. Okay, there we go. We're good. You could go to the mob grinding areas in Azure Span and Anaran Plains and get level 71 in 5 minutes on release. They didn't scale down the XP from them yet. Yeah, so... And to be clear, I actually don't think they're going to scale down the XP from that. So I've thought about that. There are other ways that you could potentially level. Another even sillier method that people have suggested to me, which honestly may work, is Radiant Echoes. Radiant Echoes is really, really, really fast. And theoretically, during early access, it's still going to be available. The problem is, getting that early head start is just so critical in staying ahead. Especially if you want to complete the campaign, which I do. So, like, again, I am, just to be clear, I'm not trying to get, like, world first level 80. Like, not even remotely. I'm trying to purely do campaign leveling. And within the context of campaign leveling, I want to find the fastest way to level up to 80. And in that case, it doesn't really help because you're just going to fall behind. So I'm sure there's going to be some tech where people do spammable stuff like that. They level up really fast, and then they're just going to have to go and do the campaign anyway. Okay, whatever. You know, the problem with that is, like, the one person who manages to actually get that world first, awesome, good for them, cool. But all the other people who fail it, you know, if you're not first, you're last, right? So every single one of those people who misses world first is now going to be facing insane catch-up just to get through the campaign, which they have to do anyway. And while it's a little bit weird on early access, obviously in the past, doing that has always been ridiculously risky, because now you're risking missing, like, a world quest and losing out on potential rep. So for, like, min-maxers like myself for raiding stuff, that could be really bad. Though, admittedly, mostly, I hate gimmicky methods like that, regardless. Your goal is to rush the first delve and finish first zone ASAP. It's a real possibility delves will break. That's not a bad point, yeah. I didn't consider that, but you are absolutely correct that that is something that could very well happen.
Don't look back. Watch your back out here. We've got a plan now. To a crate and get a lift to Siegehold. Find this
Yeah.
Meanwhile, I'll get
Where the
intel
fuck?
to the Weaver and get that antidote.
First delve in the dungeon bit, loading screens of death, yeah. So rushing to Hollowfall and doing everything there would probably be the play, or... Well, to be clear, so I love nature. When I was saying I really like Hollowfall, I don't know which thing you were saying, because you said that right after somebody asked me what is my opinion about the zones. And I was talking more like thematically when I said Hollowfall is my favorite. That being said, if you were asking purely about leveling, I don't necessarily think rushing straight to Hollowfall and doing everything there is the best. I think definitely rushing out of Isle of Dorn and getting to Ringing Deeps as quickly as possible is your priority. Getting out of that first zone is critical. You do not want to be stuck in Isle of Dorn any longer than you need to. And within Ringing Deeps, if Ringing Deeps had really good side quests, you may want to do a decent amount of side quests there and take the risk. The thing about Ringing Deeps is, like, it already doesn't really have that many great options, so there's just no reason to stick around there. So it's more so you want to rush out of Isle of Dorn, which does have good side quests, and when in Ringing Deeps, there aren't really that many good side quests, so you are kind of rushing to Hollowfall. But doing every single side quest in Hollowfall is not a good idea, because there are a lot of really bad side quest chains in Hollowfall. There's a lot of good ones, but then there's also a lot of bad ones. So the one thing that is for certain about Hollowfall is once you get there, it's pretty safe to do side quests without worrying about falling behind the pack. If you make it there really early, you're probably going to be safe for a while. So you're safe to do at least a good amount of side quests. And I would say with the amount of side quests that we currently think are worth doing, you'll have more than enough time to do that. After that, it's a little bit tricky, because that's where it's like, in theory, you would want to then finish the campaign, do minimal stuff in the final zone, and then once you've unlocked adventure mode, double back into Isle of Dorn. Because the most efficient zone by far in terms of side quests is Isle of Dorn, which is unfortunate because it's the first zone, so you want to get out of there as quickly as possible. But if you can get to adventure mode early and just start slamming that with zero competition, that would undoubtedly be the fastest way to level. But we don't really have any concrete way of saying whether or not that's going to work. So there's a chance that if, like, the adventure mode tech doesn't work, like maybe for whatever reason it's disabled on live servers, I don't know. I don't see why it would be disabled, but like, you always got to have a backup plan. But if that does happen, then yeah, you might need to go ahead and just do all the side quests in Hollowfall and Azj-Kahet, just because you would have literally no other options. But it wouldn't be very good. It would basically be like what I did on the previous Windwalker Monk run, which wasn't exactly the fastest thing in the world. Some of those side quests that you saw me doing were really, really, really slow. But that's why I'm practicing them, because if I am forced to do that, I want to make sure I at least know, generally speaking, how all of them play. You will get a different phase at Isle of Dorn on Adventure Mode versus those who are still in the campaign. Right now, on beta, that is how it works. Yes. But that's the problem. We don't really have any way of knowing, unless Blizzard outright confirms that that is intended behavior. There is no way to say for sure whether that will happen on launch. Because, so, like, another thing, somebody said something earlier that,
I noticed you trying to defend your own obsolescence, you dusty ancient.
was it, low pop realms as well, where servers won't be an issue. Yeah, so the thing about low pop realms is, somebody else said that it's not always consistent. You're not always guaranteed to have, like, a good time on low pop realms, because what could very well happen is Blizzard decides to, like, ignore the standard, like, server phasing that should happen, because they don't want to have people just running around in their very own phase killing mobs. So I don't know if the adventure mode thing is like, just by default, they're separated into different servers, and Blizzard could theoretically combine the servers to stop, like, early expansion congestion. They may choose to do that. It may also be like one of those hard technical barriers where, for whatever reason, it is impossible to host both adventure mode and regular players in the same servers, so you're guaranteed to have it to yourself on launch day. We really have no way of knowing for sure. But all we can say is right now in beta, that is how it works. So who knows? Where you plan to... I'm sorry, Gamora, I have no idea what you asked. What is adventure mode? Adventure mode is like the flexible scaling leveling that you get on your second character onwards. So it's what I'm doing right now. So you can see all of the zones scale from 70 to 80 at any time. That's adventure mode. Your very first character needs to go through the campaign, and adventure mode will not be unlocked until the campaign is finished. And that requires you to progress through the zones in order, and it also causes the zones to scale with your level. Or to not scale with your level, they have a fixed level, I mean, sorry. Said that wrong. There's like roleplay here, so I'm just gonna start this, and then I can read the messages in chat that I missed.
We could sing a song about how miserable we are? Maybe not just yet, Mira.
Maybe not.
Okay, actually, I did read every single message. But yeah, definitely loading screens are a concern. The problem with launch day leveling is it's like... no plan survives contact with the enemy when it comes to launch day leveling. Something is always going to go wrong, and you're going to be forced to adapt. Like, I'll give you an example. Obviously, Dragonflight was a complete shit show, and all of my plans were completely scuppered. Oh shit, I need to talk to this guy. But in Shadowlands, actually, my plans went basically perfectly. My initial path through the Maw went flawlessly. I was cruising ahead of the pack. Every single person I know got stuck in the Maw, just bogged down by like a million other people. I was cruising ahead. I had no competition. I made it to Oribos. Absolutely nobody was there. I made it to Bastion. Bastion's fucking empty. Crystal clear. People only barely started trickling into Bastion in like larger numbers when I was already at the end of the zone. I had a super duper fast run throughout that. Then I got to Maldraxxus, and suddenly tons of competition. I was swarmed with other players in Maldraxxus. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Why am I competing with all these other people? I was just in Bastion and it was completely empty. I was ahead of everybody. Well, what happened is I was actually so fast in Bastion that when I reached Maldraxxus, there were so few people in Maldraxxus that Blizzard put all of us on the same shard. So I went from being on, I forget what server I was on, Mal'Ganis, I think, back in Shadowlands. I went from being on the Mal'Ganis shard and being basically in the lead on the Mal'Ganis shard. And then I hit Maldraxxus, and suddenly me and every single other person across all North American servers that was really, really, really far ahead ended up being dumped into the exact same shard. So I went from cruising ahead in Bastion to having to fight for tags in Maldraxxus in war mode, and also, while my server Mal'Ganis was horde dominated, that was not the case at all for the shared phase. There were tons of Alliance players. I remember I got ganked multiple times in the construct area. I'll find the place in the map. Fucking Maldraxxus. This place here. No. Where is it? Yeah, it was this place. Like, right around there, I got ganked multiple times. I was, like, fighting with somebody over a tag. And, right, I have to go down there. And then, like, I got killed by, like, a Boomkin and a Demon Hunter, and they were, like, grouped together, and I was leveling completely solo, so no matter what I did, I couldn't fight them. They just had me outnumbered. It just really sucked. And I lost, like, 30 minutes there. Now, in the end, don't get me wrong, I still leveled really, really quickly. Okay, this quest doesn't seem to be working. You know what? It says it's optional. Okay, there's a hidden checkpoint. There we go. So I still stayed really far ahead of the pack, don't get me wrong, but whereas before I was ahead of literally every single person in my phase, I ended up having to fight over tags, and that slowed me down a lot. So that was a little bit unfortunate. I was still like the first person I know to make it to level 60 at the time, but it could have been a lot faster if Blizzard hadn't phased me. But that's why I'm saying a lot of times they will just do that. If there is not enough people on your shard, it doesn't matter whether you're on a low pop server. They'll just throw you into the like ring with high pop players. So the only advantage to being on a low pop server is potentially very early on in the expansion, you may have slightly less competition. And more importantly, you may have better server stability, which the server stability can help. For instance, Area 52 was down for like forever on launch day for Dragonflight. That definitely wasn't the case on low pop servers, but it's always hard to say exactly how much of an impact that'll have. And I would say planning purely around that being an advantage, not necessarily your best option. Okay, you know, I just saw something that really annoyed me. Why? Why? What do you mean you've traveled all the way from Zaralek Caverns? The fuck do you mean you've traveled all the way from Zaralek Caverns? Zaralek Caverns is fucking over here! It's on the polar opposite side of the world! What do you mean? Blizzard! Hello? Do you look at your own maps? This is, okay, one of my favorite examples of Blizzard's terrible, inconsistent writing, where they just don't even think about locational distance, is Blackrock Caverns. The description of Blackrock Caverns is Deathwing carved out the subterranean lair to secretly transport elementals from Mount Hyjal to Blackrock Mountain. So, Blackrock Caverns is a tunnel that connects Blackrock Mountain over here to Mount Hyjal over here. Deathwing carved this fucking tunnel by hand from here to here. What the fuck? So, maybe Deathwing carved out another tunnel from fucking here to fucking here, and that's how the fucking Glimmerog guys got there. The world is not flat. Maybe Zaralek Caverns is on the opposite side of the sphere. You know, that's actually a fair counterpoint. That is a fair counterpoint, but I do think that it has been shown on the globe that there's like a decent bit of ocean separating like these areas, like the North and South Pole. So I'm pretty sure that this is the difference between like Australia and, I don't know, Great Britain. Maybe. In terms of like how far away they are. I'm pretty sure that, like, no matter what, I guess it's like underground, but still. Are there just like underground passages that connect the entire world? Across, like, under the fucking ocean? Like, this isn't... I don't know, man. I don't know. Maybe there is. Maybe there is. I still stand by the Blackrock Caverns example. That one pisses me off. But, like, come on. Where do I go for this?
My arrows strike true.
Oh, yeah, I remember hearing that this quest is broken. This is what they were talking about. Yeah, Illyria is supposed to offer a quest. This is also broken. So there's actually 2 broken campaign quests. This one... Oh, there's another spider! Ah! Stop trying to be thematic, you fucking asshole. fucking hate spiders. I fucking hate spiders. I fucking hate spiders. Don't you have to fly back down to Anduin? You know what? You're right. Okay, the person on the forums is wrong.
We are in this together.
To be fair, it does say that I'm supposed to talk to,
You'll be surprised.
I'm supposed to talk to Illyria, is what it tells me. But... Okay, so I only need to walk up to these guys. Gamor said, is it not best to get all quests complete on alts, like the quest you just did, not doing main so you get the account-wide rep and stuff? I mean, that's definitely one way to go about it, for sure. If you want to do that, it's not a bad idea, but I would argue that you could just go back and do all of it on your main character once you get gear, and once, like, there's not a lot of competition, and that should just be easier. Which beta realm do you have to choose for leveling 70 to 80? There's multiple options. You either have to pick Illyria, Khadgar, I think it's one of them, and then Turnip's Delight. Those are the three ones. Yeah, Turnips. But yeah, Gamor, it's obviously good to do all of the quests eventually. You're not wrong. But I just don't think it's worth it. Because, like, especially on launch day, right? I guess if we're talking, like, after launch, when there's no competition, maybe, like in that theoretical example, I suppose it could potentially be worth doing. But if we are discussing this on launch, like, basically, what I'm going to do, I'm not going to, on my second character, do a side quest just for that. I'm going to go back and do that much later on. And in fact, considering the fact that adventure mode, if it is in a separate phase, will make leveling just much easier overall, what I'm probably going to do is the moment that I hit levels 80 on my first character, I am immediately going to jump into my second character. Like, no coffee break, no anything. And then I'm just going to blitz through it as fast as I possibly can before the vast majority of players unlock adventure mode. Because that way, I'll be able to do the Isle of Dorn quests as I progress. And, what was I saying? I think you can just blitz through here. Ow. Yeah, it's a good thing that I ran ahead. Why did that stun me?
Finally. Now I can get a clear shot.
Oh, okay. Arcane feels good so far. Yeah, well, I mean, I generally like Arcane. There have been certain pulls where it struggles a little bit just because a lot of zones in the War Within are loaded with, like, ranged caster mobs that just sit there and, like, chip away at you. So normally Arcane's really good for kiting. And in situations where you can just kite mobs, Arcane fucks them up. Mobs can't reach you in melee. Yeah, I have to actually, like, run ahead, and that triggers... all the mobs die. So yeah, whenever you can kite, Arcane fucks. Spellslinger is without a doubt the best hero talent tree, or Spellslinger Arcane specifically, is very, 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 very good. And I would say overall, this is like the best mage leveling spec, and it still feels good. It's definitely one of the better leveling specs for sure. There are going to be specs that feel significantly worse than Arcane. But I used to consider Arcane to be like within the top 5 leveling specs in the game. And at low levels, it definitely is. I maintain that. Like, I wasn't wrong. It did get some of the fastest, like, Chromie times before. But Arcane kind of falls off a bit when it has to do harder hitting stuff like this. Especially stuff that it can't just, like, heal through or kite out. Especially relative to melee DPS. And specs like Windwalker, Fury, etc. Or tank specs. Ah. Oh, Avesh said, I had the same. You saw nobody in Bastion, then 2 people tried to gank you in the arena on the first Maldraxxus quest. Yeah. I got lucky enough that, I actually made it all the way to that one section of Maldraxxus with nobody trying to kill me. I think, like, 1 or 2 people fired shots at me, and then I just kind of jumped away. Because I was also leveling as a Havoc Demon Hunter. So, it is very hard to pin down a Havoc DH. But at one point, I think I pulled a bunch of mobs and like a boomkin jumped me and there was just nothing I could do. I was just dead. And then they camped my body for like 5 minutes and then finally fucked off. It really pissed me off though. I had to mute my mic because I was like about to say some unfriendly things on stream about the boomkin that had just ganked me. So I just muted my mic so that I didn't like say anything that I regretted. And yeah. Okay, let's grab that. What's my prediction about server stability and condition at War Within launch? I mean, like, not to be overly sarcastic, but like, let me get out my crystal ball. I have no idea. I think historically speaking, it's probably going to be bad just because it has been bad most of the time in the past. So... Oh, I got... Ooh. Ooh, there's a Paragon box. Okay, alright. Alright, let's crack open my first ever Paragon box in the War Within, see what this bad boy has. Another Radiant Echo. So that was the thing from before. You bring it to a world soul memory and experience the radiant memories of Azeroth. And, some other random shit. Huh. Okay. You haven't played since Legion, so you're trying to get back into it? Gotcha. Yeah, so I normally don't play Arcane, just for clarity. I'm testing out every single spec. Or, not every single spec, every single class for War Within leveling before launch. And for Mage, Spellslinger Arcane is 100% going to be the best. If you're not familiar with the War Within stuff, you now have these things called hero talents, which are like little kind of specs that they're shared with other stuff. So Frost and Arcane share Spellslinger, and then Arcane and Fire share Sun Fury. This one, basically, Spellslinger is all about, a lot of times when you cast abilities, you chuck out a bunch of things called Arcane Splinters, which deal upfront damage and then dot damage over time. And then you have a lot of stuff that detonates your Arcane Splinters, and then you have abilities or passive effects where, depending on how many Arcane Splinters you detonate, you fire off like free Arcane Orbs that do big damage and obviously give you like a ton of free Arcane charges. So that's pretty good. But yeah, for Mage, this is without a doubt the best leveling spec. Despite, like, my complaining earlier, which, again, was not directed at Arcane, that's just about casters in general and the quest design. I think overall, Arcane did feel pretty good as, like, a caster's gonna feel in this type of solo content. And casters get, like, disproportionately punished by having template gear, so it's not the worst thing ever. Okay, so there you go. That is how you unlock adventure mode, and normally, even if you have not hit level 80 at this point, it will appear. And then I get Renown of Khazal-Gar. I'm not gonna pick up any one of these. Actually, like, it doesn't matter.
When shadow falls, be strong, my friend. Your aid brings hope to us all.
World quest completed in Khazal-Gar. The annoying thing is I already did a bunch of world quests earlier. Okay, so there's two different World Soul memories. One was the thing that I flew over earlier, and then one's the thing I did before. Let's go check out this World Soul memory, because I have a Radiant Echo, so... Actually, that might be scaled to level 80, so maybe I shouldn't do that until I finish the questing process. Yeah, I think that's probably a better idea. Okay, it gives leveling gear. What the fuck? So, that seems really bad if it potentially lets you complete your weekly quest before you hit max level. And if the gear that you get downscales to be leveling gear instead of max level gear, then that's like, that's kind of bad. I don't like that. Either way. We're gonna do... We only have like a half a bar to go. So let's do some pet battle leveling. Woo! Do I get my pet battles or battle pets? Yes, okay, it copies over my battle pets. Perfect. What am I looking at here? All elemental, okay. Well, that is very easy. Where am I? Yeah, there's that one. 2, and then... There's a lot of good options. What's this one? The Waking Shores. I don't think I ever actually used this pet, despite the fact that I somehow have it leveled up.
There's a cache of resources nearby. Find it before you have to fight over it.
Let's just make sure this stuff is all set correctly. Cleansing Rain, Frog Kiss. Alright, yeah, this seems like it should be pretty easy. Unless the, okay, they have one ability that counters aquatic pets, but... Yeah, okay, this should be pretty fucking easy. And it's a perfect thing that I delayed my Cleansing Rain, because I just completely negate his ability. Well, not completely, it seems. How much is Pump gonna do? It's not gonna one-shot, so I need to hit him one more time. And actually... No, yeah, Pump was the correct player. Okay. Yeah, what does this do? I'm gonna heal. Just to guarantee that I heal my backline. Because, yeah, it might do something like that where I don't even get to benefit from pump. In that case... What's it gonna do? What is that? Okay, that's bad. Okay, yep, that just works. Not one shots. I think I need to tag him once, and then pump should one tap. Alright, easy enough. Where's the next pet battling world quest? I'll do pet battling and skywriting world quests exclusively to finish off the run, because, like, fuck it, we're never gonna get to do this another time during an actual speedrun. Oh, there's a lot of pet battling quests down there. You know what? Fuck it. Only pet battling quests. The skywriting quests are lame. Because I do those enough. They're not bad. And technically speaking, I could just use level 1 pets to cheese this and make it easier, but I didn't level up all my level 25 pets just to go back to using lame old level 1 pets. That's no fun. What is this? Robot Rumble. Oh, it's a Tallock. It's a mini Tallock. Nice. In that case, Elemental. So, Elemental, we want Fell Flame, Giggling Flame, Ominous Flame, and... what do you get? Yeah, I don't know how well you can hear this, but the Isle of Dorn music's actually pretty good. I quite like it. Okay, we definitely take Conflagrate. Take Conflagrate. Burn. Scorched Earth. And I kind of want to go with Immolate for that. Have I encountered a lot of treasures that give XP? Like, no. Next to none. Every now and then there's, like... There's a box that you can loot, and I think most of the time it doesn't even give XP. I don't know if you've run into any Draxlas, but I have found basically none. Definitely compared to, like, WoD or something, where there's like a million of them. XP treasures seem to be pretty obscure. The few that I have opened up, because there's a lot that are marked in the map, but 90% of those give nothing. Alright, let's start with Immolate. Okay, he increases his damage done. What are his abilities? Chaos Beam. Reduce damage to Elemental. Alright, well that's easy. Both of his abilities do reduce damage to Elemental, so he might stun me, which would suck, but it's a 25% chance. Yeah, and he missed the 25% chance. Would I recommend leveling with War Mode on release? At your own risk. So, it's one of those things where War Mode is just fast, right? It's a risk that you always need to weigh whether or not you think it's worth it. It is absolutely going to speed you up on release, just like it always does. But the thing about War Mode is that... Ah, damn, that barely one-tapped. The thing about War Mode, unlike other factions, is that, or unlike server stuff, that will 100% take your server's population into account. Because unless, like the example that I gave earlier, where if you're in a, like, if you're really far ahead and the game starts facing you with players from other servers, you may get placed with, people who are, like, on the other faction. And, for instance, I play on Zul'jin, and Zul'jin is going to be overwhelmingly Horde. But a lot of people are, like, playing Dwarf for some of their characters because it's really good for, what's it called? For Mythic Plus. So if you're leveling as a dwarf character on a horde-populated server, you're going to get farmed. It's going to be rough. So keep that in mind. And another thing, right, is that a lot of people are actually playing Alliance these days. So in my case, I'm on a horde-populated server, and if I get too far ahead of the pack and I get phased with other servers, I may end up in a situation where there's what's it called? There's like all these Dwarf Alliance players from other servers that are on the same shard as me, and then things can get really rough. That being said, I think generally speaking, my recommendation is try it with war mode on, and if you end up just getting ganked, go and turn it off, right? Obviously, if you get ganked within the first 5 minutes, yeah, you're kind of fucked. That's unlucky. So make sure that you're not on a Alliance-dominated server if you're playing Horde, etc., vice versa. But if you get like 5 hours into the leveling process and then you get ganked and you can't progress because people are camping you, just turn war mode off. So. But the bonus does help. Oh man. There's like not that much time left. I have so much work to do and not enough time to do it. I will say again, for anybody watching, by the way, if you want to help out with the video or written guides for the leveling stuff, please message me on Discord. Just send me a DM. Haraldin, it's just, yeah, there's no hashtags now in Discord. It's just Haraldin. So just message me and let me know. And there's like a few miscellaneous small things that I could use people's help with, but I am definitely going to need more help if I'm going to get at least the written guides out on time. Basically, I'll get the video guides out on time. It's going to be tough, but if I don't have more help, I will probably have to jettison the written guides and just not finish them. You found one that gave raw XP and one small one that gave a quest for 10k? Interesting. I haven't encountered them, though. How much raw XP did the treasure that you found give Draxilus? Because if it's a lot, then maybe it's worth going for. That is some mechanical beast. Let's see. Start. Kovak. And I don't actually have a... Oh, I know what I did. I traded my Kunchong Hatchling to my alt account. Fuck. Okay. Let's go with Calico Cat. It's good enough. You had rested XP, but it gave you 22k at level 71. Well, okay, that makes sense, because that... If it gave you 22k with rested, then that's 11k normally. And 11k is, like, I believe a normal's quest's worth of experience. Where did you find it? It's possible that I may have picked it up and just not realized that I got XP from it, if it's, like, right along the standard campaign route. Does this guy have burrow? He doesn't have burrow. I think I just, like, full send. Hard left when you enter Hollowfall in a cave. Okay, that one I definitely have not found. I'll take a look in a second. Oh, I'm dead. He's gonna flamethrower me, isn't he? Yeah, that's... Okay. Oh yeah, I'm so dead. Okay. That's unfortunate. Probably send out Kovak first. Because Kovak's tankier. Are any of their abilities strong against beasts? No. Okay, I need to heal. Jesus Christ. Okay, as long as it doesn't one-tap Kovak. But nice, we're evenly matched on speed. Oh my god. Okay, don't go first. Nice. Oh, it one-taps. Let's go. I love Kovak. Okay, let's do the other quest here, and then we'll head into Hollowfall and check out that treasure you mentioned. You got 3 chests that gave 12k XP. Where was that, Gamor? Where's the chest that you found? This is, looks like around this cliff.
Our miners still have problems in the rumbling wastes. Clear out those Skarden and recover what you can.
Okay, there we go. Mechanical again. So my elemental team should just be good to go. Elemental, just revive them. Spell Flame, Giggling Flame, Ominous Flame. Oh, it uses Demolish? Alright, this is easy. And then it's gonna do Repair. Alright. Probably, yeah, it enters Repair there. Oh, it's not gonna repair in time. Oh. Fuck. Never mind. It did repair in time. It doesn't matter, though. His repair is like a super long cooldown. A 5-round cooldown. There's the cheat death. Now, even if it comes back... Oh, it killed. Oh, fuck. Okay, let's do this and then just one tap. Easy. Where's the exit over here? That's where it is. Okay. Now let's check out the treasure Draxela's mentioned. And that treasure that you're talking about, Draxela's, is that the one that you said gave a quest? Or is that the one that just gave raw XP? And whichever one it is, where is the other one that you found? This is the raw XP one? Okay. Hard left the moment you enter Hollowfall. Okay. If it's in a cave, are you talking about this one, Arathi Treasure Hoard? It's not in a cave, so I'm guessing it's different. Yeah, that didn't give XP, but you said cave, so... I assume it's this entrance, right? Because there are multiple entrances. Okay, I assume it's this. Because here's a cave. This is it? Gotcha. Okay, yeah, that gives standard quest XP, I think, because that's 16k. And let's find... Yeah. Yeah, like a normal quest is 15.8. And that's with the 15% bonus. The quest you got was right outside? What do you mean? The treasure that gave the quest was right outside? Near that rare. Okay. What quest was it? Do you remember? Random spawn. Yeah, I think I know what it might be. I think I know exactly what you're talking about. There is like, do I still have it on me? I don't know if I have it on. There's a quest that's like, it's an ancient relic or something that you pick up sometimes when you open chests, and it like, it gives you a quest that, like you said, 10k, and then it breadcrumbs to something in Dornegal. So I'm 99% sure that's what it is, and I think it is the Lost Flame. I don't think it was called that. Yeah, the one that I'm thinking of is like the Ancient Relic or something. Maybe it is just a random drop from any random treasures scattered around the zone. And it's possible that maybe there is a separate random quest from every single zone. So the Lost Flame sounds like a logical name for like a Hall of Fall quest. And maybe if you get a random treasure in Isle of Dorn, it's called... what's it called? The, like, artifact thing that I saw. Jesus, this random fucking Lynx has so much health. I'm not sure. I'll look around, see, because Arathi treasure hoards. It might be one of those. Yeah, they give no base experience, but maybe it's like a rare drop from one of those. And those are rare spawn treasure chests just scattered around the area.
The lamplighters are stretched thin. For the Arathi to survive, we must settle
come on.
lands shattered from Belador's life.
Shit.
Opportunity's knocking. If you've got the
Are there any pet battle quests in here? I'm not seeing any. What about in Ashkahet? Damn, none. I guess I'll just keep opening Arathi treasure hoard, see if I get something. And free XP here while I'm at it. That's still what I assume is the case. But it's hard to say. I feel like I've always seen it drop right there. What about this chest? This is a special chest called Smuggler's Treasure. Oh, fuck off. There might be a clue on how to unlock it. Yeah, I'm too damn lazy. You expect me to read? It's too early in the morning for reading right now. Oh.
There is always hope if we choose to look for it.
There's another treasure chest. Let's just go take a peek. Oh, there we are. Yeah. I'm definitely not finding anything. I have no idea exactly what it is, though. I think if it was from those chests and it was like a viable thing to find, then I would have found it already. So. But did I never do this quest? Oh, I never did this side quest hub. Okay, well, I guess I'll just do this, because I normally do the teddy bear. It's pretty quick. And that should actually get me to To 80. You looted like 12 chests, got nothing else? Yeah, I'm not sure then. You got XP from a bigger brown chest at the Ringing Depths, but you can't remember the location? Gotcha. Yeah, it's entirely possible that there's, chests that are worth including, but... I don't know. You know, one thing that I actually do really love about this zone is that there's a little Arathi fisherman standing right here. But it's actually right behind it is the fish monster using an image of a fisherman to lure people in so he could kill it, like an angler fish. Except instead of the little light bulb that sits in front of the angler fish, it's a person. So you're, like, luring them in. That is, like, actually so fucking unsettling. I really, really, really love small details like that. That's like some fucking X-Files shit, man. I don't know. Speak of the Devil, you just got one? Okay, so I guess it is just a really rare drop from the chest that I was opening then? Draxilus, is that what you're saying? Assuming you meant you got one from that exact same chest. Because if so, that's good to know. The Arathi ones? Gotcha. How much rep do you get from turning that in? Because what I just realized is that sounds like it could be the new dirt farming method. If it gives rep, which I would imagine it does.
What do monsters mean?
75 rep. Oh, that is the new dirt farming method. Okay. I guess that makes sense. Well, that's one thing that we know now. I would imagine in that case there's probably... Well, I know there are similar chests throughout all the zones. So it's probably the same thing with dirt, where there's like all of the chests scattered around that can give you the turn-in things. And 75 rep checks out, because that's exactly how much you get for the Dragonflight ones. Oh my god, I whiffed that completely. Alright, this should be... Boom. Alright. 20% XP bonus. One more fucking character to go. And I'm gonna be honest, I'm probably gonna do that off stream. Because I'm tired. So, I've already streamed for like 7 hours. I'm not gonna end the stream immediately. There's like 1 or 2 more things I want to check, but I will probably end it soon. In fact, actually, probably one of the main things I do want to check is... Remind me if there's something else I meant to do that I said I was going to do. I want to fly around, look for chests, and see how long it takes me to get one. Also, Werewolf. So, when you say you got a chest off the one in Ringing Deeps... Was it the same deal where you got a random item that started a quest that gave you that much XP? Or did you actually get XP by looting it? Scalenzo said, what type of gear do we get on 71 to 72 or quests can we not know already? And then thanks for the answer. I assume that was meant in like a passive-aggressive way of like, you didn't immediately answer my question the moment I typed it in chat, therefore, thanks for the answer. Opening the actual chest gave XP. Gotcha. That's interesting, then. So there's a few brimming Arathi treasure hoards. They seem to give, like, kind of the same exact thing, though. Huh. And then there's that treasure up there. I don't know what difference it makes.
Misbehave. It's too far. Take one for a run before it maims someone.
Hellhelm family, the chicken, 10.5k. Huh. Wait, so Draxla's, you got... The thing that you got was for Arathi? Something Hellhelm family, the chicken? That gave Arathi rep. Damn. I have really bad luck with these chests, apparently. It's also interesting, you get a lot of these potions, which are actually, like, really good compared to the Dragonflight potions. So, it may actually be worth looting a handful of chests just to potentially get a few of those. Because, like, the Bronze quality Cave Dweller's Delight gives infinitely more return on investment compared to Dreamwalker's Healing Potion. You're going to outscale this potion so fast. So... It's this Kobus Ritual Cache. Yeah, nothing good. That's just another Arathi treasure hoard. I wonder, maybe if there's a rep reward. Hollowfall Arathi. I can finally get the Tinderbox of Your Own quest. Found one that gave 5k raw and a toy. I feel like... Okay, you get more Radiant Remnants. Special knowledge, coffer key. Yeah, I'm not seeing any major upgrades for the chest. So there's nothing where it's like, at this renown level... Oh, there's a rock climbing quest. Huh. A rare called Lifang the Lost. Oh, shit. I assume this is yet another rare that gives a rep. Oh my god, my health. Oh my goodness, my health. Okay. Whatever that ability was, it shredded me. What? Oh, I accidentally hit alter time. Ooh. Wait, what the fuck? Okay, so that's... I got rep, but look at this trinket. What else did I get? Source Sigil. You get increased crit, and then if you're fighting alongside a beast, you get 20% better effect from this? Which, I mean, does that just mean hunters? Like, alongside a beast, what else could that mean aside from if you're a hunter and you have a pet? That's interesting wording. Viridian Charm Cap, that's just a crafting mat. Do I just have, like, really shit luck with these chests? God damn. Alright, let's see if there's anything good in there. And nope. God. Maybe it can't drop from the Cobus treasure chests. I don't know if I'm wasting my time with that one. Also... Rim Slice. Ooh, I love AoE arcane missiles. God, that hits so good. What do I get off him? I think that was a leveling rare that was just scaled up. Uh... Hmm. Now I'm not seeing any chests. I wonder if there's like a soft cap. No, never mind. There's some chests over here. Oh. Okay, so these are like special chests that spawn presumably during the void thingy. I'm guessing that's what that is. I'm gonna open like a few more of these, and if I just can't get anything, then like I give up, man. Holy shit.
I'm out of range.
I really hope this isn't the new dirt farming method, because if it is, then this is like actually so toxic. Oh. This is the, This is the... Oh, are you kidding me? There's a rare mob spawn mounts. And that's the big purple swirly thingy over there. I believe that at higher renown levels, you get an item that lets you, like, always detect it the moment it, like, appears during the void event things. But it seems that you can still find it no matter what. I'm gonna see how difficult it is to kill this thing. Okay. Bellatar spawn got hands. I'm out. Nope. 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 That one auto attack, I'm good. I don't really want to fight it. Okay. I have to catch 5 of these. 5 million HP was a dead giveaway? I mean, you know. Pretty sure that was 5 billion HP, actually. A toy. Okay. Oh, that's the one that you were just talking about. Ah, okay. Yeah. I mean, that one's definitely not worth it. Just because, you know, you have to run around. Oh no, my Darkman Fair buff. And I guess I'm just really fucking unlucky with these treasure chests. Is this another one of those? Yeah. And this was a regular Arathi chest earlier. So I guess it gets replaced with the condensed shadow. Okay, this one's in a different spot. There we go. There's no way that it's this low drop chance. There's absolutely no chance. If they expect people to grind this for 75 rare, or 75 rep per rare drop, and I haven't gotten a single one, they're off their fucking rockers. Like, did I already get it, and I just somehow... Yeah, I don't know. Oh, they all turn into concentrated shadow. Okay. Alright, I give up. I fucking hate this. I mean, Drexlus, unless you think that there's something I'm doing wrong here, and I'm looting the wrong chests or whatever, but if I am looting the exact same chest that you were looting, and I'm just not getting the thing that you got, then, I don't know. That seems like unbelievably bad luck. You're doing the same thing? Fucking hell. I wonder if there is something that I am missing. It just seems so unlikely that somehow... Fuck is this thing? Let's try not to die here. Oh, it dropped a thing. Trinket. Okay. I have no idea what that does, but alright. You watched part 1 of the Undead Warrior 1 to 80. Where is part 2? Check the description. It's like, it's literally, it's in the description. It's in the, like, it's at the end of the video on the recommended next video, whatever it is, the end screen. Yeah. I'm pretty sure I put it in the pinned comment, too. Let me just double check. Am I crazy? I somehow forgot to do that? Nope, it is literally right there. Yep. Literally right there. It's not on my channel. Yeah, I posted the second one on my second channel, Lonarra. But I even, within the run itself, I actually said that that's probably where I would post it. And then I did post it there. And then I posted it in the pinned comment and in the video description. I mean, I'm not really sure what you want from me. Like, outside of implanting the thought into your minds, I'm pretty sure I did everything I could. When is the next stream? Well, not later today, because basically, after I hop off here, obviously I need to level one final character to get the buff up to 25%. Then later tonight, I'm going to put together a really fast Chromie time run on beta. That's going to be done off stream. And probably don't have anything to do on Sunday, so I probably will just stream then, do more testing. The main video that I want to finish, because the next video that I'm going to post on my main channel isn't actually the run that I'm going to do later today. Oh. Interesting. That's a ring. Huh. It's actually not bad. I'll have to check to see if that gives any experience, because if it does, that's actually like right within the questing hub. So if that treasure gives XP, and it gives a pretty good ring, that might be worth it. That one gave you XP? Ah. Okay. Yeah, that might be worth doing. I think I'll include that in the route next time. Where? Okay, I think this is blocked off. I'm not really seeing any way past this. Lower only half a quest last time you tried? Alright. Yeah, so, Werewolf, I would say tentatively, let's shoot for Sunday. I think that's probably going to be the next stream. If I'm really busy, I may not stream on Sunday. And the next guaranteed stream will be on Monday, because no matter what else I do on Monday, Monday is my Cataclysm raid, and I've been streaming that. People seem to enjoy it, so I'll continue streaming that. But if I have time, I will try to stream on Sunday. Because basically, by Tuesday, I would like to put out a video going over all of the prep that you should be doing right now for War Within leveling. I kind of already know the basic items that I want to include, like the basic information, but there are definitely a few things I still want to test to see how useful they are. So ideally, I would like to do at least one more full test run, but it's hard to say. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just getting, like, absolutely fucked on these quest items. I believe you that they exist, but there must be something that I'm missing here. Like, there's just a prerequisite step that's not super well explained. Maybe I need to talk to, like, an NPC in the town first to be eligible to get these things out of treasures. It just seems so implausible that I am this unlucky. As time goes on, it gets more and more implausible. This is a full fresh character, so surely not. Your character is a full fresh character? What's your renown on that character? Ringing Deep's ingot as a crafting material. Do I use any special keypad to play? If not, how do I reach 6 to blink? What? I mean, to be clear, by the way, like, I actively press, like, G, Shift G. On my monk, I regularly use 8, 9, etc. 6 is actually really easy to reach. I can reach 6 without even moving my hand at all. 6 is like, I keep my hand around, like, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, WASD, etc. 6, I literally, I hit 6 with my pointer finger. Literally just reach over, tap. Oh, it's like right where my pointer finger is, actually. My pointer finger basically naturally rests right around 5 to 6. So. No, I don't use any special keypad, but I definitely, people have told me that the fact that I regularly hit 9 and stuff that far is strange. But 6 seems pretty reasonable to me. It's warbands, so 25, 19, 19, 25. Okay, well, that's, okay, that's... So it's not a fresh character. When you said it's a fresh character, that is... if it's fresh, like, on a brand new account. Because the entire reason I asked, since literally everything is war mode these days, or warbound these days, if you unlocked something on one of your other characters, it could be account-wide. Hell, in Dragonflight, before we even had warbands, that's how things like that worked. So that actually makes me think it probably is a reputation bonus. What the fuck? The fresh character just took it out of the fridge. It's pretty cool to you. I'm glad you find it cool. What the hell? Okay, what do I... Okay. This is interesting. Oh man. This is like, what's that game? Rush Hour? You have to like connect. What am I trying to do? Am I trying to get it from this pipe to the left pipe over there? I think okay, I get it. Shit. Boom! Alright. I like that. That's actually a cool puzzle. I knew what I wanted to do, I just wasn't sure exactly how it would fit into place, but that worked out pretty well. Go upside then right. At the end you got stuck. The puzzle's weird. Sometimes you can move the pieces. Sometimes they just go one way. Yeah, I've played games like that before, so I generally remember how like the movement works. That's cool. See, I wish delves were like more like that and less just like killing generic fucking mobs. Give me fun puzzle mini games. That was fun. I like that.
Looks like there's treasure nearby. That
You ain't ever doing this. I mean, I don't know. That wasn't that bad. I kind of digged it. Dug it? Whatever. You know what I mean. Forgotten treasure. That's a cave. Okay. So there's buried treasure, forgotten key, and okay, that was not a very complicated treasure. All things considered. Had started at the worst time, you couldn't see the solve. Well, you see, I kind of just pressed things until they all fell into the right location, and then it just finished. I was just kind of going like full no thoughts, head empty mode. Just like, I see that I want to connect in that direction, so I'm going to just throw the pipes up there and keep pressing until it worked. And it just kind of did. So, you know. Okay, yeah, how the fuck, is your rep bug, Draxles, or have you, like, genuinely just been slamming Renown the entire beta if you already have 25, 19, 19, 25? Because obviously my Severed Threads bugged out and went straight to 25, so did a similar thing happen to you? Where it just, like, gave you max Renown? Or have you actually just been non-stop rep farming? I feel like it has to be that, though. If you do have max Renown on, like, pretty much every single faction, that would make a lot of sense that one of the upgrades gives you, like, a chance to discover treasures for reputation.
I need to get closer.
Because there's just absolutely no way that I have not found it yet. It's been a hardcore grinding world quests in beta. See, for his sanity, I would hope not, which is why I'm wondering if it was a similar bug to what gave me max renown with severed threads. There's absolutely no way. Oh. Hostile goblins. Alright. More fuel for the goblin raid theory. Honestly, I think Goblin Raid is, like, 100% gonna happen. It makes sense, especially given that, like, goblins are kind of a small threat in this section of the zone. And if you look at it, you know, obviously Kazan is a little bit ways away from Kazalgar, but if the goblins are gonna enter from somewhere relative to Kazan, Kazan would be, like, right around here. So, Ringing Deeps is, like, on the far eastern edge. Kazan's, like, over here. It honestly makes sense that would connect up, so. I could totally see the Undermine raid theory. Vial of Kaheti oils. Ooh. Okay, yeah, there's definitely nothing here. Let's park myself somewhere. Grab this treasure while I'm at it. There's a bunch of treasures over here. Alright, I'll grab these, and then I'm going to check to see what the renown rewards are. Also, by the way, look at this gigantic crumbled up cave entrance. In a goblin town. A little suspicious, right? And anyone who remembers Dragonflight, what did the entrance to Zarala Caverns look like before we were able to access it? Basically exactly like this. So, I'm calling it now. I mean, it's not like that big of a leap because there's already some data mine stuff, but Undermine is going to be the patch zone for 11.1, and we're going to have a goblin raid something in Undermine, and this is going to be one of, at least, the entrances to the new zone. And they're probably going to bring Motherlode back next season for Mythic Plus. Motherlode, Cinderbrew Meadery is going to be one of the dungeons in that pool, which makes a lot of sense. And I wonder what other goblin-themed dungeons they could do. Motherlode's the most obvious one, and it's not even close. Tazavesh is like, it's not goblin-themed, but it's like, eh. Could be. Oh no. Anything here that would work? Not really. Wad. Oh no, we could get Upper Blackrock Spire back. There are like goblin engineers and stuff throughout the dungeon. Technically speaking, I mean, you could argue the same for Grimrail Depot. There is a goblin boss. But if they brought Grimrail back again, I think the entire community would rip them to shreds. Anything in Cataclysm? Goblin related? Mythic plus dead mines? Oh, that would be something. That would be one hell of a move on Blizzard's end. I am still banned on my main account, yes. I also liked Grim Realm Doc's Romser. Yeah, I'm with you there. I thought it was good, but so many people hated it. So, I don't know. I actually, you know what? Mythic plus dead mines? Ooh. It kind of works for the theme, though, doesn't it? People would be so pissed. I could see it. They've been adapting a Cataclysm dungeon all the time. Every single season. They've already done Vortex Throne. Grim Batol now. Technically, it wasn't every single one, right? Because Season 1, they didn't adapt anything. So... But we've gotten 3 adapted Cataclysm dungeons. If the trend continues, they're going to continue trying. Surprisingly, we got Temple of the Jade Serpent and then just nothing else. They just gave up. I don't know what happened there. No, just no. What if so many people? Honestly, like, if we're talking pure thematic elements, Motherlode is a guaranteed. That one, like, duh. Absolutely duh. It's obviously going to be Motherlode. I think that the 2 best thematic dungeons would be Grimrail and Deadmines. And after that, it's a little bit tough to say. Honestly, Tazavesh, what's it called? What's the first half of Tazavesh? I forget what the first half of Tazavesh is. Bazaar or something? Well, I got falsely banned Epoch. The original reason was unauthorized cheat programs. They changed it from a permaban to a 6-month ban, and then, like, without saying anything, changed the reason to abusive chat. And now my most recent ticket is like, hey, can you fucking explain why my ticket now says abusive chat? And they've just been ignoring me for over a week now, so... It's bullshit, basically, but we still don't know why I've been falsely banned for real. I'm pretty sure it's a mass report, but I need to get Blizzard to actually do their jobs and look into it, and that might take a lot of time. Anyways, let's look at some of the rep stuff. Okay, it can't be that. Can't be that. Huh. What the fuck is snuffling? You now can begin snuffling. Jesus Christ. The kobold art of digging for wax. Wax found this way can be turned into middles in Gundergaz. Let's hit the fucking Gundergaz and see what the fuck snuffling is. Maybe it has something to do with that. Amazing. Well, I hope it gets rescinded soon. You've been using my leveling guide. You really enjoy it. Awesome. Well, I'm glad to hear that you enjoy it. The good news is that I'm going to finish the leveling guides one way or another. So you guys will still have that. But unfortunately, it's a lot more work having to deal with this issue at the same time. So it still sucks for me. Alright, what the fuck is snuffling? Huh.
You need? I got.
What the fuck is this? God damn it. That's just a generic quest. Okay, that quest I remember. I have no fucking idea what snuffling is. I don't know if snuffling is at all related to the thing that's giving treasures. Huh. Yeah, because look, by the way, all these rep upgrades are warband rewards. You get it on your main, it's available for your alts immediately. So I'm tempted to say that snuffling is the thing that's giving you those rep tokens. Because you have, what'd you say you have? 25, 19, 19, 25. So, yeah, theoretically you would have the max upgrade for snuffling, which is Renown 16. So, it, like, for all I know, it's locked behind Renown 16 Assembly of the Deeps, which would make it a pain in the ass to farm. I don't know, though. You get some Ruby currency to buy stuff from the vendor. I mean, I have no idea. I haven't... This is one of those things where, like I said, next week I'm going to try to do research into endgame stuff so that I have at least cursory knowledge of it before launch. I generally don't want to... I generally don't want to, like, 100% research stuff about the endgame before launch and, like, do all of this shit ahead of time. Because the reality is, like, you're gonna miss a lot of stuff. And I need to grind this on launch day anyway. It is very difficult to accurately figure out the entire optimal endgame gearing process on your own. Something always slips under the radar. Like, nobody really fully understood just how broken Cobalt Assembly was going to be. For instance, at the start of Dragonflight, I looked into Cobalt Assembly and I saw that it had some okay rewards, but I never realized that the ring from Cobalt Assembly would end up doing, like, insane damage and would be super worth farming, and that you would be able to farm it so quickly. And then Blizzard giga nerfed it after a bunch of people used it. That kind of stuff, it's so difficult to figure out on your own, especially considering so many activities early on are infinitely easier with, like, a group of 5 people to just throw at them. Just throw people at it and eventually it gets done. But doing these super hard endgame elite events where you kind of need to get gear for it, and in order to get gear, you have to do a good amount of grinding on your own, and slamming your head into solo content on the beta to get gear to test out other endgame content to hopefully stumble upon some really broken method is just... Yeah, it's, like, not really worth your time. Especially when you're going to do that within a few hours of launch on the expansion anyways. So... I haven't really looked into this a ton. It can't be Severed Threads, because I have Severed Threads. So... I'm pretty sure most of this is, like, specific to Azkahet. Yeah, you get like exchange rate stuff. Yeah. Yeah, it's... I feel like it has to be snuffling. Which I'm not gonna, like, sit... It's... I have way too much stuff to do today to sit here and try to figure out what the fuck snuffling is. I'll look into that, like, on stream later this week at some point. So... As I figure it out, you guys can figure it out. I'll ask in Discord in case, like, anybody knows what the fuck snuffling is. Also, if anyone knows what the fuck snuffling is and how to get rewards from it, let me know. Yeah, it has to be that, I would say, because if Draxlus is getting all of these special rep items, and they have Renown 19, which is far enough to get all the snuffling things, and I don't have that, then that would make sense. Which means I honestly think it's probably Renown 5. Rare events when snuffling. That makes sense to be like a rep token. Rep token, especially, what did Draxlus say? 12 treasures, and then they got one? That's rare enough to, I would say, be considered rare events. So at some point, I'll probably try to farm out the remaining rep to get that, and we'll see. And then what are the other snuffling upgrades? That doesn't matter, because that's during the event. It's just like a small bonus. You just get additional snuffling rewards. Damn snufflings, fucking hell. Let me just quickly fucking wowhead this. Just in case somebody else already has a write-up on what the fuck snuffling is. Every day... I'm... wrong thing. Every day I'm snuffling. No. No, I'm not seeing it. Every day Am I typing it wrong? Wowhead. Yeah, Wowhead doesn't really have... Let me see if I can, like, find the Wowhead page for the vendor itself. Maybe there's a comment explaining snuffling. Nobbles? Nobbles. Comments. Okay, yeah, there's actually a pretty decent comment by Lazy here. Let's see here. When your warband unlocks Snuffling by reaching Renown rank 2 with the Assembly of the Deeps, you can start to dig in patches of disturbed earth, not marked as treasures on your minimap, but easily recognizable when you activate Outline mode. There are dozens of interactions when you dig, and you'll pick up different amounts of odd glob of wax. You'll need these globs of wax to acquire a Firelight Ruby. When you contribute 100%, this thing, to Middle's collection, you'll be rewarded with 1 Firelight Ruby. There's no limit on player wax contributions, and you get Flight Stones, well, it's now called Valor Stones, for every contribution that you make when you're level 80. Every time one player in your region receives a Firelight Ruby, aka every time you fill up your personal reward bar, it adds 1% to the community bar. When the community's progress reaches 100%, another purchase will be unlocked on novels. Apparently, they only updated a lot of this stuff super late, so it's entirely possible there are more items that you can buy from novels here. And we actually won't even know until launch, because unless everybody bands together on the beta to collect a million fucking wax things and get the community contribution up, it's going to be incredibly difficult to unlock the rest of the stuff in the vendor and see what it is. And yeah, these posts were made recently. Okay, so what's the weekly quest for Snuffling? It should be in Ringing Deeps. Rolling down in the deeps. Jesus Christ. They said it should be very easy to see with outline mode turned on, which I normally don't use, but fuck it. Where is outline mode? Is it under graphics? Okay, I guess we're fucking using this stuff. Oh, Setnam subscribed at tier 1? You didn't know you had renewed sub. Alright, well there you go. Thank you. I appreciate you renewing your subscription either way. Okay, so this post says that there's like little things that I can dig up on the ground, and that it's very easy to see with outline mode. I do remember seeing like little dirt piles, but I never thought it was like the Explorer's Expedition or Dragon Scale Expedition dirt piles. I thought it was just something where you pick up a rock and it gives you like an extra action button to chuck at an enemy, because, you know, some zones have that. Where the fuck are the dirt piles? I want to at least see what one looks like. But it did say that they don't show up in the map, so, you know, that fucking... it's lovely. I guess we just take a stroll. What race should you make your mage? Well, there's a lot of options to choose from. Could you narrow it down for me if you want me to help you pick? Now, at the end of the day, you should pick the race that you like the most, but if you are, like, leaning between a few different ones, I can give you some pros and cons. Because if you ask me with zero context, I'm just going to say Blood Elf every single time. Because I like Blood Elves. But that's not very helpful. Wonder if add-ons will call them out. Oh yeah, I mean, I'm sure that people will develop an add-on eventually to figure this stuff out. That's a world quest thing. Ah, we found it. This thing. Okay, they were right. It is very easy to see. Oh, what the fuck? I assume I don't want to catch those. I'm assuming that is bad. What the fuck you mean my quest log is full? No fucking isn't. Okay. Every day I'm snuffling. I got one of those before. Okay, so that's a repeatable... Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Interesting. Gnome for everything. Tarn for stun. Blood Elf for undead or goblin. There are many good ones to choose from, that is for sure. As I said, I will always lean Blood Elf unless you're going to eliminate that from the options, at which case I would have to think a lot. Void Elf is Alliance, and you would need to do a quest to unlock them, but you should just automatically have access pretty easily. Ruby chip. Okay, yeah, I get... Okay. I think I get this now. I think I get it. This does not seem that bad. I mean, it's literally just dirt, right? It's just, yeah, here we go. Boom, there's another one. Now that I know what I'm looking for, shit is easy. So they've just added dirt again from Dragonflight. Not really a surprise, especially because it's the underground expansion. Okay, I got an odd glob of wax. So yeah, we just keep looking for fucking purple things. And I just need 10 of those. And if I get 10 of those, I get an amber chip. And then the amber chip should also give me 1% more progress towards the community's progression towards the next item. Which seems kind of important. Because that gives us actual, like, community-wide information on what the vendor will have before the expansion launches. So, like, it's probably a good thing to go and do. This gives me, yep, another glob of wax. All right. Okay, my main account is still banned, unfortunately, to answer your question, but this is on the beta, so beta account is completely separate. It's technically, it is technically speaking my main account that I'm playing on, but that doesn't mean it got unbanned, it's just my beta account is, like, disconnected from it. It's weird. Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm still fighting Blizzard over it. I'm obviously not gonna give up. But... Wait, I got 5 odd globs of wax? What the fuck? Okay, alright. There's another one. Yeah, actually, outline mode is so fucking bis for this. That random Wowhead commenter was not lying. Wait, did I get 5 odd globs of wax? Where is it? Where are my globs of wax? Where a glob... Oh, there it is. I have 9 globs of wax. Yeah, my main account was wrongly banned. Yeah, that happened like 2 weeks ago. Still hasn't been resolved. I've been trying to make as much noise about it as I can at the moment, but like, the problem is Blizzard puts you in a position where like, you know, what am I supposed to do? I scream into the void, and they're the only ones who can help me at the end of the day. Sounds like a likely excuse. Well, I don't know if you're joking or not, but obviously it is a false ban. But yeah, I mean, the main issue right now is I don't have the time to fight Blizzard. It's... all I can really do is just resubmit my ticket and hope that they actually give me a response for now. Once the War Within is, they've been pretty good at responding to your issues and fixing it. I mean, that's great for you, happy for you. That doesn't mean that they are just good at fixing all issues. I am not the only one that has run into issues with customer support, and it is a pretty wild take to say that Blizzard customer support is just really good at fixing issues right now, when that is, by and large, not the experience that everybody has encountered with it. And, well, it is what I am telling you is the opposite of my experience. Happy that your experience has gotten resolved, but it's, yeah, not so great for most other people. But yeah, basically, right now, there's just not a whole lot I can do, because it's a very time-consuming process to try and sit here and make a shit ton of noise about it. So, once, like, probably the last week before War Within launches, so, like, about a week from now, I'll probably make a video about it again and just give updates in the situation and basically be like, hey, if somebody at Blizzard wants to do their job and help me out here, that would be nice. But other than that, it's just, I don't know what the fuck I can really do. Because if I sit here and spend all my time trying to fight Blizzard over this, and after all of that, they still tell me to go fuck myself, now I've wasted all of this time that I could have instead been spending working on videos. So, I just don't have that luxury. I just have to prioritize my job first, my livelihood, and, unfortunately that is incredibly difficult now with Blizzard fucking me over like this, but I'm still gonna do it anyway, because I don't really have any other choice. It's either that or starve, so, you know, we do that. And I'm not going to gamble my videos being finished on some random jackass at Blizzard actually doing their jobs and looking at my ticket. Like, it would be great if they do that, but at this point, I'm assuming the worst, and if somebody actually does look into it and fix my problem for me, then awesome. But until then, I just have to assume that Blizzard's going to completely fuck me over, and I need to start preparing for that eventuality. Which is why I've already leveled up new character in Cataclysm Classic, and why I'm in the process of leveling up new characters on my other retail account. And, like, hey, if I get my main Brewmaster Monk back, that would be fucking awesome, because I don't really want to have to build an entire new speed set on a new character and farm gear on it for day one leveling, but that's what I have to do. That's what I'll fucking have to do, you know? But that's time that I could then be spending working on videos. So it just sucks, man. Really sucks. Last time you made a ticket because a quest giver was not appearing after you abandoned the quest, the support guy told you to go read a Wowhead guide on the quest line. Yeah. Sounds about right. Sounds about right. Mini Mika said, what did I miss? about like my main account getting banned. I have a video on my second channel if you want to watch it. That was the original thing. The only real update since then is that Blizzard reduced the permaban to a 6-month ban. But they didn't give me any new information. They still assert that I cheated. They basically, it's their template response for, I assume if it's not a clear-cut case of cheating, they do that. Because I have had a lot of people tell me that they've submitted like 1 million appeals and they still didn't get their permaban reduced. No need to apologize, Mini Mika. I'm just basically saying if you want more information, because I can't like sit here and repeat and like think of everything that I missed, right? So I'm just saying that will give you some context. But I'm guessing that if it's a case like mine, where mine obviously is a case of there's nothing really there. So they probably have either just a mass report or super duper flimsy, like a program may have been detected thing. And in the cases like that, their go-to is just, tell them, give it 6 months and fuck off, right? But some people definitely have told me that they have tried and still never managed to get even to the stage that I'm at. But I also know that I'm not the only one who got theirs changed to a 6-month. There's a bunch of other people who get the same template response. Okay, that's adventurer gear. It's like okay for starting off at max level. Interesting that it has random stats though of the Aurora. And oh, I need to donate 5 globs to get it every 10%. Ah, okay, that's a lot more than I thought. I got 1,000 rep with Assembly of the Deeps by doing that, though. So theoretically, let's... Where's the fucking Awakening the Machine?
Hope you brought tools.
Oh, what the fuck?
Let's get this done. Watch my back while I commune with...
Okay, I've never done this before. Apparently this has been broken for a big chunk of beta, so... this is gonna be difficult to do on my Arcane Mage, though. Which I'm not necessarily amazing at playing for endgame stuff. You also got Valor Stones? Yeah. What's the fucking hell for? For me getting Valor Stones? They don't want to admit defeat and give you the game time lost? I mean... I don't really think it's that conspiratorial, right? I would argue that it's probably more trouble for them to have somebody openly talking about their terrible experience with Blizzard customer support. So... you would think that if they actually gave it a look, they would, fix it, but, you know. Stocking up on wax pre-raid release to get on-demand Valor Stones? Oh, oh, that's tech. That's actually sick tech, though. Yeah. There you go. I mean, it's better than having no way to get on-demand Valor Stones, right? Wait, also... a single interrupt just one-taps those mobs? Jesus Christ. Do I have, like, some buff that... Okay. How many fucking waves do I need to go through? I gotta say, this has gotta be the single worst world event I've ever seen. This is so bad. It's... Please tell me it's more involved than this. Please tell me the entire event is not dwarf sits in room, stationary in the center, and you have to kill waves of enemies from the sides. Stand in the beam to intercept it. Okay. Well, that's not very easy for me to do. As a mage... Zykex, it is actually repeatable. There's a comment on Wowhead that states that it has infinite turn-ins, so... We actually do know for a fact that it's repeatable. Alright, let me try to... Oh, my mirror images? Soaking it up? Oh, clutch. Alright. Shit. There's has to be scaled to, like, the amount of players, right? There's no way that, like, my dogshit Arcane Mage is able to, oh shit. There's no way my crappy Arcane Mage is able to one-tap, like, half of these mobs. That just doesn't make sense. This is a fresh character. What the fuck is that mob? What the fuck is that mob? What is that? I'm just gonna ice block. Okay, well that mob kind of hurt. I need to buff.
Measure twice. Watch my back while I commune with the...
What I'm hoping is that doing this event will give me enough rep to get the next level of sniffin' seeking, or not sniffin' sneaking, snuffling. Medbot seems like an important thing to take out. That's a kick. I have no idea what the fuck nullification barrier is. Oh, wait. I see. Shit. I need to mirror image so my mirror image soaks the blast. Nice. Oh, look at that. That is huge tech. And then, come on, drop me out of combat. Mage food a little bit. No bot. Oh, I can heal him. Oh, ha, 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 ha. Okay, no bot should be top priority. There's my AoE arcane missiles. And I guess I need to make sure those don't die on top of speaker cooldos. Makes sense. Nullbot should be top kill prio. Then Medbot. Let's do Cone of Colds, then Arcane Surge. Nice. And then chuck the healing file. Okay, you know, honestly, this is kind of working out. I'm gonna do mirror images. Nice. And then check the healing file, and I'm gonna eat up a little bit. I can full heal because new wave. Alright, this looks like it's the last 5 waves. There's only one more bar. I just realized I never actually took a break to make coffee. I desperately need coffee, man. I haven't had coffee in fucking 8 hours now. Oh, okay. I mean, if there's no timer, I should actually just wait at least on mirror images to be back up. That way, if there's a pylon right at the start. I also need that. Yeah, that's really good. Kind of like that, though. Yeah, let's just go with this. I think we're good.
Time to fix things. Watch my back while I commune with the machine.
This event still sucks ass, I'm gonna be honest. If this was meant to be a completely solo event, it's, like, neat, I guess. But it is kind of underwhelming. If I can just force them to self-destruct by walking on top of them, then don't I literally just do that, right? The medbots are just chaining off each other. Okay. Malfunctioning pylon that needs to be drop a mirror image. Oh, kick, 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 kick. What? Where did my mirror images go? Come on, come on, come on, come on. At the very least, any damage that it took from that cast that I let go through a little bit too long. I should be able to just kill with the medbot. There we go. Then I need to heal myself a little bit. I don't know why my mirror images just fucked off way too quick. Okay, heal up. Okay, that's a lot of mobs. Just trigger that. Trigger that self-destruct. Come on. Self-destruct, you know you want to. I'm just gonna healing pot here. Okay. Oh, it's a fucking boss fight. Can I slow it? I can. Earth-shaking charge. You can't root it. You can Cone of Cold it. Aha! Oh, please tell me it didn't evade bug. Oh, did it not? It evade bugged. Fuck. Am I not able to... Did I brick it? Oh, please tell me I didn't fucking brick it by invising. I was just gonna drop its cast. I was like, it's just gonna retarget onto the boss. You're joking. Well, that is releasing in 2 weeks. That sure is releasing in 2 weeks. Oh my fucking god. It's actually bricked. That is actually so disappointing. This expansion is so bad. Oh my god. Yeah, there's not even, it's literally soft lock. There's nothing I can do outside of like Hearth out. Wow. Okay. That's so fucking terrible. I mean, that entire event is just complete dog shit.
The lynx get the zoomies and misbehave. Take one for a run before it maims someone.
That's the meta event, by the way. Supposed to be. For Ringing Deeps. That's the whole thing. I mean, like... That has got to be one of the absolute laziest pieces of content they've ever made. Holy shit. Can I like re-enter it? Complete like wave 1? How does it work? And I need to set my hearth somewhere around there. I do hope there's a way to fast travel from Meroldar to everywhere else, because it definitely seems like one of the most isolated areas. Because there's fast travel directly connecting Dornegal and Ashkahet, the main hubs. There's fast travel connecting Isle of Dorn and Ringing Deeps. But Hollowfall seems a little bit isolated. You're glad you're on vacation for the week after launch. They might fix some stuff by the time you're back. I wouldn't hold your breath. Does it automatically go... It's... Let me guess, it starts off at wave 0, right? Yeah. Total horseshit. Total horseshit. Oh, that is actually so fucking disappointing, man. That is so disappointing. Wave 1. Okay, nice. I can just piece the fuck out of here. As long as I get credit just for doing one wave, as I thought I might. I get the quest, so theoretically I get the rep, so, you know.
Thank goodness I've reached you.
And just to be clear, that doesn't seem... No, that seems intended, actually. Because I don't think you're supposed to have to clear the entire thing. I think you're just supposed to participate in 20 waves. Because I'm pretty sure this is also meant to be, like, a shared event across multiple people. So, I think you're supposed to, like, hop in. Wherever other players are at, you just help them out with it. And, you have to complete a set number of waves to obtain your reward. Because that is meant to be, like, the generic, every single random player is able to earn this type of reward from world content. And Blizzard has made it very clear that they want it to be a participation trophy, which, like, honestly, for stuff like that, it should be. You shouldn't need to do the hardest, well, hardest in air quotes. Not that that was incredibly challenging. The only reason it failed is because it's bugged, but... you know. Also, Draxles, when you were getting those rep token items, was that off the dirt that I've been opening? Or was it off actual treasure chests like the one I was opening? It just seems so weird that the dirt seems to be giving stuff. I don't understand.
Hope you brought tools.
Oh, the quest is over there. Yeah, okay, and look at this. So, the Awakened Cache, it's a separate thing, it seems. You get quest progress just for clearing waves, but the cache you need to actually do the entire thing for. So, yeah, that seems intended. That's 150 rep. Spark, okay. Crests, 350 rep, and... I'll probably do this again at some point on my monk, just to see what the hell that gives. Gives... veteran gear. Alright, restored coffer key. A restored coffer key's warbound. They are, they're a currency, okay. What's undercoin? Am I really? Fucking yeah, I'm like barely off. You got it from the actual treasures. Okay, that is so weird. It's a one-time warband bonus.
Someone didn't get the message. These are earthen resources.
Okay.
Our miners still have
Let's do this. That should hopefully give me enough rep. If it doesn't, then like, Jesus Christ. Actually, like, what am I even gonna test off this? Rare events when snuffling? Right, these mobs have unavoidable AoE damage too. What do I need to loot? 6 abandoned tools. Those things, right. So those are 2 abandoned tools. Not gonna whiff that. Alright, that's most of them. One over there. That would be 5 out of 6. Fucking rock. Okay, and then I can just, like, blast this one isolated dude. It's 12 out of 12.
That should do it. Now
50 rep? Are you fucking joking? Come on, man. Just give me the rep I need. This fucking shitty quest. Oh my god. I wanna die, man. What quest is this? Have I ever done this one? I don't think I've ever done this quest. Fucking please give me rep. Please, for the love of God.
You are acknowledged.
Problem is, I have no idea what gives rep and what doesn't. It's... oh my god, I can't. That gives rep. I guess I'll do the world quest because it tells me that it gives rep guaranteed, but Jesus Christ. You went there on another character and you got 1 within 3 treasures? Well, at least then it's consistent across your entire account. And it also probably means that it has to be an upgrade then. I wonder if it also has anything to do with delves. It could potentially maybe be like a delve upgrade. Where you do enough delves. Have you done any delves on your account, Draxlus? Nah. Like, okay, so how did you get that super high renown? Did you just... like, did it bug out and give it to you like it did Severed Threads for me? Or did you do a bunch of world quests and stuff? And what stuff could you have potentially done on any of your characters that may have unlocked that? Like, help me out here. Help me narrow it down. You've just been leveling characters. So when did you get 25 renown, then 19 renown, etc.? Because leveling additional characters doesn't give you bonus rep. Most rep sources are one-time only. So I guess it must have bugged out then. I don't know if you know the answer or not. Couple of weeks ago. So a couple of weeks ago, it just gave you the rep for most of the factions. That. Do this. Also, I mean, I'm not sure if you're in my Discord or not, but if you can, or just DM me on Discord, like, a screenshot of the item you're getting. That way, if it has a name, I can look it up in Wowhead and see if other people have found it, and then maybe they have more information. You randomly got 2.5k rep from quests in each zone if it's chapter completes? Yeah, I think it must have been bugged at one point, and that probably is when I got Severed Threads, because when I got Severed Threads, that's when I leveled up my Hunter up to 80. And my Hunter was already at 78 because it was like the partial completion thing that they had early on in the beta. And I only did Ashkahet. So that would actually make sense. That whatever week I happened to level up that Hunter, it was bugged and it was giving shit tons of rep for quest completion for everybody. Are you fucking joking? I'm 30 rep away. Yeah, dude. You cannot be serious. I just straight up do not have the patience right now to try and hunt down the last rep source, because the other world quests I've already done on another character. That I don't think gives rep, so I just have absolutely no idea what I could possibly do for rep. Probably some random quest, but I don't remember which ones I've tested and which ones I haven't, so like... Actually, you know what? I know for a fact I've never done this quest. Whatever it is to clear out this overgrowth. So if this doesn't give me the rep I need, then I give up. And I'll try this another day. But I am, like, kinda tired. I still have a ton of other shit to do. Wilbur the Chicken. And that Wilbur the Chicken thing, you're getting that off multiple... You've gotten that multiple times? Over the chicken. Wow. Okay, wow, there's not even... Go ahead, beta. Wilbur the chicken. Okay, found the Wowhead page. There is no information about this at all. Fuck. Okay. I found it. The achievement, there's a comment saying, some of these quests seem to require Renown 12 with the Hollow Fall of Arathi. I did not loot any from creatures yet, but the treasure hoards now started to contain them as quest starter items. Okay, well now we know for sure that that won't be available on launch at the very least, because it requires Renown 12. What do you get at Renown 12? Is it just like a hidden checkpoint? Actually, there we go. Lost Helm items may now drop from creatures and spreading the light. So apparently, this also means it drops from treasures within the zone. Mystery solved. Now, the real question is whether you've gotten any rep items for non-Arathi stuff, and have you looted multiple Wilhelm the chickens? So, can you repeat that over and over? And are there comparable ones for other factions? Or is it just a one-time rep source? Shit. Alright, let's hope. Why does this give no rep, man? Why does this give no rep? Okay, I've completed this thing. So, I'm gonna go turn in this weekly quest. And let's hope that this gives me rep with the Ringing Deeps faction, because if not, I am fucking... I don't know. I'm not gonna try and grind up. You haven't gotten anything in the other zones. Okay. Mystery solved, then. It is a specific thing tied to that. Now, I'm still unsure what snuffling does. My gut instinct tells me that snuffling is going to be the new dirt. And you're going to be able to farm rep tokens by doing that. Because that makes logical sense. So...
We are the warriors of the sacred flame.
It would be interesting to know if by complete accident we've stumbled upon, how to do that.
Good to see you, Commander. Have a good one. Orders, Commander.
What the fuck is wrong with Reno Jackson's voice?
I am listening. Good luck.
They didn't give them actual voice lines? What the fuck? How can you not give the League of Explorers actual voice lines, man? That is criminal. Ugh. What's this quest? The Rookery? Huh. So I have to choose which of the... That's... Okay, so you know what this implies? I wasn't actually sure how reputation with the Severed Threads works. I am pretty sure that your overall Severed Threads reputation level is a combination of your rep with the 3 sub-factions. Because otherwise, picking one of these things would give you only 1/3 of the value of these. But it must just be completely additive. And your total Severed Threads level is all of the other little guys combined. That makes sense. Which is why, a lot of times, when you complete events that would give you 150 rep with the faction, you get 50 rep with each of them. Okay. I see.
I will see. Can you feel it? Belladar hums with joy. With hope. You've done well, my friend.
Does that give no rep, really? That gives another veteran piece. Alright, sure. I hope that's not once per account. Because if that's once per account, then that fucking sucks. Yeah, that's gotta be once per character. That would not make sense otherwise. But it would also be weird if you could get crests and coffer keys, because coffer keys are... Okay, these are not warband transferable. Okay. Yeah. Kedge and resonance crystals are... Oh. Alright. Yeah. I have no idea where I'm going to get the last bit of rep. There are obviously multiple ways I could do it, but I'm not going to try and figure that out right now. I've been streaming for 8.5 hours. I still need to complete one entire 70 to 80 run off stream. And then I need to put together my Chromie Time run. So I am going to go do that. Let me just see Drexlos. Gotcha, okay. Yeah, I assume Lost Diary and Lily's Locket. There's multiple achievement items from... It's the achievement is called Life on the Farm. Let me see if I can find it. Exploration, or within... Might be under quests, war within. Yep, here we go. Life on the Farm. Complete the following quests involving the Hillhemstead family farm. And you just get a bunch of these probably many from treasures, others from mobs, and it looks like that's what you're finding now. But anyways, I'm gonna stop streaming here. As I said, I will try to stream on Sunday if I have time, and hopefully the Chromie time run that I'm setting up later on goes well, because I have about 12 hours to make that thing work, and I haven't slept, so we'll see. I'll probably have to take like a 2-hour power nap. At the very least, if that run does go well, it should be under 3 hours, because I am pretty sure that's all it should take, with how much crazy shit I'm doing for it. But there is a lot of last-second testing and routing optimizations I need to check before I actually put it into action, so might be tough. We'll see. But yeah, thank you for watching. I appreciate you sharing those findings, Draxlas. That definitely helps. I'm glad that we were able to figure out what it was, and that's just not like a mystery that we weren't able to solve. And yeah, I will hopefully see you all tomorrow on Sunday. See you then.